information coming in from all sources. So everybody wants to be the first one to report on whatever happens. And what also happens quite a bit right now is recycling of old material, old footage, old images, and especially video. So we've seen probably a couple of dozen videos from the war in Syria. So, and they are, then people claim that it's from like happening right now. And for example, the organizer of the so-called biggest Twitter space on Twitter, MriyaReport, you still used like this video material that was actually from 3 years back. So everybody wants to be the first. Everybody wants to tell the breaking news. Everybody wants to go viral. Everybody wants to be relative right now because it's just happening. Everything is happening in real time, and there's so much going on. And we saw this exact same thing at the end of February in 2022 when Russia attacked Ukraine. And we saw also a lot of videos from Syria. We saw a lot of videos from previous years of the conflict, 2014, even 2015. And yeah, this is probably the most this is like the rush hour of disinformation what we're observing right now. There's just so much videos coming in and photos and so on, and a lot of just made up stuff. So everybody needs to be critical, and of course there's also a lot of people who will try to kind of for example, Russia will try to kind of frame Ukraine for some things that are happening in Israel right now. So yeah, be critical, be aware, give news some time. So if there's some breaking news coming in, give it some time, because sometimes this news need some time to develop.
Yeah, thank you, Pekka. That certainly is true. I know President Zelensky has already warned, or I think it was directly from him, that that they have some evidence that Western weapons that have been seized by Russians on the battlefield, which is what happens in a war as people retreat and advance, that some of these are being transferred to the Palestinians preparatory to them putting out a message about how the most corrupt government in the world, which is a riot coming from the Russians, but criticizing Ukraine, that Ukraine has been selling Western weapons to Hamas. So yeah, and whenever these news stories come up, it's very important to to give some time and to use your critical thinking to see how whether you think this is really credible or not. Back to you, Pekka.
All right, I can see some hands up.
Okay, why
Stabilizer
don't we
thing.
go?
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to take. You can be the host, so maybe you
No,
can.
no, that's fine. You're only calling on I think a fellow countryman. I love the name Stabilizer Finn. We'll go to him and then we'll go to Ghost.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. Terve, Pekka. I want to ask you, have you, or to your knowledge, anybody studied the mechanism of going down the wrong path with all this information? Because I know a couple of Vatniks, and I don't know, man, the sources for their information they're quite bad. The quality is low, and what makes a person a Vatnik in your experience? That's my question. Have at it, sir.
Terve vaan. So yeah, that's a good question. I think we discussed it quite a bit in the previous MriyaReports, but it's always good to kind of do well, just to remind on how people usually fall down the rabbit holes. In many ways, it's the same mechanism that we see in conspiracy theorists. So usually there are two main characteristics that make people kind of fall into conspiracy theories, and one of them is anxiety. They feel anxious. So, for example, there's war going on somewhere, and they feel anxious about it, and it just brings anxiety, or the state of the world brings anxiety to these people. And another thing is disenfranchisement. So they feel like whatever they do, they cannot make a difference. For example, their vote. If they vote, it doesn't make a difference. If they try to go somewhere and actually help do some humanitarian work, it doesn't matter. Or this kind of these two characteristics are very dominant in if you look at the research on people who fall for conspiracy theories. And I feel like these two characteristics are also quite often present in people, especially in the West, who kind of become vatniks. So they feel like there is something wrong in their own country or in the region. So, for example, EU. And they feel like they cannot change this. So they start looking for alternative stories or alternative narratives that could fit their kind of changed worldview. And I mean, that's why Russia likes to speak about traditional values and the decadent West, and they use a lot of biblical references about like Babylon and this kind of stuff. So Babel and like the decadence that is kind of decaying the West, and we have this woke culture that is surrounding everything, and it's ruining the society. But Russia is this fortress of conservatism, traditionalism, so like traditional family, church, this kind of stuff. But as the data shows, it's a complete facade. It's a lie that they tell, because if you look at the statistics and data, the Russian society isn't any more traditional or conservative than, say, any Western country. In that sense, they have their own decadence. It's a different form, but it's still there very much. So, but yeah, I mean, these elements usually they make people vulnerable to propaganda, to disinformation, to conspiracy theories. And of course, I mean, for some people, we can just talk about money. Some people, for example, journalists, they can be just they need a job. And
Sorry, Pekka.
Pekka, I think something just happened to your audio.
That's
Pekka, something just happened to your audio.
sorry. Is it better now?
Good, yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, how long did you? For how long did you lose me?
The
For
last
3
5
seconds.
seconds, maybe. Yeah, not much.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, yeah, we can have journalists who don't have a job, and RT gives them a job, or Sputnik gives them a job, or so some people are just simply looking for money. Some people might do it for ideology. I mean, we still have quite a bit of people who yearn the good old days of Soviet communism for some reason. Some people can be blackmailed to be a vatnik, and some just kind of want to be respected. They can be driven by their ego. So quite a long response, but that's basic. That's the basic idea behind of becoming a vatnik. I hope that responded your question.
Yes, stabilizer, back to you.
Yeah, thanks. That was a great answer, actually. And I just had a comment to this because I've been listening to what this one guy is saying, and it's all crazy, like inflating the problem all the time. That if we have a problem with corruption, say in the EU, then the corruption is not actually the problem, but it's some kind of CIA and globalist conspiracy and all this crazy stuff. So yeah, that was a good answer. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe to add on that, yeah, the deep state is very much present in all this. So that's what also, like, there's no reason to vote because the politicians don't make the decisions. There is this deep state that decides for us, or global elite, or Illuminati, or whatever they want to call it. But there's always someone else making the decision, so it doesn't make sense to vote. Or whatever you read on the news, it's a lie because it's just a facade for the global elite or Illuminati or whatever is the deep state or whatever they talk about. Also, a lot of there's also a lot of anti-Semite conspiracy theories. So it's the Jewish conspiracy, Jewish elite that's ruling everything, and this kind of stuff. It's been around for, well, basically since forever, and especially Russia has promoted these ideas for a long time. In 1902, there was this a fake book published in Russia called the Protocols of the Elders of the Zion, and it basically kind of promoted this idea of global Jewish elite that's trying to dominate the world, and we see the same thing. It's the exact same narrative that we see today, 120 years later.
Yeah, back to you, Stabilizer.
Yeah, thanks. I'm too Finnish. I can only speak when spoken to, you see. So I have a concrete example of this because now with the events perpetrated by Hamas and stuff like that, they say that, oh, it can't be Russia, but then again, the revolution of dignity was most definitely CIA. So the Russians can't influence anything, and hence they are some sort of victims in all of this, and the CIA is aggressive and directs it all from above, like some kind of puppet master. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, and to be fair, CIA has done some pretty nasty projects, but I mean, usually for this kind of conspiracies, you would need some kind of evidence. So that is kind of scarce. Usually, they don't really provide, or it comes from Russian-funded fake news blog or something like that. So it's very difficult to kind of believe in these narratives. But maybe to add on top of this, there is actually a pretty wild conspiracy theory going on at the moment. It comes from the extreme far right. So what's being spread right now, and it's slowly starting to make rounds, is that all these Muslim immigrants that are now in Europe, millions of them, are somehow trained to start an operation in Europe in the upcoming days. So the conspiracy theory says that Muslim countries have sent millions of immigrants to Europe, but they are actually trained soldiers and operatives, and they will start their operations in the upcoming days, and there will be a lot of terrorist attacks, and so on. So this is something that's making rounds right now. And so if you run into it, you know, it comes from the extreme far right groups in Europe.
Which is ironic because they're in some ways playing right into Russia's hands of trying to destabilize their own countries, which they don't realize, I think. Anyway, stabilizer, Finn, back to you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree on your point about the CIA having done some really questionable stuff around the world, but they specifically used the revolution of dignity as an example, which is total BS, because last I checked, the Ukrainians can think for themselves and act upon their thoughts.
Yeah, that story is as old as time. So yeah, since 2014, they claimed that CIA orchestrated the revolution of dignity and Euromaidan throughout Ukraine, and around was it 12% of the whole population of Ukraine. So somehow they mobilized that mass of people. And Victoria Nuland was somehow the mastermind of all this when she was criticizing the EU and giving out sandwiches at the protests. So yeah, it's ridiculous. But we can also there's an actual evidence of Russia meddling, paying protesters in Kharkiv, in Odessa. Also, I mean, if we look at Yanukovych in general, he was basically a Russian man. He was Putin's good friend, and basically he was kind of a puppet of Putin. And there is I have to try to remember the name. I think it's Oleg. Well, one of the people who came from Yanukovych's party has actually exposed that they tried to do similar changes to the constitution that were done in Belarus before, so that Yanukovych could become this kind of dictator like character that they have in Belarus. So yeah, there's definitely, they've had plans to take over Ukraine for a long time, and we can kind of see how the country could be when we look at Belarus. So
Yeah, thank you, Pekka. That certainly is true. Let's go to Tracy and then back to stabilizer, Finn. Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. Yes, I think it's very interesting that the tactics that we see from Russia, because I feel it's some things that we have seen before. I mean, we know Russia meddled in.
Tracy, we're not hearing you. I think we may be having Twitter glitches again.
Robin, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you hear me, Ghost?
Yes, I can hear you, and I can hear Tracy.
Oh, I can't hear Tracy. Okay, I think maybe I need to recycle then. Okay, go on, Tracy. I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you, Robin. And sorry that you can't hear me. I hope you get back soon. Actually, there's no point saying that if you can't hear me. Sorry.
No, I hear you. I actually hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Just going back to what you were saying, Pekka, about the destabilization and, you know, the division that Russia tries to sow, because we've seen this in US politics when they've meddled there. We've seen it when they've meddled in UK politics in Brexit. And as you say, stoking those divisions and playing on those fears. I think it's interesting that it's the same tactics that we see recycled and recycled. And I think we've spoken before on this space, many people have, about sometimes I think the intention of Russia is not actually to get you to believe any of these ridiculous statements that they come out with, but almost to overload people and overwhelm people, so that they really disengage. And as you said, when people are feeling disenfranchised within their own countries, and they have complaints, then that's easy for Russia to do. So, and I've seen some interesting comments in the past few days of people worrying about refugees now coming here that may be dangerous and may be terrorists. So I just wonder if you could expand on that point a bit more, because I think it's really important that people are not really sucked into that and try not to really react and have an emotional reaction, because I believe there's always going to be abuse of systems, no matter what country you live in, whether it's the welfare system, the justice system, the migration system. There's always going to be those people that want to abuse and manipulate that system. So I think it's very important that we don't really buy into that and get sucked into that, and we just trust our democratic institutions to do what they need to do. Could you speak to that at all, Pekka?
Definitely. So, for example, the immigration wave of 2015, maybe someone can correct me. For example, we had 30,000 people coming from Middle East. They came through whole Europe. There was war in Syria, and of course Russia was involved in that war. They were very much doing the damage in the civilian population in Syria. They were attacking and bombing civilian targets, and Al-Assad even used chemical weapons to kill civilians in Syria. So that was also partly Russia's fault that we had that immigration rate. But it's part of also their hybrid warfare kind of toolbox. So what they did recently is that they flew in immigrants from, I think, from Iraq, and they tried to push them to Europe via Belarus. So they provided these people they bought them plane tickets and buses and everything, so that they could come to Belarus and then try to come to Europe through via Poland. But Poland then pushed them back, so they wouldn't let them in Europe. So of course there are a lot of humanitarian crises, and it's a humane thing to take those who are in danger or who I mean, humanitarian immigration. I feel like it's a good thing, but it's also been exploited. So the European system, which is quite welcoming, it's being exploited by players like Russia, Belarus, and it's also a weapon that is used against especially Europe. I don't know, in the case of United States, I don't know, maybe someone can kind of expand on that, but it's definitely something that's been used against European countries in the past.
If I can add something to that, Pekka, and maybe you know it also, there has been an investigation done by why the immigration from Africa, Syria, has been doubled. And it seems that there is information spreading on internet in Africa and in Syria about Syria. That are people who are fleeing for the war. So, but out of Africa, that there are very much immigrants coming from there. They have seen messages on internet, and they are spread in paper. how to apply asylum in Europe, how you can get there, which routes you have to take, which things you have to do. So this has been a deliberate thing, just like you said, Pekka, from and possible again from Russia to just to destabilize the system in Europe.
Yeah, and in Iraq, in these Facebook groups where they promoted these travel routes and countries that you should go to, most of them mentioned Sweden and Finland. They even gave out the answers because they always do these interviews. So what are the right answers to answer for each question so that you can get an asylum? And yeah, after they kind of changed the whole pattern of questions, most of these asylum seekers were declined. So it's definitely something that's organized. It's I don't know if it's coming from organized crime, if it's coming from countries like Russia or Belarus, but it's definitely planned somewhere and organized somewhere, and maybe it's a collaboration. I don't know, but yeah, it's definitely used as a weapon.
Yeah, sorry, Tracy, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ghost. That's okay.
And it's certainly a form of income for those who are trafficking people, and that's also it's a money thing. There is money being made, and that money, where does that money go?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think it's maybe Mirja could find an expert on this, because I think that there's some people who know a lot about this. It's a big business, and they even I read somewhere that they even on like newspapers they advertise these, so you can move to Sweden and you can get this and this amount per month, and you don't have to do anything, and this kind of stuff, which is just absurd.
Thank you, Ghost. Thank you, Pekka. Yes, they certainly play on those issues that we all maybe have in our own country. I think I always try to tell people, look, if you have an issue with the immigration or migration system and the way that who they allow into your country, I think that's something that is specific to each country and their politics. So I don't think people have that emotional response, and I do feel that Russia plays on that when we have had issues when people have gotten into, in particular, the UK, and then maybe carried out minor or even sometimes major attacks. And I think those are the things that Russia emotionally tries to trigger in people purposefully, to have them absolutely scared to death of migration, when I think there's really no need for it to be that way. And I've noticed we have some more people who've joined us on the panel, and we have some hands up. So are you okay to take some more questions, Pekka?
Of course, yes.
Stabilizer Finn, I believe you had your hand up first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to say that we have to also recognize that every human does not have good intentions all the time. And if you think otherwise, you are being quite naive about things. That's all I have to say, and have a nice evening, everybody.
Mukavaa iltaa.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Katinka, you're next.
No, Ilta Pekka. So my question or my remarks are on this traffickers are promising the people wrong things. We had problems with unattended minors here. They want it, or they even don't want it, but their parents ask them to go to Sweden because the traffickers told them that everybody get a house for free in Sweden. So they doesn't want to stay in Germany. Even if we have nice places and families for them, they run away to Sweden, or they have to run away because the parents waiting for the house in Sweden. So we even tried to get imams to call the parents and everything. It doesn't help. It's just storytelling in the original countries, and it's really a big problem, mainly for the kids, or the young boys. So most of them are 14, 15, 16. So it's really such a stupid system, and it's not the fault of the youngsters, it's the fault of the traffickers. So I have a problem to send them back, and I have a problem to tell that's wrong. I just wanted to have the traffickers in jail for me. And there are even wrong videos. Yesterday I just saw one with a man from Africa who is telling stories, and I about 80% sure this video is just fake. And the man said, "Oh, don't work, and get money and take their woman and whatever." Really, such a horror video, just fake to give the right wing more power. And I think maybe I'm a bit Russophobe. I think Russia is behind most of these things. Thank you, Kitos.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, if I would be a bad actor, this is not an advice or for anyone to do this, but I would do this. I mean, I would try to use this kind of immigration weapon with empty promises to kind of destabilize countries, and also give, as you said, rise to the far right parties that I mean, we kind of see it at the moment. So, for example, in Germany, there is AfD. I'm not sure if they're the biggest party at the moment, but they are definitely in the top 3. And they are very closely related to the Kremlin. And about a month ago, one Russian operative was caught for smuggling money to these activities where they were. So this AfD, some people in the AfD party sued the German government over the Leopard tanks, so that they wouldn't be sent to Ukraine. And they tried to kind of delay the process so it would take longer for the tanks to arrive. This man, I don't remember his name, but he was taking many trips to Russia and bringing in stacks of cash from every trip, and this cash was then used to fund hybrid operations in Germany, and one of these included the delaying of the Leopard tanks to Ukraine. So we shouldn't be naive anymore. It's just there's so much going on, and we kind of have to. How long could Russia use their disinformation machinery against the West? Probably since 2012 at least, and it took us almost 10 years to kind of catch up on that until anything happened. So I think the time of naivety is over, and we just need to start doing something about this, like actual things.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think part of the problem is they have become more sophisticated in how they and how they try to sneak their propaganda in. We have wonderful listeners who send us things in the back channels. And I just wanted to bring this up, Pekka. You may have seen it already. I hadn't. Apparently, there's a new fake BBC video out today, um, which purports to be from BBC in Bellingcat, with looking quite like the BBC, which is claiming that majority of the Hamas equipment has come from Ukraine. The Ukrainians have warned us for a few days already now that this was likely to be coming up. But I'm just wondering what your reaction is to that apparently quite decent looking fake purporting to be from the BBC.
Yeah, I mean, it was, of course, anybody who knows BBC or anybody who knows Bellingcat kind of must realize that it's just they usually it takes them much longer to investigate this kind of things, and already from yesterday we can't we or day before yesterday, sorry, we already knew that Russia is planning to use the trophy weapons that they've caught from the Ukrainians as evidence of Ukraine sending weapons to Hamas. So it'll probably spread throughout what we call the Vatnik sphere. So they'll try to push it, but it's this narrative isn't very effective now that the whole kind of plan has been exposed by the GUR. So yeah, but of course we can like the production values of this video, they are extremely high. So we can clearly see that they are putting a lot of effort to some of these narratives, and this seems to be one of them. So they try to affect the military aid to Ukraine by claiming that these weapons are used for terrorist acts. That's their plan.
Yeah, and at least there's one thing that I think Israel can learn from Ukraine. Ukraine is much more proactive about getting this stuff out quite quickly. As I said, Ukraine warned us several days ago that this was likely to be coming up, and it at least will give people who have an open mind a bit of a pause when they see some of this stuff, because they've already heard from Ukraine that it was likely to happen. Now, Pekka, I'm going to go over to Martin. He's on a computer, so he can't raise his hand, but he's been waving his hand at us, so I think he has a question for you. Go ahead, Martin.
Hi. Sorry, I just got interrupted. Hello. Yes, I wanted to pick up on the Russian disinformation. As a Jew, I've looked at the history of Russian disinformation, which goes right back. A previous speaker was talking about the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is a Tsarist forgery designed to help encourage anti-Semitism. And then you had, under Stalin, you had Stalin promoting anti-Zionism. Their version of anti-Zionism, whatever you think about it in general, was very specifically a subterfuge not to be able to be called anti-Semitic. That was the whole goal of Stalin and then Soviet anti-Zionism, which led to the 1975 declaration of the UN that Zionism is racism, that led to the Durban conference on anti-racism being taken over and creating the seeds for BDS, the boycott, divestment and sanctions approach to Israel. And all this came from Russia. The other thing that came from Russia, so I would regard this campaign and the information, the understanding that probably the huge majority of people who are hearing about this horrors in Israel are not really understanding enough of the background, and having heard things repeated left, right and center over the years, but never really considering it. It's the most successful disinformation campaign ever. But the other thing, Slightly more controversial is that the origins of the PLO were due to the KGB and KGB training, including of Yasser Arafat directly. And he wasn't the original head of the PLO. KGB helped to create Fatah. That's what he created, and he became the second chairman of the PLO. And this is another Russian program at the same time as the general anti-Zionist program, and obviously it's very successful. The point being that that form of Russian disinformation, which is obviously historical rather than immediate acts that are happening on a day-to-day basis, which we're also discussing, which I sort of raised in terms of there is cyber warfare going on. That was more affecting the Fatah, the PLO, and the PA. Ironically, Hamas itself, I'm not going to mention what I mentioned before, but its origins from the other horrendous regime from the 20th century, in connection to the Muslim Brotherhood. And so what's interesting is that Hamas itself has a connection to that, and a connection to a strong connection, documented, inarguable connection to Iran. So if Russia's influencing Hamas, it's only indirectly via Iran, and Iran itself may not have had full control over Hamas's actions last week. Iran has not claimed responsibility for this, and there's a good argument that Iran would not wanted this to occur to the degree they wanted, but they would have wanted this to happen, obviously, to destabilize an Israel-Saudi Arabia peace agreement. So that's the long-term effects of Russian disinformation. But how it's worked, obviously, is it's manifested the same way that in the 70s, when Arab oil money was used to fund Middle Eastern studies units in all universities in Western Europe and the States and the Anglosphere. And these Middle Eastern studies never study things in a balanced fashion, and they trained up a whole load of graduates who became in their turn professors of related areas, and obviously journalists who became specialists in the Middle East. This is all a program, and in conjunction with that, so I've just lost my thread for a second, but maybe I've made my point. But the immediacy of the disinformation, like the Ukrainian thing, it just sounds so utterly absurd to me that, you know, it's so absurd. If I saw that, not knowing anything about how Bellingcat works, and I do, I would have known that this had to have been a fake. But there's obviously the other concern, going back more general to cyber warfare, is obviously deep fakes. Again, you know, tracking things to do with Israel and Palestine. One of the big problems has been the amount of incessant lying from Palestinian sources, which is easy to document, including like taking photographs from Ukraine and claiming it was Israelis doing it to Palestinians. I didn't store that particular thread, but there's quite a lot of pictures from Ukraine that have been repurposed to be, you know, to claim outrage of Israelis against Palestinians. And this is known by people in the know as Pallywood. We call it Pallywood. And obviously now, with deep fakes and the ability of people, even through a browser, it's going to be, you know, impossible to, you know, the quality of the images will be far better than what we've seen. Ukrainian images repurposed, or Turkish images repurposed, or whatever. This is what's going to happen. So the only thing is to be due diligent, is like to look at how credible are the sources, and if they're even on the first pass apparently credible, to check again, and just to train yourself not to react to the very first thing you see. Again, unfortunately, what happens is all these videos, these actual real videos that Hamas is now promoting, muddies the water, because they are absolutely horrendously real. They're not fake. So we have a very difficult sea to negotiate. Oh, that's not the right quite metaphor. Well, landscape to negotiate, to work out what's true and what's fiction. The most historical, you know, and the CIA has a sordid history in this area as well. But just want to finish on one note. One final note. In the UK, things are rather odd, because we know, obviously, Russia has tried to destabilize the UK's relationship to Europe over Brexit, of course, and there are clear ties on the right, on the Conservative Party, to Russia in various ways, but also on the left, also the Labour Party. You know, when Jeremy Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party, he wanted to, you know, get Russia's opinion on whether the poisoning in Salisbury was due to their stock. Could he send them a sample of their stock to see if it was theirs or had been stolen from them? So we have this peculiar thing. There's not only the peculiar relationship between the right and Russia, which you can align with some notion of fascism, but also on the left, which is a historical connection to a previous Russia, the Stalinist, the Soviet Russia. And even when Jeremy Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party, Angus Milne, I think his name was, a former journalist of The Guardian, who was the press officer for the Labour Party, was speaking in very admirable tones about Stalin as someone to admire. So this is what we have to deal with. That's it. I'm finishing. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, could I just break in there for a second? I don't want to get too deep into the...
I'm finished. Carry on. I've said my piece.
No, sorry, so you can go ahead and finish. I just didn't want to get too far into the UK politics.
No, I finished. That's it. So that's the end. So that's what I need to say. I had my say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you have a question for Pekka? No?
Well, and as I said, I got confused about who was talking about what. I don't know if Pekka was talking about the Elders of Zion or Russian. You know, he was trying to talk about, right. So I was just saying that I'm trying to say that, you know, there's a whole continuum over 100 years of this.
Do you have a question for Pekka? That really is what we're trying to get to.
Right. I'm saying, well, he said he didn't know enough about that topic. I was just merely adding something to it, unless he wants to respond.
So yeah, it was me who mentioned the protocols. But maybe to comment on the you talked about the fake materials going around. Even if maybe briefly about this, even debunking these stories, it won't help because it usually comes too late. So, for example, if somebody spreads a video from anywhere, it could be from Syria from 5 years, and it gets 3 million views. Then eventually it gets community notes that it's from Syria from 5 years. It's been seen already by 3 million people. It's spreading around, and most of those people who saw the video, they already think that it's actually it's kind of a breaking news. It's fresh footage, and they won't come back to check on the community notes. I'm just talking in the context of Twitter because we're having the conversation here, and like the most real-time content can be found on Twitter or on Telegram. So those are the two main channels. So the damage is already done. 3 million people have seen the video, and then you get the community notes that this is actually from 5 years. But for one example was there was a video going around that showed children inside cages. To be honest, I don't know the context of the video, but everybody said that this is just happening right now. But it was already 4 days ago when the video was actually posted. I still don't know the context of the video, but again, the time frame was completely wrong, and people were spreading it really a lot. They were sharing it and commenting on it, and so it creates this instant emotional reaction on people. And you cannot kind of take it back. You cannot undo it. The damage is already done. And once the video has been seen, people are not going to return it. They already have made their opinion on it. So that's why this kind of material recycling is so effective, because it really doesn't matter if it's old or if it's new. And then even when after the correction, there are still people who will believe in the initial statement that this just happened now, because it fits their worldview. So it fits their internal narrative. So on what's going on. So there is really no downside on sharing fake news and disinformation on Twitter at the moment, there are absolutely no consequences, which is why the platform right now is so dangerous.
Can I add something? That's totally 100% agree with you. There's some things that we can do. One is if it's for static images, you can use Google image search and you can actually find the original source where that came from. The other thing you can do is put comments immediately into the, even though you're giving the image air to breathe, comment it and point this out if you find that out. It's only a drop in the ocean, but one way that we can all be diligent is to do that. This is not for videos, but for images. You just do an image search and then add a comment when you find the original source. And I found that to be, well, not necessarily remarkably effective. You're quite right. I can't remember saying a lie's gone around the world 3 times before truth has got its boots on. And this is a serious problem with Twitter. There was a fantastic talk on TED today.
Yes, Martin, we know about how it works. We also know about reverse picture search and.
Okay, I'm merely sharing it to anyone else. It's fair enough.
Okay, we only have Pekka here for a little while. So let's try to keep things related to what we can ask him questions about.
Well, thank you for the time, and carry on. It's very informative.
Well, thank you for being here, Martin. Cynthia, I believe, has a question for you next, Pekka. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Hi, thank you, Robin. Pekka, so my question is, I'm never confident or sure what I should do if I see something on Twitter that's clarifying that something else that was posted is incorrect or wrong. I just don't, I'm always nervous, like, should I be trying to share that? Because to me, it feels like I'm just helping to continue the chain of misinformation. And like you're saying, it's already been viewed by who knows how many people, millions of people. So is there even a point in doing that? I'm just curious as what your advice would be there. Thank you so much, you guys, and I'll drop down.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we should always call on blatant lies and misinformation. So I once had an interview and I talked about how my goal is to find the truth. Of course, we can never find the truth, but we should always go for the truth. So try to find what's true and what's not, and try to find the evidence for the claim. So if you find evidence for a claim or something that kind of disproves something, I think you should always tell about it. We all have a kind of a megaphone here. Some have bigger, some have smaller, but we still have the ability to tell people, even a small group of people, that this is bullshit. This is lie. This is a lie. This is not correct. So why wouldn't you do it if it if it helps? If it can help one person to kind of understand what's going on, then you should definitely do it.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Tracy, go ahead.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you everybody for your contributions. Martin, we do very much appreciate what you were saying and your information. I hope you don't think that we were trying to be rude. It's just that we only have Pekka for a short time, and we have a specific guest for a specific interview. So please stick around anyway, because you have great contributions. So thank you, and thank you to everybody else. Pekka, I just wonder if you could maybe comment at all, because I've also seen many of those fake videos, and even this morning then I'm seeing fake videos where Russia's trying to put out images to claim that Ukraine are retreating in certain areas. So I think all this push from all these different directions is relevant. And also I just wonder if you could comment at all on where you think Russia intends to take this next, or what you think their next plans for disinformation could be. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think they're gonna push different narratives for different target groups. There's definitely gonna be some conspiracy theories. There's definitely gonna be some corruption accusations, like we already saw. The accusations that Mrs. Zelenska had spent 1 million on Cartier jewelry and got someone fired, which was a completely made up story on Twitter that was picked up by Nigerian fake news and then made its way, well, not to mainstream media, but to the public sphere, and it actually became a quite big story. But it was very quickly debunked because the dates that were shown in the accusations, Mrs. Zelenska couldn't have done the shopping during that time. So again, another lie. But they will definitely try to do this. They will try to blame what they call the Kiev regime for corruption and for buying mansions and buying jewelry and just spending the aid money that Ukraine have received on this kind of stuff. So they will definitely do that. They will also try to tie Ukraine to terrorism for sure, probably in the Middle East region. And of course, they will keep on pushing the Nazism narrative. That's for sure. So. And in context of United States, they will try to affect the military aid. So they will somehow claim that all the military aid that's going to Ukraine in form of missiles, ammunition, tanks, whatever, is somehow away from the American taxpayers, which of course is not true, because it's basically this money has already been kind of, it's coming from the military budget, and also what's being sent to Ukraine is quite a lot of old military material. So this material is actually quite costly to upkeep in the States. So it's kind of recycled to be used in Ukraine. So probably this kind of stuff. There are a lot of others. I feel like NATO expansion isn't going anywhere. So NATO provoked the war, this kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's same old stuff, but something new, like the terrorism angle.
Yes, thank you, Pekka. I've seen many of those examples that you speak of, actually, and in particular about Mrs. Zelenska and the jewelry. I just wanted to mention, in case listeners don't know, that we speak about following good sources, and Pekka is obviously a very good source to follow, and also the MriyaReport, as everybody knows, because that's one of our main aims here, is to combat disinformation and propaganda and fight that where we see it. We know that we're in hybrid warfare, information warfare. Russia's been doing this for many, many years in many countries around the free democratic world. And I just think that's very interesting, because they, as well as recycling some of them, they also then try to throw new threads in there to provoke those emotional responses. And in terms of the military aid, I think attacking it from both angles, also trying to get people upset and worried that military aid will then be either divided or stopped to Ukraine because of what's happening in Israel. So I think that's important to highlight and mention. And so thank you, that's wonderful information. And we have Ukraine War has joined us with a hand up. So please go ahead, Ukraine War. Do you have a question for Pekka?
Yes, I do. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Robin. Thank you for the space. Awesome to finally be able to ask a question from Pekka. I think the work that you do is just phenomenal. I'm going to make a quick statement, and then I'm going to lead into a question with that. Personally, I mean, I've seen Russian propaganda, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, obviously, right? We know what it is, right? At the face value, it's a falsehood and fire hose kind of strategies, right? My problem that I have, and this is what the question is whether or not we actually, effectively countering that, right? And I'm talking about, not necessarily like an official level, right? To where like, government statements and, providing certain types of legislation to, make sure we identify the foreign agents of influence, that kind of stuff. But I'm talking about like from the grassroots movements, because I think, a lot of this is my observation, right? People who counter that, right? Like myself and many other listeners and panelists in this space, we tend to gravitate to facts, right? And we try to appeal with logic and provide some truth background. We do a homework. We try to investigate, discredit what they do. But in reality, I think what Russians really doing, they appealing to a certain group of population that would be willing to essentially, right, consume the type of propaganda, whether it's emotionally charged or maybe politically charged, that kind of stuff. Wouldn't be a more effective way to kind of use their own tactics and just, instead of trying to dispel the myths and lies that they say, just counter that with, I'm not saying myths and lies, right, but with a different type of message, right? They might be just as emotionally charged, but essentially to discredit them in a more of a superficial way, I guess, right? Just kind of try to fight them with their own tools, I guess, right? If that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that's a great question, because now I get to talk about NAFO, not NAFO, NAFO, however you pronounce it. It's both are correct. But it's the best social media movement of all time, because it does exactly this. It's the perfect counter for the Russian style of propaganda, which is kind of this fire hose of falsehood. So high volume, kind of a fire hose of bullshit, and they try to kind of drown you in their narratives. And what previously it was effective, because everybody was trying to debunk or fact check these arguments or claims, and when they were finished with that, the Russian disinformation machinery was already pushing something else. So it was way too slow. All this debunking and fact checking, it was way too slow. And then came NAFO, which ridiculed the messenger. I would say that this is the essence of NAFO. Of course, there are many functions for NAFO, but it's one of the main functions is to ridicule the messenger. So, for example, if Russian embassy tweets something, even if it's usually it's fake news or disinformation, then the NAFO army comes in and kind of ridicules the whole message and the messenger. So this has reduced the effectiveness of this propaganda style a lot. So this is why I like NAFO so much, because they are relentless. They are the movement is huge, so it's always active, and it's extremely reactive. It's fast. So I was giving a speech or doing an interview at the NAFO summit, and I called it like the tourniquet of this information. So when you have for example, if you are being shot at the front and you get a big wound, you need to do first aid. So you put a tourniquet and stop the blood loss and so on. So I feel like NAFO does that. So it puts the tourniquet on, and then the fact checkers, those who actually know what's going on and have investigated, then they can do the actual so-called operation that, for example, a doctor would do in a field hospital. So yeah, I feel like NAFO has been a very effective weapon against Russian disinformation in that sense. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Pekka. Would you like to come back on that Ukraine war update?
Oh yeah, the only thing that I'm going to say that it is, Pekka definitely answered my question, right? And yeah, I love NAPO. Guys are awesome. It does make sense, but you know, my only concern with that, right? Because NAPO has this name to it, right? It has a facade of an organization, and we already see some of the really silly things that, you know, pro-Russian trolls and even some of the pro-Russian Western officials, right? You know, trying to target NAFO, and there's some, you know, things like, oh yeah, it's sponsored by CIA, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, my thing would be, it's not my thing, right? But I guess, is there a way to, yeah, there's really not much to it to add, right? You know, what I would like to see is what NAPO does to be even more widespread at an individual level, you know, as a grassroots movement, right? Because at that point, it's going to be so decentralized without necessarily, you know, the NAPO stamp, which is great, right? But then I feel it would be even more effective because you cannot really counter, you know, grassroots movements when everybody does the same thing, which obviously would be difficult to coordinate. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Chris Windley, you have joined us on the panel. You have your hand up. Do you have a question or comment for Pekka?
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Hello, Pekka. I just have a quick question. Pekka, one of the things that one of the companies I'm involved in does is build security operations centers, and for the first time, we were asked to provide an application that monitors misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. And as it happened, at the recent expo in London, I was introduced to a Ukrainian company called, I don't know how to pronounce it actually, Osavul, OSAVUL, which is a startup from Ukraine that is basically focused on this area. I wondered if you had any experience of such tools, if you like, and if you had any comments. So it's AI-powered security against information threats.
Yeah, I've discussed with some people who are in this field, but I don't have personal experience. Maybe if you do, or maybe if you know these people, you can send me a message or like a DM, and we can discuss it further. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Actually, I DM'd you the website, Pekka, and we can, if you want to respond to that, we can chat about it. Thank you for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Pekka, I have a question from one of our listeners who chose not to come up but sent it to me in a direct message. So I'll just briefly say what he or she, I don't remember, was saying. The question is really about the Russian, what appears to be Russian disinformation, the attempt to draw a comparison between Ukraine and Israel, with the idea being that, one, Ukraine is the most corrupt country in the world. This is an old old trope of theirs, but that now that Israel needs support, that we need to withdraw aid from Ukraine in order to support Israel.
So yeah, I saw a quite viral tweet before I joined the space, that somebody said that the aid should be forwarded towards, or people towards Israel. So there's going to be probably this message will be probably promoted quite a bit in the near future. And I mean, I feel like, for example, United States has supported Israel since it's been like, well, since forever. Let's put it like that. And I don't see why that would change now. And I feel like the aid to Ukraine and aid to Israel, they are two different things, and they should be kind of discussed as such. Mixing up the two things will definitely be something that the Russian disinformation machinery will try to utilize in the following days and weeks. So they try to kind of pivot the focus to Israel. And yeah, it's we will see a lot of that. That's my prediction, at least.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, Alex has his hand up. Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, like Israel and Ukraine needs very different assistance. Actually, I'm not sure. Like Israel probably does need assistance, but like in terms of sending the carrier and airplanes, and Israel gets assistance that Ukraine doesn't get, and vice versa. Israel probably doesn't need M777 rounds. So I'm not sure. On the other hand, by helping Ukraine and by deactivating Russia, we're really helping Israel. But yeah, I'm not part of that debate, so it's probably moot point. Will they try to use it? They probably will, but we'll see what happens. For one, they do not now have a very strong, the argument that U.S. doesn't have money for Ukraine will not work anymore, because now they need to find money for Israel and way more. So, like, we'll see. It could be, but at the same time, it looks like they are willing to use anything. My question is, you are talking about NIFO or NAFO. Okay, you know what? I'll better articulate my question and come back. It's gone. Sorry.
All right,
That's
no
okay.
worries.
No.
Take your time. I'll be here for 25 minutes more. Maybe to continue on NAFO a little bit. It's we can safely say that the so-called Vatnik sphere, the pro-Kremlin propagandists, they absolutely hate NAFO because it's quite effective, and it's this fight fire with fire approach. And what also makes them probably frustrated is the decentralized nature of NAFO. So there are no leaders, and there shouldn't be leaders. As soon as you put leaders into this type of activities, they will be character assassinated. They will be attacked. If there's nothing bad to say about them, they will make something up. I mean, I would imagine that if at some point anyone from NAFO becomes prominent or kind of prominent enough, or someone who's recognized, they will try to attack them, and that, I think they already have attacked Kama, who's sort of the founder of the movement, but still kind of wants to detach himself from any kind of leadership position, as he should. So yeah, so I guess my point is that these people, Kremlin propagandists, they absolutely hate NAFO because it's very difficult to counter and attack them.
Yeah, I agree. It is, isn't it? And when they use that, like you say, fight fire with fire, in other words, use nonsense for nonsense and just ridicule them. I think it is very effective. And I find it interesting that I see the accounts on NAFO that do best are those that are not emotionally having an emotional reaction, who somehow have the ability to maybe take that little step back and just ridicule them and ridicule the nonsense that the Russians come out with. I think that's a very interesting point. And also what you were saying about NAFO, them trying to attack NAFO, I believe there's been quite a lot of people trying to infiltrate NAFO also. They pretend to be fake fellas. Can you speak to that at all, Pekka?
Yeah, definitely there, and there's always people who have. There will always be people who have infiltrated NAFO, and many of them may act just like regular NAFO activists for a long time until something happens. So we've already seen this. So people kind of get in the group and they do what the group usually does, and then they start pushing something controversial or something that will might divide the group. So for example, I mean, of course, the events in Israel have been kind of a divider in some sense. So there are people who support Palestine. There are some people who support Israel in many ways. But I feel like the focus of NAFO should be on Ukraine, and that's basically where we all agree. But of course, any big movement, I mean, NAFO is something like 140,000 people at least. That's like the minimum. Of course, there's going to be some infighting. Of course, there's going to be people who disagree with each other. Of course, there's going to be people who might be difficult to kind of communicate with. So I think as long as we as individuals focus on what we can do for Ukraine, everything's going to be fine, and we shouldn't focus too much on the drama. I always say that drama kills all progress. So if we start this infighting process and kind of focus on blaming each other for stuff, then that's the end of NAFO. But I don't really see that happening, at least in the near future.
Thank you. Yes, I hope you're right. Alex, you have your hand up. Did you manage to formulate your question now?
Yes. My question was about, well, first I wanted to recheck if you guys had this information too. There is kibbutz Kfar Aza in south of Israel, and it looks like they found 200 bodies out of 700 people living in the kibbutz. And among the found bodies, there are 40 kids, including the ones beheaded, kids and infants. Is this, I mean, if this is true, this is horrible. It's, is there a way to, and if this is propaganda, this is horrible too.
Alex, it is showing up on Reuters. I just did a check, so I think this is unfortunately, it sounds like it's valid news.
Yeah, and coming back to NAFO and trying to, you know, it is hard to focus on you. We are talking about terror axis. So do you attack it from Ukraine or do you attack it from Israel? Your enemy is the same. It's terror. And I see honestly no difference which angle you attack it from. It needs to be destroyed. That's kind of bottom line. Thank you.
Yeah, I partly agree. I mean, I feel like it can be two different fronts, but I guess my kind of battle is against disinformation and propaganda, information operations. So yeah, of course, each of these fronts have their own narratives and own kind of machines that produce propaganda, but they are also intertwined. So, well, yeah. But yeah, I mean, for this type of, as I said already, these breaking news, these brutal events, they create this very strong emotional reaction in most of us, and this is also all the disinformation and fake news and all these fake narratives also play on this same level. So for many, if you want to put yourself in the Botnik shoes for a while, many of the stories, fake stories, made up stories coming from the Russian the propaganda machinery, they can create the same emotional reaction in these people that you have when you read about this beheaded or like children killed in Israel. And so it's the emotional reaction and also this kind of rage they can also invoke in a person. It's also how this information works, and it's very effective, even when the information itself is false.
Yes, certainly it's all too effective, unfortunately, and I think at the end of the day that's because we're human beings, and if you are a good human being then you're going to be affected by that. I think that's why it is also important to say to people that you can take a step back. It is okay to take a step back and to take a break, and just to be really, really careful of the sources that you follow, and read Pekka's threads. Also, Pekka, you have, I believe, all those Vatnik soups on a website now, so people can go there and look at them also.
Yeah, so you can go to vatniksoup.com. Everything is absolutely free. Yeah, just to say, everything that I will produce everything will be free. I do everything on a voluntary basis, and it's still kind of a hobby to me. I enjoy doing it, even though the topics can be quite grim. But yeah, go to vatniksoup.com and there's a pretty good search. So if you feel like somebody should be covered on Vatnik Soup, you can check if I've already written about these people or different narratives. And if not, then you can send me a message and I can take a look. So I get quite a few messages every day, so it might take some time for me to reply, but I will eventually reply to every message. And it's an ongoing project, so I don't really have any time frame. I just write whenever I have time, and I don't really. Well, now I think we're now at around 232 or 33 soups, but I think we'll probably reach 300 easily, maybe even more.
And unfortunately, there are a lot of Vatniks to choose from these days, aren't there?
Endless amount.
So Pekka, this may be a silly question, if you've addressed it 100 times already, you can just say forget it. But why soup? How did you? It's a wonderful title, it really is. But how did you come up with that?
It was suggested to me by a Twitter user maybe 2 weeks after I started publishing. That this person commented, oh, you should put a name on this. It's you need a name so people can search with the hashtag, and he suggested Vatnik Soup, and I think it kind of sounded good. The account doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, but yeah, that's how it started. So first I was just using the hashtag Vatnik, and then came Vatnik Soup, and that's how I came, or I picked the name.
Thank you. It's a great name. It's so it was a good choice. Okay, we have a couple of hands. Ukraine war update, and then G-Man. Go ahead, Ukraine.
Thanks, Robin. Hey, so question for you, Pekka. How do you prioritize who to write about and when to write about? Because I mean, you post extensive amount of information. There's a lot of research that's you put into it, and you really expose those people, right? Is this what? How do you prioritize? I guess that's the question of who to write about. Thanks.
I guess it's just personal interest usually. So what I find interesting to research or investigate. Of course, there's some topics that are very timely that just needs to be like this Iran, Russia, Hamas, Hezbollah connection. I felt like something needs to be said about it. And I said at the beginning of this segment that I'm not expert on that area, but I consider myself some kind of expert on Russian disinformation and how they work, and how they kind of try to they have their tentacles in many places. So I thought I would write about this, and but usually if I just read, for example, if I read I read a tweet from Donald Trump Jr. and I was thinking, okay, this is just like Master Botnik that needs to be talked about. And then I start writing and doing research. I start going through news articles, and then maybe a week or a couple of weeks later, I have a soup ready. But also we have open source investigation team called the Unintelligence Agency, and we also discuss a lot about targets of our investigation and when we could maybe kind of publish a report on these individuals or groups. So yeah, but ultimately it's just me being extremely interested about a topic or a person and then writing about it.
Thank you, Becca. Okay, G-Man, go ahead, please.
This might seem like a really basic or silly question, but anyway, what's the difference in a vatnik and a tanky, or are the terms synonymous?
That's a good question. I mean, well, to me, vatnik is somebody who supports and or spreads Kremlin propaganda. That's a vatnik to me. I think some maybe tankies refer to left-wing actors or communists. Is there anybody who can maybe somebody can answer this better, because I've also seen tanky thrown around, but I'm not 100% sure on the definition of tanky.
I had asked Doman about this. Let me see, G-Man, do you have an answer to that first?
Well, I think in a way I partly do. I mean, my imitation of my sort of tribute to Pekka, imitation is the best form of flattery and all that, is I sometimes will send a thread out the same as his, and I call mine tanky tears. Now, I had never heard of tanky before before the full-scale invasion. But the term's been around for years, and it effectively means someone who originally probably were left-wing in Europe, but someone who really supports the Soviet Union or in now Russia. Tanky, i.e., they support the tanks coming into Czechoslovakia, even though whatever, or wherever the tanks came. And so, to me, they're sort of synonymous. There may be some subtle differences that I'm not aware of it, but tanky could be a left-wing person or a right-wing person, and at the end of the day, so could a vatnik. It basically, if they're supporting Russia or supporting Russian agendas and propaganda, or spreading it, then either term for me works. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
Thanks, G-Man. From what I understand, the word Vatnik originally meant a Russian who, the Vatniks, I think that came up during the invasion of Crimea because the Russian invaders who were not wearing uniforms were wearing these cheap jackets with cotton batting in them instead of you know what, Yuri is, I think he's Ukrainian. He can probably explain this better than I am. Let's go over to you for a minute, Yuri.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm from Russia originally. I left last year, but it's not relevant. Vatnik is a term that originated around 12, when a webcomic depicting a padded jacket with a hobo facial feature. I believe I have posted already a link to Quora. It's my answer to the issue. Essentially, Vatnik is an ardent flag-waving patriot of Russia, and not the country, but rather its authority. So they will unquestionably approve anything that authority says, and they will promote these views, no matter how it misaligned with the reality. So Vatniks are also the people who prefer IFF, friend-foe identification, above the primary good and evil notions. One thing that is very typical for today's Vatniks and those who approve the war in Russia is that they are ardent, not just ardent flag wavers, but they are also ardent TV viewers. And since 2014, or even a little bit earlier, Russian TV switched to a war propaganda mode, full scale. And they have really imprinted their ideas into the brains of TV viewers. I can see that by some of my relatives, unfortunately, because they were very, responsive to propaganda initially, and just a couple of years before, I've seen them looking into television screen, though they were mesmerized, completely hypnotized. They were listening to screaming Olga Skabeva, and they were listening to Solovyov, and they were repeating everything they have said as an utter truth. And they do believe so sometimes. Sometimes they don't, but still promote it. What is the problem with them is that it is a kind of addiction, and I have understand some time ago that this kind of drug addiction has a specific drug. It is self-complacency. Self-complacency that covers the lack of self-respect in Russia. I think I'm through. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going to throw one other thing. We have wonderful listeners. I just got a bunch of DMs about this. Tanky, I remember this now. Domin explained this. Tanky originally came from people who supported when the USSR was sending tanks into Warsaw Pact countries. They were not Russians, but people who supported that oppression. So that was where Tanky comes from, having to do with welcoming the tanks. Get back to you, Pekka.
So yeah, maybe if there's one more question, I can answer, and then I can do my final summarization. So if there's any questions, so we can have one more.
Thank you, Pekka. Yes, I just have something, maybe not necessarily, well, I suppose it is a question. Just from reading through your Vatnik soup from yesterday, and this is something that I've also considered myself, about Russia trying to promote themselves as some kind of mediator in the Israel and Palestine issue, and then spread propaganda about how they wanted peace in Ukraine all along, and that Ukraine doesn't want this. I find this particularly interesting because something that I noticed before this happened is Russia coming out and saying that we've been trying to have peace just quite recently, really, in the last couple of weeks. I wonder if you could comment on that at all.
Yeah, I wrote about it briefly. So what Russia is trying to do right now, as you said, they're trying to make themselves appear as as a country that wants peace, that wants to be a mediator also in this Middle East situation. But we can always kind of remind ourselves that they were involved in Syria. They were killing a lot of civilians in Syria, and now we have to also remind ourselves that Russia started talking about ceasefire and peace in Ukraine after they annexed the 4 oblasts, Ukrainian oblasts. So after Putin said that Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, Donetsk, Luhansk are in fact Russia, part of Russia, and Crimea, of course. This is when their kind of willingness to have peace and or ceasefire kind of it started after that. Before that, not so much. Most of the negotiations and around the first months of the war, if I remember correctly, there wasn't any willingness to have any kind of peace or ceasefire. And another thing that we have to remember is it comes from way back from the Chechen War. So the first Chechen War, after that, they signed a ceasefire, and Russia used this time to regroup, to kind of strengthen their military, and then came the second Chechen War, and they absolutely demolished Grozny, and they just destroyed the Chechens. So never trust Russians when it comes to ceasefires or peace, and even if they try to kind of promote themselves as these negotiators or mediators, it's a lie. It's just something that they want to promote to basically to countries in the global south. So they want to frame it so that it's NATO that and the West that wants the war. It's Ukraine who wants the war, but us Russians, we want peace everywhere, and it's just a silly narrative, and it's based on lies.
Thank you so much. Kerry, you've come up to the panel. Pekka's about to leave us very shortly. Do you have a question for him?
It's a very quick one, Tracy. Hi, Tracy and Robin. Thanks very much, Pekka. You may well have talked about this already, Pekka, and I might have missed it. And I'm sure you might have covered it at the beginning of when you were on. But any fallout from Elon Musk from your perspective? I understand that you've actually changed his intention of how he's going to run the site so he can avoid this, from his perspective, unwanted attention. Well done.
I don't think there's going to be any reaction. He once indirectly commented on the stuff that I have written about him, but I don't think he wants to engage, because then it kind of puts the spotlight on him. And before publishing the Elon Musk soup, I sent him a message that, like, we can have a conversation, we can do an interview or whatever, however you want to do it. But he never replied, and he probably never will, because it would. The thing is that he doesn't want to probably be seen in a bad light on the platform. He doesn't care what the so-called mainstream media writes about him, but he doesn't want to be seen as kind of a bad person on X/Twitter. So that's why he doesn't engage. That's my theory. I may be wrong, but maybe he just doesn't give a damn about somebody who's not really any famous in any way. But I think at this point he probably knows what's going on in the thread, because it has 33 million views. But I don't think he's gonna comment on any of this.
Thank you, Kerry. Thank you, Pekka. And Axel, you are joining us on the panel. Welcome back.
Good evening. Hello, hello again.
Good evening, Axel. Pekka, would you like to go and do your roundup now? Are you ready to do that?
Yeah, sure. Just a quick reminder to everyone that the first week will be crazy in terms of disinformation when it comes to the situation in Israel. Naturally, we will get much less information coming from Ukraine, unfortunately. But I just want to remind everyone to keep Ukraine in mind. Find your favorite charity. Mirya is a really good one, MriyaAid, and donate, because it's now more important than ever to keep the ball rolling, and so that we can. Our goal is to Ukraine to win as soon as possible. Ukraine will win. Like whatever, they will win eventually, but of course we want to see them win as soon as possible, so that we can prevent all this mindless killing and bombing of civilians and destruction of the country. So don't forget to keep Ukraine in your mind, and do whatever you can do to help them. And that's how I conclude this space. It's been great. Thanks for all the great questions.
Thank you so much, Pekka, for joining us. It's been an absolutely wonderful afternoon, and we obviously really appreciate your time, and we understand your time is very valuable, and your work is absolutely fantastic. So thank you once again for joining us.
And we'll see you soon again, right, Pekka? When is your next segment up?
Yeah, so today is Tuesday. I'll be on Friday, starting at 1 p.m. Kyiv time. So stop by, and I hope you come and ask good questions again.
Perfect European lunchtime for everyone on their way. Rather than having a heavy Friday lunch, take a light one. Go out into the park, put in your, say, AirPods, whatever, listening at MriyaReport, and have a word with Pekka. Thank you very much. Kiitos, Pekka. Excellent. Tracy, I can see Peter Hesley, who's bumping up and down and up. He's hopping up and down. I don't know. He's either in a car and coasting from there, or on a bike coasting from there, sitting in a pub coasting from there, running around a conference and coasting from there, or he's bumping up and down. I don't know what's going on with this Hesley. Or has he been on a train?
Well, I think he certainly has more energy than I do, Axel. But I think, yes, maybe he's bumping up and down because it's my turn to just bump off now. So I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody for joining us, and thank you for all the great questions. And please retweet the space. And if you are able to, as Pekka says, please do donate to your trusted Ukrainian charities. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Very much appreciated. And with that, we say good evening to Mr. Headley.
Good evening. I am here. I just had to recycle again because I came up and lost Pekka's sound completely. So there seems to we had a few sound issues earlier on.
Did the locomotive lose some steam?
Well, it may have done. I don't know. But I'm sitting in my front room. I'm not actually on a train, although I do frequently do such things. I was actually on a train yesterday. But yes. But at the moment, things are calm, and we're just sitting at home. So no trains for today, as far as I'm aware.
Well, then we are in the right mood now in order to say review carefully what has, percolated through the news today. And aside from everything else which people have been discussing already today, we've had Pekka just now on a 2-hour plus segment on disinformation and Russian Vatniks, as well as, of course, disinformation appearing in regard to Hamas and the war created by Iran, Russia, and Hamas in Israel. But we are, of course, mindful of the fact that the war goes all along the Eastern Front, from Ukraine onwards also to the north. And today we've had an event there, and we'll be talking about it in a few minutes with yet another Finn joining us. The interesting thing is we're very lucky that a friend of the space, Chuck Farah, has a long-standing friend, a smooth operator, Paolo Vesterinen, and he will join us in about 10 minutes from now, so we can prepare a little bit as to what has happened on Earth today in the Baltic Sea in terms of data which emanated from a weekend event where somebody just simply had a little look-see as to how to damage a pipeline and a cable. Now, who on earth, Peter, could that be?
Well, I think the evidence clearly points to the Solomon Islands, don't you?
That's true. That's exactly right. Perfect. 110 points, Peter. Bang. Well done.
Just wait for all the plethora of all possible manner of people who could have been responsible. Anybody except Russia, of course, who would never do a thing like that, would they?
No, not at all. I mean, evidently we've heard already earlier today that this definitely is yet another deflection, and that this is evidently a false flag operation, which must have been either construed by Poland or Ukraine, for that matter.
Yeah, or even a yacht hired from Gdansk by 3 drunk Spaniards who were surreptitiously part of the Ukrainian Secret Service or whatever weaponized mosquitoes they reckon.
But we're not trying to derogate all Spaniards, only those 3 drunk ones there at the, gate.
I just plucked them from randomly from nowhere because that's the sort of thing that gets inserted into the information space just to muddy the water.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Nothing against Spain. Nothing against Spain. There are plenty of other drunk possible nationalities who could all equally have been responsible, especially the Welsh. We haven't heard from them recently.
Yeah, there is a Welsh sapper and a frogman currently hiding, as we all know. But then again, we also have Chris Windley here on the panel with us who could talk about what the Navy normally does in this regard. But evidently, what's happening in the Baltic Sea is yet another infrastructure asset being impaired, destroyed, and NATO partners being contested. So we'll talk about this in a little bit of detail. Let me just add something to the title and post one thing. Peter, over to you for a second.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, this came up this afternoon, I think, while I was hosting this afternoon as well, and while I was doing it, this announcement was going to be made by the Finnish Prime Minister, I think, and then it got delayed from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock or something like that. Maybe they didn't know what they were going to say, and then suddenly the President of Finland posted something on his Twitter line, which initially was only in Finnish, which kind of flummoxed me because it was a screenshot, so I couldn't highlight it and translate it. Somebody then managed to translate it into English, and it basically said there has been an incident, and it appears to be an external sort of interference, i.e. sabotage, but they were very calm about jumping to any conclusions or blaming anybody. So we don't know. What was not clear is when this event actually happened. Apparently, what it seems to be is so this is, sorry for people who are not up on this story because it's moving quite fast. This is a gas and pipeline and a telecommunication pipe cable which runs, I think, together, i.e. next to each other, under the sea, effectively from Finland to Estonia. I assume I don't know which way the gas flows, but probably from Estonia to
It actually
Finland.
comes from the gas comes from currently Latvian storage across the pipeline, and it's only supplemental for the needs of Finland because at the moment Finland does not need it, so there is no immediate impact, and the security is there. But still, the connector is there because Finland procures most of its natural gas currently from a floating terminal. So there's LNG coming into the country, and therefore this connector is a supplementary or secondary route and very important as a backup.
Right, that makes sense. Yes, the LNG, like a lot of the countries, they've sort of diversified into LNG a lot from the States. What wasn't clear to me is though when this event actually occurred. From what you've just said, the event seems to have occurred over the weekend.
Yes, and the interesting thing in that regard is that we now have data. Until a little earlier today, and I was about to wait for our guests to join us, but we can maybe already highlight this, that whilst seismologists from both Estonia as well as Finland, respectively those in Estonia reading the Finnish data, had not seen a classic threshold being crossed, and therefore no signal in the array, the slightly more comprehensive and sensitive analysis from NORSAR, another independent seismic analysis team in Norway, says that at about 1:20 local time during the night from Saturday to Sunday, a slight explosion close to 1.0 on the seismic scale has been detected, which would go hand in hand with the news of the press conference today, where it was clearly stated that this is not a leakage or a simple small leak, and it's not something which could have been done just by means of, so to say, something hitting the pipeline or some humans just, or something being dropped onto it. No, not at all. This had to be done by significant impact and therefore human mechanical or other means. And if there is a very small scale explosion measured, and this is what we're going to discuss with our guest, Pano Westerlin, that would evidently point to people who know exactly what they're doing with smaller shaped charges.
Yeah, that all sounds highly plausible. I did see a message that a specific named Russian cable laying vessel had been hovering over this pipeline for a large part of the summer. So whether that's coincidence or whether that's something to do with it, well, we can only guess. But I can't remember the name of the vessel, but it was quoted earlier on.
Sibirsky.
But I guess. Right. Okay. I guess more info will come out in due course. But what I hadn't picked up was this is actually an event which happened over the weekend, which again sort of, Putin's birthday, this event that happened, horrible event that happened in Israel. It's all smacks of distraction and desperation and trying to remove the focus away from where it is at Ukraine. Anyway, yes, interesting.
I'm just chatting with our upcoming guest. Give me a minute, please.
Yep. Okay. No problem. Yes, we have a guest coming on. I haven't been told much, but he has a Finnish name, which I can't remember off the top of my head, which we will get to in a moment. I have been told he has an interesting background, and he's a friend of Chuck Farrer's, so therefore his background is likely to be sort of clandestine, underwater, special services, something like that. Who knows? I've no idea. I have no more information. But when Chuck Farrer says something is interesting, I would usually pay attention. For those of you who don't listen in regularly to Chuck, he is on this space pretty regularly on Tuesday and Thursday nights, usually with Alan Brewer, and gives a sort of comprehensive military assessment of the latest developments of Ukraine and of the war, Russia's war in Ukraine, and has some absolutely astonishing military insights, which are way beyond me. Not only in what's happening on the ground, but in the sort of big picture of the way things are going, and who is really winning, and what you consider to be elements of victory and elements of failure. And the big picture is that in many respects, Russia has already suffered a whole catalogue of what in effect are seismic failures and defeats. They are the fact that NATO and Finland have joined or are joining NATO, which is a massive strategic failure for Russia. Another one is that an economy is now completely subjugated under China, or at least China and India, upon whom the Russians are entirely dependent for their energy supplies, because they've lost their markets in the West, which were more than 80% of their business. Gazprom and that are in a right mess at the moment. And another one is the situation in the Black Sea, where Russia, for the first time in something like 200 years, has effectively lost control of the Western Black Sea, and it's unlikely they'll be getting that back. They cannot sail their boats there now. They seem to be unable to do what they said they would do, and hit ships going to Ukrainian ports. Their air defences on Crimea are steadily being eroded. As we've seen, the Black Sea Fleet is coming under attack. The headquarters probably doesn't exist anymore. It really is a complete mess for them. And one can only hope that it continues in that direction. Anyway, we don't have any hands up, so I will just take this opportunity to say that we are MriyaReport. We are the world's only 24/7 Twitter space, and we are here in support of Ukraine and against Russia's invasion of their country, and doing what we can to disinfect the information space, which is heavily polluted by Russian narratives, nonsense propaganda, and absolute BS, basically. And the other thing that we are doing is raising money for non-lethal aid for Ukrainians currently demining equipment. So if you are able to contribute, please do. You can do that via MriyaReport.org. And we have guest speakers on from time to time. We have regular slots and a variety of different co-hosts with different experience, commenting on all manner of news, updates and analysis from the war in Ukraine and related issues. So please do, if you can, retweet the space, tell your friends about it, listen as much as you can, and you're welcome to come up and comment. If you would like to comment, all you need to do is send in a speaker request, and then once you've been made a speaker, we can only have 10 of those at one time, and you put your hand up, and then we'll come to you, usually in order, and we're usually happy to let you have your say and make the conversation as engaging as possible.
All
So
righty,
right now,
and I can see, Peter, thank you very much for that. I can see that our guest and friend of Chuck Farris, Panu Westerlin, has already joined. Terve, Panu.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us, also at short notice. Very much appreciated. Peter, my colleague Peter Hederlin, and I are very, very glad that you're taking the time on such an eventful day. If not, well, we are at a seminal moment anyway, with what is going on currently in Israel, but at the same time, the ongoing war in Ukraine looms large. And when you, Chuck, and I spoke a little earlier, we really wanted to highlight what on earth is going on in the Gulf of Finland, because this is no small means and no small matter.
Yes, you're right about that. If I would directly go to one interesting question, because I heard that you covered the case quite well before I joined you. So my question would be, what is the aim? Because the gas pipeline interruption or the hole there, it doesn't affect Finland's need of gas, and then the data cable connection, it doesn't affect Finland's, at least Finland's connections to internet, because we have several places. So I have been thinking about that. So I have one theory about this, but do we start with this theory, or do you have any special questions?
Let's go right to that, because it's the key element, and thanks for highlighting this.
Yes. Well, actually, I have to go bit further to the history. When the war began in Finland, after the war, quite often during the last 18 months, there has been different kind of disruptions with our national railroads. There has been cables cut. There has been difficulties with electricity feeding, meaning that trains have stopped, and there has been situation where the transportation by buses has been arranged because trains can't take the passengers, and all kinds of other things. For example, these information screens have been given wrong information, and so on. So I've been thinking for a while that what could be the reason for this, and I have to explain a bit. Finland is one of the leading countries when we talk about critical infrastructure protection and resilience. So, for example, we have had this National Emergency Supply Agency for decades. From 60s or 50s they began, and they have been working with our critical infrastructure, preparing them for nature disruptions, storms, what wars, different kind of crises, and I've come to the conclusion that what's the idea for the enemy? Let's call this nation state, as it has been mentioned in some of the discussions today. This nation state doing this disruption for the national railroads, and also today, or was it Sunday morning, early morning, when they created that hole in the gas pipeline, and also disrupted or disconnected that one data connection cable. If I would be the enemy, I would think that, okay, this is one of the countries, and as an enemy nation state, we have our plans for different kind of crises. We have been planning them for decades. We have been reading, learning about this target country. Let's call it Finland now, because I'm talking about Finland. And all these decades, there have been different kind of plans for different kind of situations. And then, of course, the enemy knows how Finland has been preparing itself, doing all these national resilience preparations through our National Emergency Supply Agency and companies that provide critical infrastructure. So they know that, okay, Finland can cope different kind of situation when critical infrastructure is damaged, or service is interrupted. Well, what's the idea to cause this kind of small disruption for trains, disruption for gas pipeline, which is actually not important, at least at the moment, or this one data cable connection? Well, I've been thinking for these 18 months, and I come to the conclusion that, well, the enemy is not stupid. They may be brutal. They may be brutal in violating and creating war crimes, or fulfilling war crimes in their war zones. But they are intelligent people, and this is not. I'm not talking for them, but you have to always respect the enemy. You don't survive if you think that the enemy is stupid. So all these preparations, from my point of view, or my conclusion, is that since they know that this country, target country Finland, can cope and we can repair if some interruption is done to our critical infrastructure, so they are checking how do we react. What are the companies who do the maintenance, repairing, who contacts who, what kind of communication systems are used, who is in charge of something, who is in charge of other things. So that way they can find those who repair and maintain and make plans to disrupt or what's the word, cause damage to these people who are in these important positions of maintaining and investigating. Yes, they are testing. That's my point of view.
They're identifying who repairs. They're identifying the people. They're trying to be able to put them onto lists so that in case of need, they can take them out at their private homesteads and the likes.
Yes, during Cold War there were these secret plans. I think you have heard they were in the news in the 80s and 90s that the same enemy had plans to find out all the fighter plane pilots, and if needed they would try to kill those pilots so planes would not take off when the crisis or war would begin. So it's kind of the old Cold War plan, just moved to a new time and a new era.
Yeah, nothing ever changes because when Russians went onto their full-scale invasion into Ukraine, as we know, they had kill lists of at least 70,000 individuals they wanted to take care of right away when taking over the government. The decapitation strike they attempted to, albeit that it was useless, and the execution was bad. Unfortunately, the Ukrainians had created their own Potemkin villages so that the Russians would fall for it. But still, they wanted to kill local leaders and the likes. And in Donbass and in those territories which they managed to capture, they did exactly that. Whereas in the West, they would probably have to do it whilst they're in attack. And they would have to use those Russians who are already in country, right?
Yes, you are right. NOx, as you call them.
Now, the existence of NOx has always been often disputed by the European press. It doesn't really matter whether it was left or centrist press, but it was always discarded as the paranoia of the intelligence officers and the likes. But we know that they exist because we've seen them act, right?
Yes, and again, the enemy is not stupid. They have planned their war games early. They entered Crimea 2014. They have had time to follow what will happen in different countries and international organizations, and they have had their people for decades. For example, in Poland and Sweden, there has been espionage cases where there has been Russians living for 20 years and working in that country, doing business, good profitable business, but still after 20 years they are spying.
Now, if we now cycle back to what we see here, they are going for that backup pipeline, which is essentially a secondary route. It is important, but it's more for capacity allocation for what happens during spikes and what happens, for example, if the LNG terminal were to be attacked. And this is the interesting thing. The floating LNG terminal is something which the Russians very well could attack if they wanted to attack Finland.
Yes, it would be probably quite.
And we now know that the pipeline is not safe, as we all knew before. And the cable from Elisa, meaning that's by the way, for everybody who's listening, this is Elisa, it's one of the telecoms operators, and the cable is much more important for Estonia's connection currently than it is for Finland. But still, that communication cable is just an indicator that this is exactly what they will be targeting. And we need to increase resilience, please.
Yes, yes, and actually referring what I said earlier, these depths has been so that I think it was 60 meters depth where the data cable was cut, and 70 meters depth where the gas pipeline was damaged. So you can understand that it's not a hobby diver who has done it; it has to be a nation state, and also this Gulf of Finland is one of the most frequently, or there's one of the most, it's one of the densest locations. There's so many vessels going all the time, so it's not easy to anchor your ship and start operating without being noticed. So it may have been underwater operation from the beginning.
Yeah, interestingly enough, there were two press conferences earlier today. One, obviously, by the Finnish Prime Minister, together with his, I think, the Rear Admiral of the Navy, Husko, and then he had, I think, the deputy head of the border guard with him there, as well as the cabinet minister or his deputy for energy.
Yes.
In Estonia, on the other hand, you had with Ms. Pevkur, someone who has always been in this business quite literally. And the interesting thing is he highlighted very specifically that the damage to the cable, where it was, in which depth, which your Finnish colleagues did not disclose. He also then said that the Baltic connector would run at the depth of about 100 meters. And he implied that now one has to search millimeter for millimeter, as he said, as to whether there is more to come.
Yes, yes, well said. And actually, I was coming to one point also that this data cable was cut in the exclusive economic area of Estonia, and this gas pipeline was damaged in the exclusive economic area of Finland. So, as I said, if someone or since the enemy did this, now they are following who is contacting who, how this investigation is prepared, how it is done, what kind of press conferences are done. So it gives also, again, different kind of understanding what will Estonia and Finland do and how the cooperation will go and who are the people in charge of this cooperation.
Yes, because the game is not the pipeline, not the cable per se, but the reaction to it, the handling of the crisis, who's informed. So everybody who currently works at Ellering and is in some shape or form engaged, anybody who has been traveling to Paldiski, all of these kind of things, what kind of communications have been ongoing, they'll try to tap into mobile phone systems and the likes, because they want to create a deeper and better understanding of theirs as to what they would have to do and what they have to contend with if they try to attack. Now, Estonia and Finland have both been hardening their systems in recent decades, and for good measure and for good reason. As you said, you spoke about the national emergency plans, which have gone even during the, shall we say, the later years of UKK of Mr. Kekkonen. You started in that regard, but technology
Yes.
came really to the forefront when Finland and Nokia started revolutionizing communication. I think Finland was one of the first nations actually starting to use GSM phones also for its police, but they found out relatively early that it could be freaked upon and they have to do something about it. How is
Yes.
Finland dealing with this threat in terms of communications?
Well, good question. And then,
I didn't
well,
bring you
a
up
lot-
for the easy questions, Padu.
yes, yes. Well, keeping in mind that we have been in that business for a long time, so we have been also in the business of defending and making those connections secure. So maybe that gives you the idea that there are quite a lot done, but of course it's difficult to go into details.
This was the second most evasive answer we've had on the space on this topic since Pekka Toveri avoided a question here. No, but it is of course clear. Finland had to, at a very early stage in what was the migration of communications to digital, contend with the attacks of the Russians, and had to sort of grow up very quickly in that regard, which is quite unique. The integration with NATO in that regard is quite significantly less of a challenge for Finland than for others it would be, right?
Yes, you're right.
Aha. Interesting. The thing is, we've heard. I mean, obviously, friends and colleagues, we all have heard about the quality of the Finnish communication systems, but also that you still roll out a good amount of cable along, say, the defensive lines in the east, looking towards the Russian threat. So Finland knows how to mix analog and, should we say, very difficult to track and trace data and such communication. Otherwise, resilience cannot be achieved. It has to be multi-layered, right?
Yes, you're right about that. Also, it has to be multi-layered. But one thing came to my mind is the internal threat. Do you want to talk about that a bit?
With pleasure, because it is vitally important.
Yes. Again, one thing that if Finnish communications are very well protected, Finnish national resilience is taken care of, what would an intelligence enemy try to find out? Again, it would try to find out those people who are involved and try to get into micing them, somehow getting them to turn their sides. Because if the technology works, it's difficult to disrupt, then the human factor inside the system is the next logical step. And what do you need for that is information to know who is in charge, who is doing what, to find out the right targets, or at least try to find those and try to reach them somehow.
Which brings us to the fact, what do we know about how Finland has dealt? I mean, what do we know in public about how Finland has dealt since the full-scale invasion with exactly that threat? Have there been many, say, sleepers and those who have been honey-trapped discovered, or is Lappi and Ranta still safe?
Well, often there's quite a lot of silence when our security service operates, but we are not a huge nation, about 5.5 million inhabitants here, and it's good. I would answer this way, that it's good that, let's talk about security or communications protection, the circles are quite small, so everybody knows almost everybody who is important. So that's good in a way if we think about defense. But on the other side, if we get one rotten apple, it may be very damaging. So you can understand that there has been precautions because of the risk that could take place if there would be a rotten apple in the wrong position.
So as always, military as well as civil counterintelligence in Finland, if you were in that field, this would probably drive you around the bend, because essentially you have to, how should I put this? In a relatively culturally homogeneous society such as Finland,
yes,
counterintelligence is a challenge, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and well, in all nations you have different kind of people who have different kind of opinions, and again, getting back to the fact that you have to respect the enemy. Enemy is never stupid, or if you think so, you have lost the game. So risks are always around, and there has been historically different kind of cases, but as I said, quite often they have been taken care of in silence. So there has not been much public discussion about those. But the risk is, and I would say that at the same time as we build those walls and we are careful about protecting our communication, we have to all the time, in all of the countries, Western countries, we have to always keep in our mind the fact that someone may end up in a situation where he wants, or then he does not have a chance to say no, and he's forced somehow to change sides.
That brings us to the point that now that Finland has joined NATO, and my friends and colleagues and all across, and we have even family members in Finland. So from Espoo to Lappeenranta, from Savonlinna down to Helsinki, everybody seems to be very content, very proud in having joined, and also relieved at the same time. But everybody takes it, it seems to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, as a natural consequence, and that Finland has arrived where it should be anyway, and where it can actually, based on its experience, give advice and lead. It's a very interesting thing. You don't normally admit someone as a new member and then find out that essentially, A, it's the biggest artillery force you have in Europe and in NATO. B, it has one of the most comprehensively educated, shall we say, sniper teams. You have some of the best mortar infantry you can find on this planet. And on a very regular basis, they succeed in competitions like cold response in Norway very effectively. So you have people who are willing to fight, who have been battle hardened, who have been serving in different missions, and who have the right kind of corps d'esprit. That is not normal for most of others, and therefore Finland comes in very much ready. How can we make this useful for the whole region as a security anchor, looking at what we experience now?
Well, first, thank you for your kind words and good notices. I would refer to our long border with Russia and our history during this Second World War. We have experienced difficult situation and times with Russia and Soviet Union. So that is the reason that we have not been able to let it be or think that okay, there will be peacetime. So that way we have been lucky that our defense forces have gotten all the resources and they have been able to develop their training in different fields, as you mentioned. But then I hope that through the cooperation, at least in the, let's say, Arctic area or Scandinavia, in this kind of environment, we will get a good chance to have these different kind of exercises and teach how we do our way, how our defense forces operate, how we train, and through that other NATO members can choose the best parts and maybe utilize them in their training in the future.
Now, it brings me to the other point. When now looking at your Finnish compatriots as well as the Estonians, and Estonian military intelligence tends to be quite snappy. What the game is. How do you think Finland and Estonia should react to this test? How NATO should react on the back of the data to this test?
Good question once again. Good thorough investigation, even it would take time. Just as our Prime Minister said that it's important to have the discussion and not to jump into conclusions and say who is the one to blame. But then when the information is hopefully found and we can attribute the enemy, so then I wish that there would be cooperation, of course, between Estonia and Finland, and I don't doubt that there would not be any difficulties in that. But then, of course, now we have been 6 months members of NATO, so of course NATO has already promised help in investigation and all that. But a joint statement sounds like a dull thing, but just to show, because I don't see, even though we could attribute the enemy, I don't yet see a good reason to start any kind of extra actions or whatever. Tools are not, I would say that they may not be the right tools to use, and that is because the enemy is intelligent. They are not stupid. They know what they can do and how far they can go, so that NATO can't do or will not do anything that could harm their situation.
So the typical reaction would be, in this case, then a proportional response. Unfortunately, but it makes sense. You first make sure that you can actually dispel all the narratives. It may help. We might get lucky, right? That the Nord Stream narrative of the Russians can be dispelled with the assistance of this, because yet again, a proper investigation delivers results, and the rationality behind the analysis of how this engineering-wise has come to be, who has the capabilities, who has the specific diving capacity, who has therefore the troops associated with it, and who could have done it at a point in time or in preparation for that point in time when it was exploded. That all then leads to one statement which one can make. You can then, as you said, attribute, and based on that, move on. But one has to tell the public that probably a few more members of Russian organizations will probably have to return home, right?
Yes, I suppose so. And again, the enemy knows how long investigation will take, how difficult it is to do, and how small possibilities they may be for unreal attribution. So then we have to think about psychological warfare, because Russians have been doing that for more than 100 years. So often this kind of things has also the psychological case or what factor. So you have to keep in mind that they know probably already what will happen, how it will happen. Then of course they will find out who is involved, collect those peoples and communications that may be in real case of crisis disrupted or disturbed. So reparations or investigations can take place, but they know that all nations, at least in the West, are following the situation. And again, investigation may be slow, result may not be coming at all, and still all the citizens of these, at least Baltic states or these, well, Finland and Sweden and all the nearby states are following, and then these citizens are thinking that okay, we are pretty sure who did it, but our authorities were not able to attribute that. So that causes once again some kind of psychological worry, and well, isn't that the meaning of psychological warfare in a way, to make enemy states or the target states citizens not so sure that okay, are we safe or not? Can the enemy do all kinds of things and we can't answer to those in real life?
That is very interesting. Panel, we have always a couple of questions from the audience. I warned you before, and we have a very interested audience. If you allow me, I would just hand it over. JD Knight, do you have a question for Panel and for our topic?
Well, yes. One thing is where I'm not really that familiar with this particular pipeline, other than I've read that it's part of a gas distribution network. What exactly does that do? Where is the gas coming from? And is there other underwater infrastructure in the Baltic that could be vulnerable? So that's pretty much my question.
Yes, well, thank you. That gas pipeline brings gas to Finland from Baltics, and as I said in the beginning, it doesn't affect our situation at the moment because we have been preparing to find other resources, and we have been also storing gas, and we have this big LNG vessel that is full of gas in Inko, which is west of Helsinki, the capital of Finland. Well, there is a lot of infrastructure in the sea, on the seabed. All kinds of things can be destroyed or disrupted. So, and we have to keep in mind that Nord Stream goes, or two pipelines go from Russia towards Germany, and Russia can maintain and use them in their as an excuse if they move in the seabed area. So if you think that there are a lot of cables and gas pipelines going from Finland to west to Baltics and Sweden, well, of course this Nord Stream doesn't connect or doesn't go over the lines, but it goes over all the lines between Estonia and Finland, or it's a kind of there's crossroads with those, so it's quite easy to do things if you want, and just, we are maintaining our our Nord Stream pipeline because we have the right. It's our pipeline. So there's a lot of things that can happen in seabed, and there has been happening these things in Norway, for example. Data connections in North Sea were cut, was it a year ago? So this is the way the enemy operates, and as I said, they are testing and looking what will happen and who will answer and who will be participating in repairs and maintenance and investigations.
So could I just add then to it? Is it possible, Pano, that whenever many people often are frustrated, superbly frustrated, that we don't publicly react heavily and heavy-handed or loudly, whatever you want to call it, but more often than not, is that we are very, very clear as to only give so much information out to the other side, and that we try to tamp down some of our reactions to the point that they can't really sense, hear, or see them, right?
Yes, you're right. It's always a question of what do we know, and if we have a capability of getting information or finding out things, you have to be careful and think first what could the enemy know and what they don't know, and we have to be very careful not to reveal our best skills by being too eager to say things in public.
Well, we are in a public forum here, Pano, so we have to be careful then. But, but we're not revealing sources and methods here. But evidently, I think the logic behind how the West, how open democracies, which have to defend freedom and can't act as insidiously authoritarian and secretive as, shall we say, Mordor, or in this case, the axis of evil, adversaries in Russia and their associates can act. We have to act a bit differently, but at the same time, we have to still secure our own. We have to secure our own nodes, networks, communications, our capabilities, as you just indicated. But at the same time, politically, at some point in time, we have to step out from the just calm response as well, right? Deterrence matters. Do you think that the next president of Finland will issue statements which are stronger than what a very respectable, don't get me wrong, a very respectable Mr. Niinistö has already made now in the last part of his reign?
I hope so, and I think that there is a good chance for that, because that president will be our first full-serving NATO membership time president. But also when you mentioned those things that we have to answer, and there's a point, this is also kind of a cat and mouse game. There is the enemy who does not have any rules. They can do all kinds of things and try to get other countries to reveal how they operate, what they know. So they, in their toolbox, they have much more tools to use, at least when we think that what can be revealed in public. So it's a difficult game, and as you said, there is some point or border where you have to become more stronger and say things. But where will that lead? It's interesting, and of course, as a NATO member, there has to be probably discussions also with NATO. I don't know how what kind of rules NATO has, but it's interesting. As I said, it's a psychological game. The other one can do almost not almost anything, but can do a lot. Just being careful not to be attributed. All people know who has done it, but then the target country or countries just have to be kind of a very, very careful in what they reveal and what they say of the facts that they have found out.
Okay, with that in mind, how do you rate the Finnish press, having covered this as well as previous Nord Stream and the migration of Finland in its massive support of Ukraine, albeit that I remember the first two press conferences where somebody from the defense ministry stood there, said, yes, we're going to deliver something.
Yes,
And that was
that is the
the end
Finnish.
of the sentence.
Yes, that is the Finnish way. I don't know how the other countries operate, but we have a long history. I sometimes think that maybe part of our well, authorities' way of being in public and giving statement must be due to our history, because we were a long time under the Swedish rule. In 1809 we became part of Russia, even though we were autonomic part of Russia, but still until we became independent 1917. So sometimes I've been thinking that maybe we have kind of a genetic heritage, that we are careful in what we say always. But I agree with you, it is funny, but it is just, as a Finn, it's quite understandable. We deliver, we don't need to tell what we deliver, because the recipient, meaning Ukraine, knows what they get and can use that. So what is the meaning of for us to go and tell everything that we have given? So I hope my answer somehow was understandable.
Oh, absolutely. I'm based in Tallinn, so as you can imagine.
Yes.
I
You know us.
I have a fair amount of respect for my Finnish friends. Absolutely. Let's go to our colleague Jens from Denmark. Jens, please.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I used to be tremendously annoyed by the differences in the approach that Germany and Denmark took to Nord Stream 2. But I think I see there's a trend in the same way when we saw missiles fall in, land in Poland, and drones land in Romania, that there seems to be at least a NATO trend that you don't, the first thing you do is point the finger at Russia and say, but it used to annoy me a little bit, but I understand why why you want to hold back a bit and think about the statements you make.
Yes, you're right, and one thought came to my mind when you mentioned these European countries. One thing that I've been also thinking is that, as a fact, in the world we have some 200 nations, and out of those nations, 10 to 15%, only 10 to 15% are democratic Western countries. So the rules are Western democracies, which I of course defend, and I'm part of, have this openness and or democracy and voting, and we don't have dictators in democracies. But then those countries that are the enemies, they have dictators and they don't have same kind of rules. So sometimes when I look at this situation, like this testing, as I call it, testing, and so it's like there would be some kind of a boxing fight, and the other one doesn't need to obey any rules, and the other one goes by the Olympic rules. If you get my point.
Yeah, although the Olympic rules are, I think, a gray zones too. But thank you.
Kitius, Altius, Fortius. Pardon. Now, let's do the following.
Yeah.
Typically, what happens when we have an interview, we introduce our speakers. You wouldn't believe. We tell them who they are and what they do. And as Chuck said, Pano is not only a good long-standing friend, he's a smooth operator with an interesting background. What can we say?
Well, let's keep it interesting. So I would say that I like to read, I like to study, I like to think, I like to find out the facts, but at the same time, I would think that neither my timing nor my locations are not always the best possible ones, but at the end, all goes well. So you could call me maybe Forrest Gump of Finland.
Well, somebody has to run, right?
Yes.
It's interesting that you said this, because when we had to previous Finnish guests, we have by the way, we have a great Finnish audience also. I mean, not everybody is currently here, but we have a number of regulars from Helsinki, from Espoo, and the likes who join us on a regular, regular basis. They highlighted how consistent the Finnish educated community who have served in the military have spread out and prepared for the accession to NATO. There were friends of ours who said that the first thing they came across when they served at the beginning of the 2000s was that, well, we'll need to make sure that we're ready for when it happens. That is more than 20 years ago. Pekka Toveri said here on this space that it was the logical consequence of engaging with Western aircraft and freeing themselves from the yoke of Russia. Jarmo Lindberg, your former head of the Air Force and Armed Forces, was here on our regular program on Sundays, the Doolittle Air Wing, where we talk about air things, and that was prior to him and Pekka both being elected into a parliament. And he stressed how meticulous the preparation of the armed forces was on all levels to be ready to defend not just Finland, but integrate with their neighbors, Sweden in this case, of course, very well integrated, but also compete with all the NATO forces to showcase that Finland is always ready. Can you talk a little bit about how this corps d'esprit has been built up?
Well, yes, all things you said are right, and of course, these people you mentioned are very well aware of the facts that took place. But because of the history, we have never had any kind of misunderstanding about what can happen when you are a neighbor of a big nation, which has, well, which is not a democracy. So all the planning took place and began in the 90s already, and quite early in the 2000s there were a lot of things that were totally compatible with NATO regulations. So we were preparing for that, and we had this funny clause of possibility to seek in our national defense reports, which were made was it every third year, but anyway there was always mentioning that we have the option to apply for NATO membership, even though it was more like words, but it kind of gave the possibility for the defense forces to do all the partnerships with NATO and do those exercises and prepare themselves to be ready if needed. And by the way, when you mentioned this one thought came to my mind. Finland in the process of doing this defense cooperation agreement bilateral with United States, and it has been also developing, and I'm not sure how soon it will. But that may be also one reason why we have had a lot of these denial of service attacks during the last weeks, for example. And also this pipeline thing may have a connection to that maybe the enemy wants to show that, okay, we can still harm you even though you are negotiating this agreement, because it's a important agreement and it will kind of fulfill a lot of this work that has been done during the last 2.5 decades. So that's very important for Finland to fulfill that agreement and get that agreement. I don't know the details, what kind of there will be, but still that's something that I wanted to mention, and I actually forgot that in the beginning. So that's one of the reasons that there must be some extra interest in our neighbor towards our situation and what is happening here.
Yeah, I think by now Russia knows that Finland is the key to their future in the north, and if they can't contest Finland, then they have actually no real security for their northern fleet. They have no capability of projecting power along the whole front line from both what is the Arctic Sea or the White Sea down to what is the Ukrainian border, because they can't defend. A counterattack against Russia would eradicate everything Russia holds dear.
Yes, and it would have heavy consequences probably on both sides. And then just Kaliningrad came once again to my mind. It is a sore point in Russian ideology and thinking and rhetoric also lately.
Well, it is essentially a frozen conflict, a thorn in the thigh of the West. It is put there in order to be able to wreak havoc, to be activated, like a knock, like essentially like a little mine which you put somewhere into the body of an animal, which could then just give off that explosion and cause an aneurysm, and the animal is killed. It's terrible. It's very, very difficult to deal with this. Ben Hodges, who was on our space many times and a good friend of ours here, he stressed this many moons ago when he and others wrote together with Janusz Bugalski. They wrote about the Suwalki Gap, and they wrote about what NATO could do, should do, how to project power, how to deter the Russians, and how to fight them if need be, and how to actually take territory back. Königsberg, sorry, I'm German. Königsberg is a deep, deep wound, and without it being at some point in time contained or completely eradicated, there won't be a lasting peace for the next 100 years.
Yes, and a lot, as we know, in Russian rhetoric, there are references to historic situation and the areas that that used to be part of Russia and so on. So it's interesting to follow what kind of rhetoric there will be in the next or during the next 12 months. But even though it's for Western countries, democratic countries, it's just rhetoric. Sometimes we should stop and think that is there really something more than just rhetoric when they talk about those historic areas that they want to get back.
But evidently, President Putin and his regime, the people who are in cahoots with him, his elite, the Siloviki as well as the thugs who he has, around him and supporting him, working with him, they tend to believe in their own history. They believe in their mission and their superiority, and seemingly their entitledness to own and dominate others. So it's not really a surprise as to what they're doing. It's just that Western Europeans and also some North Americans seem to be quite shocked that they actually mean what they say.
Yes, you're right, and just how would I say it? Yes, and they mean those things, and as I said earlier, they are not stupid. They must have had all kinds of war games, even though in the beginning it looked like talking about the attack or the war towards Ukraine. It looked that okay, they lost. They had a plan to get Kyiv in a couple of days. It didn't turn out that way, which was of course great thing from my point of view. But still, sometimes I feel that there's a lot of misunderstanding or maybe even disinformation created that they are clumsy or the war was kind of accident or whatever, and now they are just going by the mood and situation and reacting. But if you look back these 18 months, sanctions don't work that well, and as at least EU expected, and so on. So somehow I would keep in mind that they also may know the game of not revealing what they have planned or what they know in order to keep the West under the impression that they are not as good as they can be. But as I said, I'm not speaking on their behalf, but just to keep in mind that they are not that simple or or not thinking about things as sometimes I've noticed people saying in even in news.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we should never underestimate the intelligence which can coexist with evil and stupidity at the same time.
Yes, you're right.
All right, our colleague, our Georgian-Canadian colleague, Alex. Alex, good evening.
Good evening, thank you. You know, speaking of historic lands, I found the name Ingria recently. Do you know about Ingria? What can you tell us?
You mean Inkeri?
Yeah,
yeah,
Ingri.
must
Yeah,
be Ingri.
Yeah. It's area close to Finland in Karelia, and it was lost. Karelia was lost in the Second World War to Soviet Union, and a lot of Finnish speaking people were left behind. And actually, during the era 1996, after 1996, I think our president Ahtisaari Koivisto gave the possibility to these Inkeri Finns, as we call them, to seek to come to Finland and get our nationality, which was not a bad thing at all, but it was one of the areas where Finnish speaking people or well, not huge amount of them, but they were they were not left behind, but Russians were able to occupy the area, so they were not able to retreat to Finnish side.
And it's funny how I found out about it. There is Siberian battalion fighting alongside with Ukraine, and there is one. It's not regiment, but small unit called Ingria.
Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. Yes.
many people from Ingria were also, apart from being killed, were subjected to the same kind of genocidal tactics as others and sent to Siberia, by the way, if I may highlight this. But then again.
Yes, you are right on that. Which were the minorities in Soviet Union, which were not treated that way.
Yeah, no man, no conflict. All right.
Yes.
We have a question from Slava Ukraini.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. I got no question. I just want to say something because I recently find out about helping Ukraine. One of my friends at the east of Ukraine asked me about the diesel heater, our auxiliary thing. They are small. They're used to heating the boats or motorhomes and stuff. That is quite useful for Ukraine in the winter time, and the weeks coming gonna be cold, and yeah, that is quite useful if somebody wants to help in that direction and donate that to Ukraine. I think it's not a bad thing to do. That's all. Thank you.
I think you have a very receptive audience in that regard here. People in Finland and in Estonia are very familiar with this, and I think last year, I don't know how many thousands of these were donated from Northern Europe into Ukraine. Very good point, absolutely, no question.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Hello, I'm Slava. Pano, quick question. If you had a choice as to what the Finnish Air Force should do, you have these wonderful F-18s, you're buying the F-35s, you're migrating. Wouldn't it be great if they were to assist the Ukrainians in learning how to fly the F-18s?
Good question. Yes, I think all Western nations should do something about that because. Well, I'm not the specialist of Ukraine war. My information is based on media, but I believe that getting good working fighter planes to be on the Ukraine side would make a difference there because, well, at least as I said based on the news I read, Russians have their superiority, at least on amount of planes that they use there, and it would probably help the land forces when they are trying to make the breakthrough.
The reason why, and thank you, yeah, I agree with you. The reason why I'm just highlighting this is because we've been discussing this here until the cows came home, quite literally, and including with Yamo, for many months, and then everybody shut this down and said, yeah, the F-16s are decided upon, and they are coming, or they're coming slowly, they're coming very slowly. And now we can see in recent 48 hours, as a consequence of the axis of evil having ripped off its mask and having condoned, supported, and almost likely planned and instigated the atrocities committed by Hamas in Israel. We've heard now little stories coming out that maybe, just maybe, a lot more will be done in terms of aircraft and air support for Ukraine. Isn't it funny that it always takes absolute disaster for democracies to gather steam? How is it possible? Why is Finland so different in planning for disaster? Is it just the proximity to Russia? Is it the experience from the Winter War? Or is it also just simply the willingness to fight, which Finns definitely have? Where does that come from? Because the rest of the West has been a little bit, shall we say, lukewarm on this matter, hasn't it?
Well, difficult to speak on behalf of other nations, but what you mentioned, all those different points, it's the mixture that makes Finland what we are in when we think about defending and our military and in the when you began your question, you mentioned this, that disasters have to happen. I would again point to my earlier words that Western democracies are a minority and the enemy is a dictatorship, and they know how Western cities operate. One thing came to my mind, that it was in UK, and I think in some other European country also, that after the 2014 Crimea situation, there were some Russian operators or they were active in sending emails and trying to get contact with members of parliament. So 7 years before the attack took place, and they wanted to talk with these different members of parliament about neo-Nazis or what they call neo-Nazism in Ukraine and such things. So that was an operation, and I don't believe that it would not have taken place in other European democracies. Of course, I don't believe that it was successful in many or at all in these countries, but that's again a way how the enemy knows how we operate and what should be done in order to affect and influence, and maybe do that even the interference in our democratic rules and how we operate, and that way to make maybe decision making slower and slower when it is needed, and that way they know what kind of disasters have to take place before West decides that, okay, now it's the end of this game, we are going over this red line and we will deliver this and this for Ukraine. Just a thinking once again.
Yeah, no, I sympathize with that thinking, absolutely. Well then, there you go. Thank you very much, Paolo, for taking all the time today. This has been tremendous.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure to talk with you.
Absolutely, and we should do this again. And I hear from Chuck that we may actually have the opportunity sooner rather than later to have a little chit-chat further about what is coming out, and because there is more coming out about what we're just hearing from Finland. And maybe, just maybe, on Friday, if you have some time, we should do this one more time. I can see, by the way, that there's some of our Finns are clapping down below on the speaker panels, but they haven't dared to come up. So it seems they know exactly what you're talking about. Thank you very much. Sincerely appreciate it. Everybody, please give a big hand to Pano. Pano is an all-around good man, solid, smooth operator. and very helpful today in bringing some clarity to the topic.
And Forest Gump of Finland. And I thank you. And it's time for me to go to sleep so I can do my Forest Gumping tomorrow.
Excellent. All right. Have a good one.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now, Peter Headley, Tornado, how was that?
That was great. We didn't learn much about his background, but there you go. Some people like to keep these things sort of fairly under wraps, but one can only imagine. Anyway, he seemed to know his stuff, didn't he? Interesting perspective there.
Who? Who knows his stuff? Did you hear anything? Did somebody say something? No. No, it's great. Absolutely. We're very lucky to have had some time with him because I think he was quite incisive and highlighted key elements which are actually at hand. Because behind what seems to be happening, there's something else in this case in terms of how these operations are carried out, why they happen, what the relevance is, what the secondary and tertiary effects are, and what the primary target is, which in this case is actually not the pipeline per se, and it's not the cable. It's more how we'll react to it, who does what, and what they can find out, suss out, and learn in order to then influence us later and maybe attack us.
Yeah, you certainly get the impression it's just pushing one more frontier, isn't it? Like the drones that are landing in Romania. See how they'll react. And one little different thing, a bit like when they flew the plane over Turkish airspace for 17 seconds. See how they react. In that case, they found out pretty quickly and haven't done it again since. But one gets the impression that they'll just push the envelope every bit further until they get a reaction back.
Absolutely. And I can see that Paulie has joined us again. Paulie came just a wee bit late, but then again, I think he was polite enough to give Panu a wide berth, right?
Yeah, exactly. I just want to come out and briefly share some thoughts about the Baltic connector, if you allow me.
Yes, please, of course.
Yes. So I just want to state a few things. This mainly to the foreign audience, like outside Finland. I think a lot of foreign audience might be thinking, all right, what is Finland doing? Like, why are they not saying things out loud? But I have to repeat that with the border guard unit and with our inter-ministry police unit and in the defense forces, there's a lot of capabilities. And since we applied to NATO, we've been ramping up those. And I would say that on the prosecution of this crime, I think we will have enough evidence to, basically say who did it. I guess the question is that is timing feasible or positive to us? Do we want to give that out? And what Estonia wants to do? I think that's also a second question. I think would be also really interesting to hear Estonian point of views in this. And then I think second thing is that although this was not like really important gas line at the moment, due to the reason we have the LNG terminal in Inko, which has better capabilities and it is much bigger supply or gas terminal. In principle, I think it's one of the most important, I would say, incidences that we have had during our peace era. I would say, yeah, this
a landmark case in a sense that where do we go from here? And actually, I think you already know what I would what I would introduce. I would introduce full embargo and mind the whole damn sea and well, just block the Ruskies. But that's my approach. Yeah. So these are just
how
few.
about sending a little? You have this new class. What's this new class of ship called? Yesu? Yeah, something. You have this new naval vessels which you created, and it was actually quite funky.
Yeah, there's actually several ones, few different ones. Yeah. Maybe we could send those. Mainly, I think I would just want to keep the Ruskies out.
But you know where to send them to, right? It's called Kola.
yeah. And the Königsberg, yeah.
Somebody said earlier today that there's anywhere between 12 and maybe 20 drunk Russians on that island, which doesn't belong to them. And both Estonia and Finland could technically claim that it's theirs. And, well, maybe it should just be freed.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Yeah. I see where you're going. It's enticing. Yeah.
I apologize. It was a silly sense of humor which brought me there. The reason why I said this is, of course, what we discussed with Pano before, is that Western nations have to communicate strategically and tactically different in responding to such teasing and threats, because we know it's like in this what's the novel which was then made into Get? Jesus Christ, Axel. What's it?
Jurassic Park.
Thank you. In Jurassic Park, because it's based on the concept of the novel, and there, the dinosaurs, meaning in this case specifically the raptors, the slightly more intelligent ones, they act differently, they hunt differently, they hunt together, and they tease and they test, and they test constantly as to whether there are weaknesses in the security systems of those who guard them. And here it's the same thing. And the raptors are trying to learn it's not that they're as stupid as the guards believe, that they're running into, let's say, a high electricity voltage shock. No. They're trying to see what the guards do. Trying to suss out what happens if and when they go on to the attack on 3 locations at the same time, and if that changes anything in the pattern of behavior on the other side. And this is the same thing here. They are trying to suss out what we do and who does what, so that they can find ways to then, at a later stage, immobilize these people, kill them, find ways to get rid of them, compromise them, find out whether there's a certain network node of people. This is what they do. That's what this is about. Secondary and second layer attacks like these are exactly for that purpose. But I see we also have our colleague Joanna up. Joanna, you joined us.
Yes, hello, Axel. I was listening to your conversation earlier, and it was really very interesting. And I was now checking some facts, because I think some of Russian intentions were to just show that they can do it. We can do it. We can hurt you. We can cut this cable. We can blow up this pipeline, and so on. Because we remember that on 26 September last year, when Nord Stream incident occurred, it was the day that the Baltic pipeline was inaugurated. So basically, they sent a signal that you are inaugurating this, but we can reach it. So I was wondering if there was something of this kind, because you remember that there were some other incidents with submarine cables near England, also near Marseille. So maybe they try to convey again this message that they can hurt Europe in some way. Now, what do you think about this?
Well, part of it is always showing off. Sure, no question. Part of it is always that they want to project power. None of their actions are without a variety of narratives attached to them, and they'll. I think we discussed it here many times, and Joanna, you and I specifically had the pleasure of going through this with a number of our guests as well. It's not just a fire hose of bullshit they spew, but also it's a multi-layered and very versatile, very flexible approach to employing everyday changes in situational. In the logistics moves of the West, in the situational awareness of the West, our posture, our preparations, our own communication, and they adapt very quickly. Because the propaganda game, the intelligence and propaganda game, is the only game they're really good at. This is why they focus on it. They're very, very weak at industrial engineering, high tech. They're very bad at fighting too. They're good at terrorizing, and they're good at carpet bombing and maiming and and submitting people. Yeah, sure, easy. That's what they do. But other than that, they're not very good at fighting.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think that it will not work. Of course, it will not work. They try to do this knowing that the consequences will not be very significant. So it was probably a choice to do this this way, because they kind of know that if there is a significant incident, there will be some response to that. And I'm wondering how long are we going to let them? Because apparently there was again a ship, a Russian research, of course, between quotes, ship Sibiryakov, that was seen in that area for several days. Apparently, it's the same ship that had some business to do around the place where the Nord Stream blew up last year. So
yeah, it was
I'm
part
wondering
of that You're
that
absolutely right.
that investigation, the Danish investigation, and this one now, how long are we waiting just to point the finger and say it's the Russians, they have done it, and at least, I don't know, do something against that ship or something like this? Because we see that if we let Russia without a response to these provocations, they do some more, they try some more. And we talked about the drones that landed in Romania, even if I wasn't very happy with that talk. We talked about the missiles that reached into Poland and so on. I think there is this need for a response, because I don't want to venture too much, but maybe if a more decisive response would have been offered to the Russians in all these 18 months, maybe what happened recently in Israel would have been probably different.
Yeah, deterrence is important, but Joanna, I have a confession to make.
Okay.
You remember, the ship which supposedly was conducive to sinking the Nord Stream, right?
Yes.
You remember its name?
The one, the Polish supposedly ship rented Andromeda?
Exactly, the Andromeda. The wonderful Andromeda, the small little 52-foot boat, which seemingly has carried a Herculean load of support equipment needed for the divers. This wonderful navigable vessel, which got there and by itself with only one motor and a bit of sailing capability, did all this and helped that expert superhuman team. You wouldn't believe. Tim Sennett and I, we chartered Cassiopeia, the sister ship of Andromeda. This is how this happened here.
I'm sorry, I was laughing. Yeah, okay.
And you know who helped us?
No.
No Polish person. It was Pauli from Finland, because this is a
Oh.
Finnish, Estonian, German, English provocation. We try to paint the Russians black, Pauli, right? We have to confess this now here, right in front of the whole global audience.
Be honest, Axel, you wanted the internet down in Estonia just to have some holiday.
So, Pauli, as a good lawyer, how did we do it?
It was us. It was us. It will be all revealed in the beach party in Crimea. I promise.
And did you see the absence of Chuck this evening? I mean, he wasn't even here when we're talking about this. Normally, something happens in the Baltic Sea. He is definitely always here and live. He's not here. Doman was not with us. David is not with us. So all the people who are on the boat couldn't quite make it back here. See, there you go.
Yes, and I think Chuck also mentioned that he's gonna take his snorkeling equipment with him, and that he's also carrying fins, not with the capital F, but fins. So I'm pretty sure it was also Chuck.
See, Joanna, we're very, very sorry, but we had to say that we had to lift the veil now.
As long as you know better about this confession, okay. We are okay with it.
But that's what confession should be, right? You confess your sins and your failures, your mistakes, and then move on, right? In nomine
Right.
Good evening. I'm reading Norwegian news here.
About the explosion?
No. EU Commissar Thierry Breton have warned Elon Musk that his platform X, before called Twitter, spread illegal identity disinformation after the Hamas attack. And he demanded that Musk answer relevant questions on this within 24 hours. X and Twitter have spread disinformation from the Russian side in several years. So why coming with this after this attack and not earlier about war in Ukraine and all the other crap they have spread on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it? It's ridiculous. Have we that before, or can you recall it that we have warned Musk about it before? Please.
Well, that's a very good point. Joanna, what do you think?
Oh, I just I'm venturing with a explanation. There was an investigation on Twitter and spreading disinformation recently. I have to search for it, and probably as a result of this investigation, there was this statement from the EU official. So I have to check on it, but probably it's related to this investigation, which was really well done. I was counting on reading more about it. So maybe that's the explanation. Also, the rules in the European Union are quite strict. So I don't wish anyone to get investigated about it, because I think you can speak to it, Axel, better than I do. Than I can. there will be consequences. So I don't know if there is a legal environment for disinformation in order to just move on and do something about it. I suppose there is. I know something about privacy and GDPR, but disinformation doesn't really fit in that. What can I do? I promise that I will look into it and come with some more information tomorrow.
Well, the interesting thing is, and
Thank
there
you.
you're absolutely right, Joanna. If Twitter is found to be in contravention of existing rules in the EU, it can literally be fined to the gills, and it can be losing its capacity to project and therefore act and operate in the EU. Yes, you could then technically access it through a VPN, but still, you could be very publicly shut down, which probably, given the amount of users in Europe and out of Europe on Twitter, would be the death knell for Elon Musk's business. Paulie, what say you?
Yeah, regarding Musk, I really don't want to go deep into anything he's doing or representing. I just want to say that if you're getting fines from GDPR, of course, that can be major and that can really cause a lot of problems for your company. But I would want to briefly talk about timing. It is quite, how to say, obvious that these incidents that they're timed, or there's someone tries to set certain schedule or timing for the Baltic connector, and then the atrocities committed in Gaza direction. I mean, in Israel, and the thing is, in my opinion, I think they're not working. So the timing is actually really bad. It's like for the Baltic connector, we currently have the most right-leaning government that we have ever had. So this is basically for supporting Ukraine and supporting Israel. It's basically like putting flames. Sorry, more gasoline to flames. So I would say, at least for Finland, it really doesn't work. It's quite the opposite. So kudos to Ruskies for trying. Instead, they will get the defeat. Yeah, that's and hopefully that goes to all Western countries, that they will wake up and see the true colors now finally. So bad timing, in my opinion. Thank you.
Wake up and smell the coffee. ATV.
Good evening. Two questions, not related to each other. The first may be on the pipeline. I've been only being able to come in and out briefly for large parts of this day. It sounds like the pipeline is sort of a secondary, smaller, not particularly important one. Not that any pipeline is not important, but in terms of primary use, sounds not that big. My question is that accurate? And what do you make of that? If you're going to do an event, why would you do it on a secondary or tertiary asset like that? So that's my first question.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Maybe my assumptions are
wrong. Our guest, and we addressed this. It is a secondary pipeline and a secondary communication cable. The pipeline is a connector which supplements and supports the distribution network and therefore the distribution grid for gas in the region. If it comes to current gas procurement, the overwhelming majority and more than enough of gas into Finland comes from LNG through a floating terminal. The overwhelming majority of gas required currently in the Baltics is in Latvian storages, as well as comes in through Lithuania, where there is yet another LNG terminal floating, and that therefore distributed to Estonia. So the pipeline really is only for, say, peaks and spikes in the system, and therefore it is important, but it's not necessary. Same goes for the communication cable. It's a communication cable operated by Elisa, one of the both infrastructure and mobile phone as well as cable network operators in the whole region here, Finland as well as Sweden and the Baltics. Why do you do it? In order to tease, test, and suss out who does what as a response to it. You do it because you can, and it's a lower tier target. You check who in Finland reacts to what, who in Estonia works with the Finns, how are they operating, who are the people. You identify the people, put them onto, say, future intelligence lists, and in case you want to attack, you know who to attack. That's why you do it.
Thank you. My second completely unrelated question, but it was along the lines of the comments you're making about, I still call it Twitter, so screw it, it's Twitter to me. This is a common, weird, modern refrain, but my feed seems to have gone completely batshit crazy, like dialed up to 111, and this was before Saturday, and then since Saturday, it somehow doubled again. And I'm just curious if people out there have noticed that the insanity and the lies and the misinformation was doing this in your feed, or maybe it's just my completely unscientific polling of one, or my senses may deceive me. Cheers.
Yeah, I can believe that as a statement. I think that I like your specific use of the technical term "bad shit crazy." That probably applies perfectly well. Paulie, we'll go to you, and after that to our good colleague Prince. Paulie.
Yes, just supporting fires for the Axel, what you said for the connector, and then I think just one point I want to highlight is that this quote unquote external player, as our president mentioned, no one guesses who that is. External.
Andorra.
This external
Paulie,
player
be
had
honest, it's Andorra.
Yes. They had the how to say, they had the means, the capability, but also they had the how to say, time frame and certain area where to operate. So this is in the same area where you actually have the Nord Stream 1 and 2 going. So you can disguise your ships going from Russia, from east to west, and then you can operate within the same area, and then you can quote unquote have ships exploring in the area. Yeah, that's what they do. Yep, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulie. And with that, we welcome Prince. Prince, good evening. You've been watching and listening, if I'm not quite mistaken, the remarks from President Biden.
Yes, I did. And I thought I had them brought up, and I do. And I have really a very, in my opinion, poor summary, but it is a summary nonetheless, because I think that this was a very good and very powerful speech. And to get it, to get the whole feeling of it, you either need to watch it or read a transcript. And here I will go ahead and put a link to the speech into the nest so that anybody who would like to can watch it. It was a very, very strong message. You know, as the tweet from MriyaReport says, Biden in unequivocal message, Israel has the right to respond. Indeed, it has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. For anyone thinking of taking advantage of the situation, I have one word: don't. That is a very good quote from the speech. And Nancy, I see you're up also. It is very hard to describe the beginning of this speech without going through repeatedly and getting every single one of his words. He gave an extremely vivid description of all of the atrocities that Hamas has committed against Israel and the Jews in the last few days. He made very strong reference to evil and terrorism. He was very, very clear in what he has seen and what he believes that it is, and he was very, very strong there. He was also very clear in his statement that the United States stands with Israel, and that support in standing with Israel will not stop. The US, of course, is sending assistance to make sure that they never run out of missiles or ammunition. That I thought was very, very, very specific. They're not going to run out of air defense missiles, and Joe Biden says that he will make sure that does not happen. Of course, he sent the Gerald Ford and stands ready to increase military presence as necessary. He has already consulted Congress about getting funding passed as soon as possible. He didn't give a whole lot of detail on that, but he did mention that he has been in contact with them. He very clearly stated that we have a duty to respond, which I thought was very, very strong, and that response must be swift, decisive, overwhelming, and act according to the rule of law. And that is, of course, something that's very, very important to do. But swift, decisive, and overwhelming, I thought were very good words in there. He, of course, mentioned that at least 14 Americans were killed, and that they will support our partners, very notably saying partners, not partner, not just singular for Israel. Of course, also mentioned that they're aware of American hostages, and they will work with Israel, providing intelligence and advice to assist in getting hostages returned, and that America has Israel's back, period. So he gave a very, very strong statement, and I thought it was very very well done, very well presented. We know he sometimes has problems with presentation, but he did very well. Just notably, in my mind, also was that Anthony Blinken and Kamala Harris were standing behind him on either side. Kamala Harris looked like she had maybe a little bit of emotion going on there, which was completely understandable. And I would say that it was a cold, hard emotion because from Biden, because he was probably trying to hold back some emotions. Nancy, I know you watched it also. I don't know what you thought, if you have more stuff to add.
Yeah, no, I think you caught definitely the key highlights there, Prince. I think the other thing I would note, not in what he said, but in a subsequent statement by Jake Sullivan, is that there are 20 U.S. citizens that are not yet accounted for. The one thing I really appreciated about Biden's speech in general was he talked very specifically about the impacts to Israel, what the United States was doing to support Israel and our partners, and then also gave a status of, in general, the American impact, and also noted that we'll be ramping up protections for the Jewish community within our borders. And those, I think, are the real key topics, is how this impacts our ally, how it impacts our partners, how it impacts our people, and how we're protecting our people here. And I'm hopeful that other nations will use a comparable framework in how this is expressed. I think it covered all the bases that were necessary for the United States population to hear, and it was much more firm than I expected. So,
just one more thing I wanted to add. Nancy, you reminded me of it because I did accidentally leave out the part about the protection at home. And yes, the increased protection for the Jewish communities at home, definitely. But he also made a very strong point of saying there is no place for hate in the United States against Jews or Muslims. He made sure to include Jews and Muslims, the Jewish community and the Muslim community. There is no place for hate. And so that was, I think, a very important piece that I accidentally left out of my notes. And thank you for reminding me of that, Nancy.
Yep, my pleasure. Yeah, the one thing I have not had a chance to catch up on the news is that we know that other countries are also impacted by citizens who have been killed and kidnapped by the Hamas terrorists. And, you know, and my prayers are with them all. And this has impacts beyond just Israel. And I think that's something that is important for us to remember. This is outright terrorism and is rightly being called out as such by our nations. And I think that the firmness of the speeches is perhaps leading some to reconsider their alliances. That's all.
Did the president mention at any point in time the intelligence sharing now required and the intelligence failure, or anything about the attack in more detail?
He did state that we will be providing U.S. intelligence and working closely with the Israelis, particularly in regards to the hostage situation, since we have American citizens involved as well.
Did he say anything about the supposed hope of retrieving hostages, or did he also highlight that essentially the hostages are currently just used for terror?
Not that it
Yeah.
didn't hit me that not that I heard, not that I understood, Nancy.
Yeah, I didn't pick up that messaging either.
And after the speech, there was no press questions, or was there a follow-up?
There were no questions from the press there. In the press room of the White House, a little while later, it was a speech. I think it just wrapped up not too long ago by Jake Sullivan, but I have not had a chance to go re-listen to that, other than just that one snippet of the number of citizens not yet accounted for. And the reason I'm going to go back and try and circle back up on that, but the reason why I was keen on hearing that is that even my own county here in Florida, we had a church group of 54 people who were visiting in Israel when the terrorism began. They were near Lebanon at the point when Hamas started invading, and they are now safely in Jordan. And one of my former co-workers is in that church group. So they are safe, but I did want to hear a little bit more from Sullivan, and I did get that information on whether all U.S. civilians were accounted for yet or not, and there are 20 that are still not accounted for.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's challenging. It's very, very challenging how to lead the free world at this time. I think no one of us can imagine what kind of pressure is on currently both the president and the White House and the administration. Whilst every, so to say, young man would probably hope one day to be president, at the same time, if you think about what kind of responsibility you currently would have, that is a real challenge. And I'm not trying to mollycoddle anything here. People have chosen to pursue that office for a reason, and they have worked in politics for ages. But I think, Nancy, you and I agree that this is the time where you can make your mark by means of doing the right thing. This is time where you're either Hastings, Chamberlain, or you become Churchill.
Yeah, President Biden did draw a very interesting parallel and spoke back to when he was definitely a younger senator. And I know this was done with intent, but shortly before the October War in '73, he had been visiting in Israel with Golda Meir. And when he spoke with her about, you know, how they handle that situation and how they can be so strong, her response was, gosh, and I know I'm going to butcher this, but her response was, "We have nowhere else to go," and in that lies their strength, and that definitely is what I see with Israel today, and also very much what we've seen from Ukraine, and tied those two with taking his knowledge of the region back 50 years was very effectively done, and a very personal yet very effective touch.
Did Sullivan say anything about the process as to supporting both Ukraine and Israel at the same time, and the aid flow, and the approach of the NSC, respectively the White House, the administration vis-a-vis Congress?
I did not have a chance to listen that far into his commentary yet, but to your point, Axel, there are already op-ed pieces in the Washington Post noting that the administration is working behind scenes with the Senate leaders to combine and rapidly deploy emergency defense spending bills that would cover Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. And so I thought that was noteworthy. But again, I haven't heard what Sullivan said specifically, but the US press is already starting to work on that information behind scenes. So that news is coming out.
They should include South Korea just as well, but then again, that's just my point of view. Did he mention Iran by any means directly?
Not that I heard.
Yeah, I didn't hear Biden speak of Iran. Again, I've not listened to all of Sullivan's yet, so I don't know if he might have taken that pivot. My sense is that they're intentionally focusing on what is in front of them at the moment as far as their communications. But I know that doesn't mean they're only looking at that one line.
Yeah, I mean, they can walk and chew gum. I agree with you, absolutely. Both of you, just very briefly, Joanna, you had your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I followed part of the conference by Sullivan, and he mentioned Iran. He said that Iran provided Hamas with funding, training, weapons, and so on. So there is liability. There is this guilt from Iran, but he said that in relation to the recent events, they still do not have direct proofs of involvement, and as soon as they will have them, they will be made public. So he said that there is an indirect responsibility from Iran, and as for now, no direct connection with the events on 7 October.
But that in itself is already a pretty strong statement.
Yes, it is.
Especially if you compare this to how both this administration as well as past administrations, both Republican and Democrat, have handled exactly that topic in the public arena. Alrighty, thank you, everyone. That has been very informative, especially as we were unable to follow that during that period of time with our guest here and previous preparations. But, well, it's a step forward. We're very glad to hear that the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, has made it clear that Israel will receive any and all support required to win and eradicate the scourge of this planet, being terrorism, as evidenced with Hamas. And for everyone who needs additional ammunition in that regard, and not in order to trigger any kind of further emotions, for those who can't tolerate this, just don't listen for the moment. The atrocities which have been found in Israel over the past days have been tremendous. Some of them are so bad that they're hard to report on, and not hard to report on only when you do visuals. I do not envy any of the reporters who've been on site. I do not envy, of course, anyone involved in the fighting. And my sincerest thoughts are with the souls of those human beings who had to sustain that violence and died. But let me highlight this one thing. The targeted, sadistic butchery of, as it seems, 40 infants, some babies, young children in that kibbutz. The glee with which Hamas and their supporters all across the world, vocally, visually, by means of their walking in the streets, support such violence, should make it very clear to us what is right and what is wrong, who supports freedom and freedom from violence. As a space, as a community, we have always come together here for all our differences, and we have quite a few. But we've come together in one regard, the support of freedom from oppression, from invasion, from attack, from violence. And Ukraine is at the pinnacle of this fight. This is now a two-pronged fight. This is an existential fight. It's an existential fight for the civilizational values we all stand for and work for and try to project here and save and make sure that people are aware. I applaud you all for being with us, for arguing with us, for helping spread the news, and I thank you for it. If you cannot watch those images, that's completely fine. Unfortunately, from time to time, we have to discuss here what happened. I can see Malcolm in the audience who has seen a lot worse, and probably things quite on the same level as what has been conducted there. But there is absolutely no place on earth for supporters of Hamas, and Israel will show that. Just like there's no place on earth for those Russians who have committed those war crimes on earth, and Ukraine, GUR, and the SBU, and the ZSU will show that. We must stand with our friends, we must support our allies, and we must persecute evil. We must eradicate evil. That's our job. Thank you all for joining us here.
Well, thank you, Axel. Yes, I agree with that entirely. It's difficult to know how to respond the situation over the last few days since this happened on Saturday morning. There's been a noticeable sort of rise in the temperature and the tensions as we come to terms with yet another atrocity committed. And this one's perhaps worse, not because of the nature of it, but because of the fact it's probably a distraction to what's going on in Ukraine. And I'm particularly keen to hear President Biden's words that for anybody thinking of taking advantage of the situation, I have one word: don't. Because unfortunately, there are a lot of malign actors out there in the world at the moment. Many of them aligned to Russia and Iran. I'll mention North Korea and I'll mention China. And they are aggressively pushing their own agendas and don't really care about the suffering of other populations, their own populations or anything. And so it is good to see that. I haven't had the chance to see President Biden's speech yet myself, but will do so as soon as I can. It would be nice to have had a link to Iran and Russia, because certainly as far as Iran is concerned, it seems clear that Iran was heavily involved in the actions. Indeed, a Hamas spokesman has publicly stated that Iran provided money, missiles, and training for the operation, or whatever he described it as. And the level of scale of it and the organization behind it clearly shows that there was a state actor involved, if not more than one state actor. Iran apparently doesn't have very sophisticated satellite technology or availability to it, and so it's highly likely and suspected that the Russians were involved or contributed here. They may not have known the exact details of how things were going to go and how it's going to unfold, but they are clearly heavily implicated with Iran. We know as a fact that Iranian missiles are raining down on Ukraine. Therefore, there is not a connection that needs to be drawn. It is there. And as I was saying earlier today, when I was co-hosting, I would like to see much firmer action economically in terms of sanctions on all these countries, including China, to make sure they have been kept in line, make sure they are kept in line, and bring themselves into the civilized world. Because at the moment they're not, and they need to make a choice if they want to trade with us, if they want to do business with us, if they want to of our way of life, then they use and respect their own citizens and citizens of other countries. If they don't want to do that, then that's their choice, but they should be on their own. We should not be trading with them. We should not be engaging with them. We should not be doing business with them. And we should not be doing business with anybody who is going to do business with them. And it's just that simple to me. It's rare where things are black and white. In terms of Russia and Ukraine, it's as black and white as it gets. The world is generally fairly complicated and it's different shades of grey. But on this particular issue, there's no grey about it. No matter what nonsense the Kremlin tries to pump out there, it's very clear cut. Ukraine was absolutely no threat to Russia. Ukraine was invaded twice, and innocent Ukrainians are now at the front and are paying the price for our security. And we can either choose to do something about it and act now, or we can fudge it and ignore it, and it drags on. And what will happen then is the cost will increase. The cost, both the financial cost and the cost in blood and human lives, because every time his partners behind him, his friends in Hamas, bear in mind that Hamas visited Moscow and had high-level talks twice last year. So, and that's clearly on the record. It's posted on the Russian media website, so they don't hide this, they can't deny it. It's basically their friends and their guys who did this. Right, that's a few thoughts from me. We've got two hands up, Pauli and Joanna. I didn't see the order, so let's go to Joanna first. We'll do ladies first and then Pauli after that.
Thank you, Peter. Sorry, Pauli. I just wanted to bring you a small update on President Zelensky's visit in Romania, because it happened today, and for Romania, we consider it a historic visit. Of course, taking into account everything that is happening, it passed a little bit under the radar. But I think it was an important visit. President Zelensky posted several times about what was discussed. Practically, Romania will support Ukraine with the accession to EU, the opening of the negotiations before the end of the year. There is also an agreement on strategic partnership between Ukraine and Romania. They talked about the F-16 training center that is currently created in Romania, also about the opening of a new grain corridor from Ukraine to Moldova and Romania. And the last post by President Zelensky was from a plane departing from Romania. He said that they discussed also the military issues, and he has some good news regarding missiles and some anti-air defense systems, but he said that he cannot offer details. As you know already, probably Romania is very tight-lipped on military help provided to Ukraine, even if there is military help provided to Ukraine. And I have a question for Axel, because President Zelensky left Romania in a plane. Where I'm really interested. I'm really interested where he goes in the plane, because
not so many places, huh?
Yeah, not so many places, and it's a weird choice. So I don't know. Maybe he will go to Chisinau. It was not announced, of course. He can go to Poland. I don't think he can go to Ukraine in the plane. So let's see how it goes.
I think if he were to Chisinau with a plane where the little drapes behind your head or the headrest are with Ukraine and lands there, what a signal that would be. Yes, I agree. That would be nice. But then again, difficult to say. I do not know whether you would want to cross into an airspace where people from the southeast could technically just take a Stinger and attack the plane. I doubt that somehow.
Yeah, so it's really interesting to see where he goes. And also, I forgot to mention, there was at the level of the security and preparations for this visit in Bucharest, it was unprecedented. Even if with other visit, there was no such security preparedness. So I never seen something like this, including snipers on the roofs and on the bridges. It was something that you really rarely can see. So it was a very, very high security level visit.
Now, but let's put this back into context. There are not so many planes he's been flying in because the risk is so high. It's a very solid signal that he is in an airspace which they feel that they can control.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you, but I'm still wondering about the destination.
If I were him, I would fly to Bulgaria.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Make a very strong statement there, and from there onwards to Athens. Because Athens is a very important bridge, and there's a lot of good support he can muster now. And I think with American assistance, Athens can be vital for the next steps they have to do by procuring more equipment. And the ammunition which is coming from Bulgaria is key.
Exactly. Bulgaria proved to be very, very much in support of Ukraine. And also, I just want to slip this news here, because Russia wanted to get in again into the Human Rights Council at the UN, but it didn't manage to get in. Instead, there were two other countries chosen, Bulgaria and Albania. So I remember this when you mentioned Bulgaria, that Bulgaria is in the Human Rights Council in UN and not Russia. So I'm very glad for this.
All righty, let's cycle back to Paulie and then Nancy.
Axel, have you already discussed the new package by Boris Pistorius and the Bundesministerium? Just confirmed.
No, we
today.
didn't. I don't think that, at least not whilst I was here, but please feel free to mention it, because there's quite a number of interesting things, some mentioned and some only referenced.
Yeah, I guess the it was the like the total worth of lethal and non-lethal is like 1 billion euros, and the lethal aid, so weapon aid, includes IRIS-T, SLM, and then Patriot system, and then 155 ammunition, 10 Leopard 1 A5s. So okay, it's Leopard 1s, but still. Gepard, I think it was, yeah, Gepards, and then some transportation and medical vehicles that are, of course, really important when you're attacking to have those. So I would say quite good stuff. I think Taurus is something, of course, we would want to have.
This is
so
that's
something
the
would
whole
be nice.
point. This package is being announced as the German contribution. Patriot, RST, SLM, it's all good. Don't get me wrong. This is all good. It's a full Patriot battery. Yes, this is very good. It's extremely important. And the artillery ammunition, great. The 20 million specific support, 20 million for the special forces of Ukraine, very, very helpful. Yes. And especially if you know what the Germans can actually supply in that regard. There's a couple of pieces of kit which people really like in that field. However, what Ukraine really needs is punch power. And for that, the Taurus are missing. Nancy.
Yeah, I added something to the nest, and I'm going to try and read it quickly, just because of how beautiful it is and how well it represents the Israelis. And it's by the former international media advisor to the president of Israel and an IDF veteran. And if you want to follow along with the tweet, the pictures are very emotional as well. On my way to the funeral of a young Brazilian woman murdered at the music festival, a message went out urging strangers to attend because she has barely any family here. There's a 2-kilometer line snaking out of the entrance of the cemetery, and I doubt we'll make it. The funeral was scheduled for 20 minutes ago. We thought we were early, still 1.4 kilometers just to reach the entrance of the cemetery. Israelis are amazing at responding to calls to attend funerals. Such strong social solidarity here in the absolute darkest of circumstances. Parked by the side of the highway and will leg it. There's a whole column of incredible citizens walking down the hard shoulder past a kilometer of parked cars to attend the funeral of a total stranger murdered in cold blood. People have abandoned their cars on the highway and are just legging it to the funeral of a total stranger because they want to give her family a hug. All under humanity can be despicably evil, but it can also be wonderful. The whole country is here. Thank you.
And where have we seen in recent 18 months that gathering of people in mourning and grief?
That's immediately where it took me back as well. Just to see the solidarity of people honoring the lives lost has been seen so many times in Ukraine as well. And it's humbling. It really is. Thanks, Axel.
All righty. Let's be happy warriors. It's a key thing in battle. Put things in a box, put it back there, Let all your sorrow, your anger, and your grief, let it be there. Take a step, breathe, focus, back to the mission. Our mission is to make sure that there's awareness, that the message gets out, that we help people do the right things. So if we can convince more politicians to support what is coming up, if we can help more people support the efforts in the US Congress, both in the House of Representatives and in the Senate, to support whatever package will now be created for both Israel and Ukraine on the long term. If we can help more nations in Europe to support smacking down the support of the people demonstrating for Hamas, for civil infringement and supporting genocide within the law, we should do that. If we can convey the message to the politicians of Europe that there's more to be done, if we can convince the government of Olaf Scholz to simply engage properly and send the tourists, if we can help our Finnish friends do more, if we can find ways how to integrate ourselves better into the support of Ukraine, that's what we should be doing. That's what happy warriors do. Put it in a box, let it rest there. We will grieve, we will mourn, and the rest of it, let's turn this into zest, commitment, and energy, and fight. And I can see that our Georgian Canadian is back. Alex, good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I heard you were talking about this Palestine supporting manifestations in Europe, right? I was I don't know if you guys saw it, but I was appalled. In Germany, a minor, like 14-year-old boy, he started waving like Palestinian flag at school, yelling, some Islamic slogans, and the teacher tried to take the banner out of his hands. So he started beating the teacher. And I'm kind of wondering, what is this twisted world? Why this minor criminal is thinking he has a right to do that? It's, I don't know. Like, I've heard Germany is a country of law. I'm wondering what will be the implications of such a behavior. Will he be, I don't know, in any way, what they call it? He will be called to principal, or like what kind of punishment will follow? Just curious. Thank you.
I don't have a perfect answer for you, Alex. I wish I had.
No, I don't have an answer either, I'm afraid. Well, it's 23:30 Kiev time, approaching, fast heading towards the 11th of October. President Zelensky has apparently boarded a plane from Bucharest en route to, we're not sure where, but the headrest on his plane did say Ukraine. So whether it's a Ukrainian airplane, presumably currently being operated from Poland or somewhere, I'm not sure. But anyway, he'll be going on somewhere. But presumably that will not be back to Kiev directly. So he'll either be going back via Poland, or he'll be flying on somewhere else. We'll see where that is, presumably tomorrow. We've got Prince's hand up, so you want to fire away, Prince?
I just had a thought. What if he's going to Brussels, Axel?
Good question. I don't know what's on the calendar tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday, the 11th. I would have to check. It's a decent idea. I think having words with the Commission, especially after what came out of the Commission today in regard to both disinformation and the likes, is probably helpful. Possible. What makes you think that? I mean,
Isn't Ramstein
yeah,
also
Ramstein is
in
true. Well,
Brussels?
Brussels and Ramstein, it's a wee bit apart still, but it's Europe. No, you're right. You can get there, but it would take you, depending, with a plane from Ramstein. You can go with that plane from Romania, crossing over Slovakian airspace. You're not allowed to cross. Well, actually, that's not true. He may be able to cross even Hungarian airspace, but would he want to? Probably difficult. But let's just assume he has done so. He'll get a say U.S. fighter escort, definitely Romanian and U.S. fighter escort. That's a possibility. Yeah, he might have gone there. You might be right that he might have gone to actually attend either Ramstein or go close there to Brussels.
Ramstein is in Brussels this time, I
I
think.
thought that there was a video conferencing and that the security attachés were on Ramstein. If you have any more on this, please. I may have been flying blind.
I saw it quoted as an in-person Ramstein format at Brussels. So,
But if is it Brussels or is it Shape?
I saw it as reported it was going to happen in Brussels.
Well, then, yeah, sorry, I apologize. I missed out on this completely. My mistake. Prince, you might very well be right. This maybe if it's an in-person meeting, and it is vital that he makes the claim now, and he knows that this is the time to push for Taurus. I think, yeah. Good point, Prince.
Yeah, I do believe it is in Brussels, and that is, yeah, just all of a sudden thought, well, what if he's going to Ramstein in Brussels this time? He could do a lot of things while he's there.
Well, you have literally everyone from the defense establishment there. You have the whole European Commission available. You can definitely foster more relationships and bring your whole team with you. Certainly true. Absolutely.
Isn't NATO's headquarters
Shape
there
is
as
close
well?
by, in Mons.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I thought NATO's headquarters is in Mons.
Well, the Shape.
Hey?
Should I send you a link?
I thought the NATO building and that the headquarters was in Brussels.
Yeah, that's
is
a
it
different
not?
thing. I don't know. There is a building in Brussels, yes, but Shape is in Mons.
Shape is what exactly? Sorry, excuse my ignorance.
Okay. We have the Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers, Shape, Europe. That's in, okay.
Right, okay.
This is all the same
Okay, no.
shit as sorry. It's all the same kind of diction as coming out of the Eisenhower years. So we have Sucker, who is the Supreme Allied Commander Europe. Then we have Shape, which is the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, and that's in outside of Mons, Belgium. There's a little place. What's it? Castor. Okay, yeah, it's Castor.
Okay, right. Excuse my ignorance. I've never needed to know this. Any of this information.
Previously, all of this was in France. Don't forget. And then when the French thought it's a great idea to leave NATO's command structure and tell NATO to suck it and go because they were playing a bad game. I'm sorry. They had to go. So.
weren't they going to set up their own European army?
Oh no, no.
Oh, is that suddenly off the agenda? What a surprise!
Okay, don't forget, you and I come from the nations who beat Napoleon at Waterloo, right? Remember this?
Okay.
And that was a French army which spoke somewhat like 34 languages.
So they might have had some kind of communication problem, you think?
The French, okay, I'm going to make this joke now. The French army always has communication problems, no matter how unified.
I like the story. I hope there's no French people here listening, but if there are, they're going to have to bear with us. There was a story, I think it was to do with one of the Gulf Wars, where it became evident, I think the first Gulf War, where it became evident that the French were not going to support the Gulf War. It may not have been that one, it may be one of the other ones, I forget which one exactly. And somebody commented that going to war without France was like something else, like a mushroom hunt without a hockey stick or something ridiculous. I can't remember what the phrase was, but it was going on something with some piece of equipment that you would never ever need for that activity. Forget what exactly the quote was, but I found it rather amusing at the time. Apologies to any French people here who, of course, are actually helping Ukraine and are doing their bit. Anyway, there you go.
All righty. Prince, back to you. So I'm just
Well,
still
because our
laughing about
listeners,
Peter apologizing to the French.
I missed that. I was gathering a delivery from the garage door, which is the beeping you also heard my garage door closing. It is confirmed as being in Brussels. Thanks to our wonderful listeners. I have sent you a message in the background of Lloyd Austin declaring he was getting on the plane to go to Brussels. I also will send you another one that includes the basically the itinerary of the meeting that will be happening. So yes, it is happening in Brussels. Perhaps that is where he is going.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. See, but there you can see, blinded by work, I completely, utterly failed to attend to that. But thank you. And I can see that Freight Monkey and Lunchtime have joined us. Freight Monkey, yeah.
You did not fail. You did not fail. You just missed it, and that's why we're all here to help each other.
You're absolutely right. Thank you, Prince. Much appreciated. Freight Monkey. Did you hear I failed?
Hi, everybody. Oh, I gotta say, these past few days have been they've been difficult. I find. I mean, I don't want to rehash what everybody's been talking about. I've had to go a little bit kind of off air because I find it difficult when there's so much going on and there's so much suffering. And I gotta say, really kudos to all you guys, to you, Axel. Keeping that fight going. I think it requires a lot of courage. Maybe I'm just becoming very, very soft. But anyway, I decided to jump back into the fray now, and I'm excited to see what happens in Brussels if something happens. So I think we'll be following that very closely, and I wanted to push back a little bit against your anti-Frenchianism here. And do say, in favor of, actually first to tribute something to Wellington, his language at Waterloo with his general staff of all kinds of different people, because there were Belgians, the Hanoverians, of course, obviously the Prussians, etc. They were probably speaking kind of French to each other. Which is interesting. And the second interesting point is that the French at Waterloo, the French army was probably the most French army that the French French army had ever been, in the sense that they were actually mostly French, compared to previous campaigns where they were speaking 34 languages. That said, having done a bit of research into the French language, there were so many different dialects in France at the time that they probably didn't really, your common soldiers, if they came from somewhere in, for instance, Provence, probably didn't understand the Parisian very well, or at least they were so heavily accented that it might as well have been a different language. But yeah, my point was that when the French were decisively defeated in Waterloo, their army was probably speaking the most unified. It was probably one of the most unified armies since, prior to 1805. And that is a fact that I discussed with a historian when I got to see Waterloo about a month and a half ago, which was a wonderful visit. I do recommend going there with a historian if you're interested in these things, because it's one of the few battlefields that are very well, it's been basically kept intact. So you get to see something that hasn't been just built on, and although the topography has changed, it's still pretty much the way it was, with some minor differences, of course. But at least no one's built a city or a big motorway in the middle. So that's pretty
Alrighty. Can I just highlight?
Yeah.
Close to half of the troops at the Battle of Waterloo spoke German as their first language. It was Gneisenau who spoke English. Blücher was useless.
Yes.
All right. And
Blücher spoke French, right?
No,
to Wellington, but he didn't even speak French.
No, Blücher did not speak French well at all. Blücher was he was able to read French commands, but could not communicate in French at all. That's the whole point. That's why there was such a big disconnect, and which is why it was von Zieten aus dem Busch, who was the only guy who spoke French, and he communicated with Henry Hardinge, and Henry Hardinge was the liaison officer, and because Hardinge was with Blücher all the time and didn't attend to Zieten's cavalry, they couldn't communicate on time, and therefore Zieten was invisible to Bellingham. Long story short, the reason why this is important is the languages spoken in Wellington's camp while he could speak French was predominantly English, and the Germans and all the other German nations were German, and they still managed to beat the French.
It's worth reading. It's worth reading about this battle. It is really fascinating. I don't know why we're talking about Napoleonic history.
I can tell you, because it bridges. No, because it showcases us from whence and from where we came. We were fighting with each other, and today, as Europeans, we stand together. And Ukraine is Europe. Israel has more in common with the civilization which we all jointly have created together because of its Jewish population, its ancestry, its culture. Israel bridges the Levant and the Middle East. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. It's the only successful capitalist nation in that format in the Middle East. Israel is a cornerstone, a keystone for the future of the Middle East, but at the same time, it's being fought against by absolutely insane terrorists. That's why it all matters. Please carry on. Yes, I apologize for interrupting you.
If I could say just no worries. One last thing, because as many of you know, probably I'm in the Middle East. I'm in the UAE, and I have been quite surprised actually of the few conversations I've had with people here who I would have thought would have taken a much more radical view and of the situation in Israel, and I see a lack of that in a positive way. Basically, I don't see a whole lot of love for Hamas here. It's strange to see more love for Hamas in the streets of Europe than here. Now, you're not allowed to officially protest or whatever in this country. So but that's not what I'm talking about. It's from conversations that I've had with not necessarily local people, but GCC expats and North African Arabic-speaking people who live here. And there are also actually Israelis that live in the UAE. So if there is one glimmer of hope, it's maybe around that. Now, I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know what the situation is going to look like in months or days or years ahead. No one does. I'm very just extremely shocked about that, but I think everybody is. But I find this whole situation just so, I don't know. It really bums me out. So my thoughts are for everyone. I don't know a single person who's Israeli. I don't have any family connections with Israel, but for anybody who does, who knows people in that situation, my heart goes out to you all. On that note, it's a bit late here. I'm gonna drop off. I'll keep listening for a while and then I'll go to sleep. But yeah, stay strong, everybody, and I'll speak to you
Merci
soon.
vielmals. Can I just add one thing, Fred Monkey? When you said at the very beginning that you had to take some time off and that you needed to be off air, think about Rear Admiral Kirby, who now has a different job at the National Security Council as a spokesperson. That's a very solid man, a military man, with a long, long career since the mid-80s. And after the news of what has been discovered yet again today, he shed a tear on the podium. He shed a tear there, standing in front of world media. There's no way that evil will win.
I completely agree. My heart goes out to anybody who needs to, appear strong out there. I mean, I can just disappear for a while. It's not as if my job is out there. But for people who do need to, and you guys and you, Axel, I mean, I know you say you put it in a box and you keep on fighting and all that, but I think it takes a certain courage, and I just could not imagine if there was one member of my family or even a distant friend, which is not the case, luckily for me, but I could not imagine the anxiety. So yeah. Anyway, it's maybe there is just a message there to say, you've got to live life the fullest, and you got to fight for what's important. And I think we know this on this space. I think this space has been just a beacon of light out there. So yeah, I'll stop babbling now, and tomorrow I'll come back for a little longer.
Thank you very much. Peter, I think we should go to our friend Lunchtime because I'm hungry, and then we go to G-Man. Lunchtime.
Hi, Axel. Well, I came up for exactly the opposite reason to the previous speaker, and wanted to say you were going too easy on the French, but then you guys, you guys got all serious on me, so I don't know what to say now. But I just wanted to pop up, Axel, just to say I really enjoyed the interview with the guest. Sadly, I wasn't able to speak. Just busy evenings at the moment, but I really enjoyed just listening to you guys talk. I think that's the closest we'll ever come to banter from a sort of stoic Finn, and I think I wanted to commend you on bringing that out of him. So I really thought that was excellent. Anyway, that was it. Really,
it was easy because he is such an immensely charming and well-spoken and so much more intelligent than me guest. You have no idea. He is a very impressive man.
Oh, that came over, like that really did come over, and it was just entertain. I mean, it's become a sort of. I remember Dom used to slightly, I mean, not make fun of, but just point out this very stoic character of the Finns occasionally. But yeah, I mean, it's also like knowing when not to say anything. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely, his charisma came over, and the depth of his sort of experience too. So a very good guest, and as I say, really, really engaging to listen to.
Glad to hear. Thank you very much. And it was a pleasure having Pano on. I'm quite sure we'll have him here more often because besides everything else, he is also very funny. And from time to time in these crazy series, sometimes overlaid by evil, terror, and unspeakable grief. A bit of humor in a strange way, in between, helps. Our Ukrainians even do that, and they know what they're talking about. G-Man.
I'd just like to say that you're being too hard on the French.
What is it? Too hard? Not hard
I know
enough?
there's.
Can somebody tell me?
Well, I mean, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Boo.
Don't forget that Napoleon, there's a lot of faults, right? But he was responsible for having the Polish Legion in Italy in the 1790s, and that's where the Polish national anthem came from. So, I mean, there's only a little bit of good,
And they improved
Other than that,
they
it's all
improved
rot.
northern Italian soups.
Indeed, Kapusniak.
They talk about dabbing with fake praise. They improve Northern Italian soups.
As I told you, we are good for very silly, strange, historic humor here.
Is there a particular Northern Italian soup you could point me in the direction
I think that
of?
in northern Italy, you do not necessarily have a lot of fermented soup. Stuff which you have with jurek and the classic cabbage-based kind of things, because you just don't have that much cabbage. But they use some sauce for their pasta, which has a sour touch, and that comes from exactly those soup-based, but more reduced components they create. And I think this is from there. In terms of the soups I could point you to, there is a soup from Genova, which is a fantastic version of a slightly sour fish soup, which is absolutely stunning. One of the best places to get it is Albenga, which is what? Oh God, Albenga is I think about 50 kilometers north of Genoa. That's where you should get it. And if you want, I can send you some recipes. I will not do that now because we had a very atrocious day. But yes, I can point you there.
No. Oh, perfect. Well, don't rest up. I'm not suggesting a recipe exchange, but that's interesting. I think you're going to send me on a gastronomic journey. So amazing.
And there is good stuff in Bologna. But then again, that has to do with the fact that they're very meat focused in Bologna. The cuisine there is epic, absolutely dense and epic, and where they cook out the bones and bone marrows and then make a proper broth out of it and then use that for days as the basis for different kind of soups and the likes. It's absolutely stunning stuff. Alan, good evening.
Good evening, Axel. It's been quite a day. I see Chuck had a fellow, well, a fellow Finn, because Chuck is international, right?
Exactly. A friendly fellow Finn.
I've listened to the review of what happened to the pipeline, and all the pieces seem to be falling into place, don't they? The same Russian survey ship, the depth of the water. They didn't need to rent the Andromeda this time.
Yeah, and because Tim and I already had the Cassiopeia, so and we just had a little look see. We did what they supposedly did themselves last time. We just observed.
Well, Chuck will be here in a couple of hours with bullet points tonight, and I assume we'll spend a few minutes talking about this latest event of sabotage. But I know we'll also be talking about how to change the world we live in, so it's no longer a world of wars launched by Russia and terror unleashed by Russia and Iran and Hamas, and a world of sabotage, all of this committed with impunity.
Yeah, impunity part is the thing which we currently have to sustain because we haven't yet been able to hit back. There is no air superiority in the Ukrainian theater. There is no taking out of all the critical long-range bomber air bases in Russia. There is no taking out strategic aims and targets and the nuclear research facilities, as they are called, in Iran. At some point in time,
I hope that the plans are being laid so the decision can be made instantly as needed.
one would think that this is how we normally do things, right? Be prepared.
Be prepared, but you know it's very hard to be prepared when you don't have leaders of the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, the Army. You just have a new chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but he needs the rest of his staff, and we need ambassadors positioned around the world as well, and that can only be done when Congress finally fixes itself, which I hope happens this week. And I hope it happens in response to President Biden's urgent call for an emergency session.
You mean you want to have a committee on Tubed?
I don't think I can think of a committee where Tommy Tuberville should have a seat.
You know, the funny thing is, as I once learned from a friend, and when walking through the halls of that Senate, if you think that the procedural rules of the House of Representatives are a thick pile of books, you should look at the arcane and very intertwined and very densely packed rules of the United States Senate. There is a lot of leeway. There is a lot which can be done. It's stunning what you can do with people who supposedly are part of your caucus.
And you know, there are very few senators who actually know those rules and know how to use them to their advantage. There were some who did. I'm not sure I could name a senator today who does.
Mitch does.
Mitch doesn't know the rules as well as Robert Byrd knew them.
Oh, but that's a different time. We're talking about a different time frame, Alan.
This is true. This is absolutely true. But yeah, Mitch knows the rules. he knows the rules well enough so that he can stack up 1,000 bills on his desk and pay no attention to them.
It depends always on the quality of the bill, Alan. But with that, I shall hand over to you, if you don't mind. It was a tremendous session. And Peter, thank you very much for taking the time with me here this evening. I think we had a very decent set of hours here. What, 3 hours? That passed quickly. And thank you to the audience. Good night and good luck.
Yes, thank you very much, Axel. Didn't have to say too much, but I was here had I been needed to do so. Thank you and good night to you. Welcome Alan shortly, and whoever I think will be coming up to relieve me. I'm not quite sure who that is. I will just check in a moment. Meanwhile, we don't have any hands up, but I do see Christopher James there. Hello, Christopher. It's good to see you up here and in a co-host spot the last few nights. It was great to see you in London a couple of weeks ago. I gather you're now back safely in the States, and I've been to you on a number of occasions. Great to see you. It may indeed be you that's up in the chair. I'm not sure. Anyway, Alan, I guess, will be here soon. In fact, he is here now, I think, in the chair. So I will say goodbye, I think. And before I do so, I will say Slava Ukraini.
Herom
Herom
Slava.
Slava.
Thank you, Peter, for your session this afternoon. And indeed, Christopher is coming up to join me as co-host. Now, I also hope that Axel is able to stay up for a while. I hope you are too, Peter, in 2 hours' time. Chuck Farrer will be with us for the Tuesday night bullet points. Needless to say, we have a lot of maps to look at tonight. A lot is happening. Ukraine has inflicted some tremendous losses on Russian forces on the land and once again in the sky. A Russian Su-25 jet shot down somewhere. When it was originally reported, it wasn't located, but I think it was around Donetsk city. Chuck will know for sure. And welcome, Christopher. Great to be back with you for another session as co-hosts.
Alan, thank you very much. I dipped out to reboot the phone, adjust all my apps, get my seltzer water, and so I'm as ready to go as I could ever be.
Be careful with that seltzer water, Christopher. Still water is always the best. Bubbly water can give you a sneezing fit or even a coughing fit. So just a tip of being on air with the wrong kind of water before. But, co-hosts here have to stay hydrated, however you choose to do that. Christopher, I have no idea what your workday is like. So I have no idea if you were able to tune in when President Biden addressed the nation about Israel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who stood behind Biden along with Vice President Kamala Harris, Antony Blinken will be flying to Israel tomorrow.
I was able to listen a little bit to people on the space giving some excellent color commentary of and synopsis of what he has said, but I've not had a chance to dip into his speech directly. But I'm waiting to hear what other people think. I would hope that he was strong, and I would hope that he was, he needs these opportunities to appear and to be the president that he is. And if he's as good as he can be, if you don't like it, then you just don't like him. It's not the delivery or any of that. It's just that if you have that hatred out there, then that's on you. So that's what I'm curious to hear people's reactions. Over.
He made that point himself in the course of the speech. He said this is not about party, it's not about national security, and it's about America standing up for what it has always stood up for and standing strong against terror, whatever the source of that terror is, whether or Hamas or Hezbollah or indeed all of them combined and all of them at once. Chris Windley, welcome. Go ahead.
Good evening, Alan, and good evening, Chris. Alan, you have to forgive me, right? But I've just really come up to say hello to the wonderful Chris James, right? Now, Alan, I just need to tell everybody, right, how amazing he is. This is the first guy to message me about the expo and say, I've booked my flights, I've booked my hotels, I'll be there. What do you need me to do? So I missed him this morning. I was a bit late waking up this morning when he was on, and yeah, and I'm just about to go to bed, and I've just heard him come up, and I've just got to say that, Alan. So I hope that's okay. We had a wonderful time with Chris in London, and I know everybody absolutely adores him.
Well, there isn't an embarrassment emoji, but I think I need one after that. Those were very kind words. Thank you so much, Chris. I really enjoyed my time there. I really enjoyed the interaction, and that's really one of the reasons why I came up to raise my hand to volunteer after 18 months of listening to come to be a co-host, because I missed you guys. So thank you there. Thank you very much for showing me some tremendous British hospitality. Over.
You're so welcome, Chris. And I must say that the hosting seems to fit you like a glove. You know, you sound like you've been there for ages. What do you think, Alan? And Chris, tell us some of your most enjoyable moments when you were in the UK at the expo.
Well, I think I have to give now. This is an outsider's opinion, and this is my first time in London. But I have to give you guys props for your public transportation system, because I was able to get from my hotel to the expo center and all around London via bus, via those overland trains, and by the subway. And I was just so impressed at the ease of travel on the system. So I've got to give that as props. And I think the other thing that I really enjoyed was the Ukrainian house that we had dinner at a couple of times, and the hospitality that they showed us. And they were a little surprised, I guess, at first. Peter kind of broke the ice with his travel there ahead of time to do some scouting out, and then we descended upon them, and on a sort of off nights, the food was very good, and the company was excellent. I think those are the kind of highlights, and of course the shark suit. I'm sorry, but that just stole the show. That stole the show. Back to you.
Yeah, you're right there. And that actually, yes, we must thank Peter, who I see down there, reacting to some of the things that you're saying as well, because it was Peter that pointed out that the Ukraine Social Club was literally a 4-minute taxi ride or a 20-minute walk from the expo. So yes, and actually, Chris, Ella, I believe I'm right. Yeah, Ella, the lady that half Ukrainian, half Polish. So we said, it looked to us like she was running the show, but she claimed she wasn't. She was a bit what's the word? Deferent, is it? That's right. Yeah, she just didn't want to take the glory. But she actually, because she, do you remember that she said she's opening another place? I think it was Fulham.
Yes. She said nearer to where she lives.
Yeah, exactly right. So she's actually so she sent me some information about that. She sent me some information about a concert in aid of Ukrainian children as well. Have you seen that?
I have not, but if you have the opportunity, just pass it along. I would love to. I would love to be in contact with her. I stopped by on Friday night, and I ran into the Vatnik that was there. Shaggy described him pretty well, and I couldn't stay any longer because I felt trapped. And honestly, I just didn't want to engage in that way. And he just went completely off the rails in our conversation. But I would have loved to have met with her on that Friday night before I left. Over.
Yeah, and well, I'll send you some contact details. I'm just trying to. I think I'm mainly talking to her on WhatsApp. So, if Chris, I don't think we're talking on WhatsApp and that, but that's where I mainly get her. So maybe I can connect you somehow that way. And the other very fascinating thing that she sent me was, I don't know whether you met him, but she talked about a guy that was helping her a lot, right? Who happens to be a Chelsea pensioner, if you know what that is.
Yep, I do.
Yeah, and there was a meeting of the Chelsea pensioner with a Polish colonel that was at it's gone out of my head now. Monte Casino. It's come back. Monte Casino. Unfortunately, died a few weeks ago, but managed to get back to Monte Casino for some sort of anniversary of the storming of Monte Casino. Something my wife used to go absolutely nuts with me because I would every time I met somebody from Poland and that, I would apologize to them for Monte Casino. Anyway.
Oh wow, that would be. I mean, that's right up John Spencer's and Major Giroux's alley, completely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I need to put together a blog post on that sometime. Anyway, yeah. So she's communicating very regularly. So I'll send over a couple of things on that, Chris. And anyway, great to hear you up there, and thank you for Alan for indulging me while I praise the great Christopher James.
You're going to have to stop. I do want to say one more thing, if I could. So there's a woman, Sarah English Smith, who has been corresponding with me. She's part of the show's organizing team in the back end, I guess. But she says, she thanked me for my kind words. I filled out the survey for her. They'll feed back my comments and to the organizing team regarding how we would like to be involved next year. And I kept putting on the survey that we need a Ukrainian pavilion. So I can pass along her email details to you if that's another contact that you don't have there. Over.
Actually, I don't know her, but what I will say, did you meet Philip Ingram at all, Chris?
No, I met a young woman named Anastasia there at the booth for their booth for 24, but I didn't meet any men. I didn't meet any gentlemen.
Okay, so Philip Ingram is head of content there, right? So he was basically the guy that if I had any proposed speaker, they would basically passed up to him for him to decide whether or not they could speak, right? So that's how Oksana from U Control and Andrew from Under Defense got to speak. Anyway, he actually reached out to me. Well, I'm just going to say a week ago or something like that, and he said, "Hey, I'm on leave at the minute, Chris, because you can imagine, Chris, that all of the expo organisers are having a bit of a break before they start on next year." So he said, I'm having a bit of a break. He said, but as soon as I get back, I want to meet up. So That's really good, and thanks to you for that, Chris, because we're definitely having that Ukraine pavilion next year, eh? One way or another.
Absolutely, absolutely, and thank you so much for talking, as I like to say, for you for talking this into existence. Over.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that as well. So let's just talk the Ukrainian pavilion into existence for next year. I feel confident about it, Chris, and yeah, I will have those other contacts off you as well. Got quite a few, but I don't recognise those names actually. I must say so.
Well, Chris Windley, I can tell you, all of us here at MriyaReport feel about Christopher James exactly as you do. He puts his hand up, the first one to do it, and simply says, "Whatever I can do, I'm ready." Put me in, coach, would be another way to say it. And he now has a good, heavy CH schedule, co-host schedule here on MriyaReport. It's going to be fun to have him up here and see how what we can do with him.
That's fantastic, and just to say that because I know when I came up, you were actually talking about Biden's speech and that, which I thought was great, and I was, not to get too political, but I was looking through Twitter to see what the reaction was. Well, obviously Democrats and that were all very gushing over it and that, but I found it interesting that the opposition didn't really have much to say against it. They were struggling to find anything to say against it. The thing they kept, the only ones that I saw, they were banging on about Iran, and I thought, oh, okay, so you're against appeasement with Iran, then, are you? Russia's okay. I don't know where you are on China, but you're against Iran. Interesting, so I'm sure you know much more about that than I do, but there you go. So well done, Biden, anyway, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think Joe did extremely well this afternoon. And, why haven't we heard something from the opposition? You always hear something from the opposition in the United States. Well, the opposition in Congress, especially in the House, or from a few Republican senators, I don't think you're going to hear much from them because I think that there was pretty full attendance in Congress as they were briefed on Sunday night, on Monday in the course of the day, briefed about the situation in Israel. They would do well to think very carefully about what they want to say and how they might want to criticize President Biden. I'm sure that there are some campaign managers and pollsters in the background who are whispering to all of their clients running for office, but this is no time to show anything other than unity in Congress, who were the first to trip. I think just learned that lesson. Christopher James, not to get the two Christophers confused here. I can't hear of you, Chris, because you'll both talk over one another. But there are a couple of things I wanted to bring to the attention of our listeners right off the top of the hour here, Chris. One is that Twitter is being flooded with Russian disinformation. One story in particular people should be very aware of, a doctored BBC newscast, doctored by the Russians, and tying in Bellingcat, suggesting that Ukraine has been selling arms to Hamas. Well, nothing, of course, could be more ridiculous. This was immediately flagged as false by Bellingcat and a number of other individuals and organizations who watch Russian disinformation. So, any listeners out there, if you see this particular horrid piece of disinformation, disregard it and let everyone know false all the way through, false from top to bottom, false, false, false. Chris Windley, did you see that doctored BBC video?
I don't know if I saw that, but if you'll indulge me again, right, a little interesting story related to this, which I told this morning, but I think we've probably got a different audience. So at the expo, I was introduced to another Ukrainian company, and this is a Ukrainian. So I didn't know them before the expo, right? I was introduced to them by a guy that I know's got a YouTube channel, right? And they have developed an app. You know how they say there's an app for that, right? An app for basically tracking misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda, right? So now it was quite curious. This, so I suppose I could have guessed that there were apps like that around, an AI app that would, highlight misinformation, disinformation, propaganda on social media and that. But anyway, I hadn't really thought much about it, right? So anyway, there we are. We've got this Ukrainian company. I spoke to them this morning, actually, Alan, Chris, and the guy was basically a serial entrepreneur from Ukraine and had just sold an AI company and was, about to go off and enjoy his money when the Russians invaded Ukraine. So instead of going off and enjoying himself and that, he went, right, I'm going to basically develop another application, right? So actually, I can't remember who it was now this morning. Oh, Ming. It was Ming. When I mentioned this morning, Ming said, get him up, Chris, on the space, right? And of course, we had, if you know, we had Pekka earlier on as well on the space, and I actually sent him a message and said, had he heard about this application or similar ones? So yeah, so there's applications like this around, and then very, very weirdly, last week, one of my companies got approached by an African country. I won't mention which African country, right? But an African country that was basically building a security operations center and used to have contacts with Bulgarians and Russians, but had decided that they'd rather not be involved with them anymore. And the country instead that they would look to seek guidance from was the United Kingdom, and hence they approached us. And the interesting thing was when they sent the spec for the Security Operations Center, and this is the first time I've ever seen this, right? Part of the spec was an application to track misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. I thought, well, there's a thing. So that gave me a reason to go straight to the CEO. So hence had a meeting with the CEO of the app this morning, and then a meeting with said African country this afternoon. So there you go. I think it's some sort of fate or something, but hopefully that was interesting or vaguely interesting.
Oh, I think there is nothing as important as tracking disinformation and propaganda these days. But it's always been important. You can all go all the way back to what Mark Twain said. A lie travels halfway around the world while the truth is still putting on its boots. Now a lie travels 10,000 times around the world while the truth is still putting on its boots. Ruth, welcome. Go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Nice. And we had a little discussion here. Sweden is one of the few Western countries that has recognized Palestine as a state. And we sat discussing how lucky we are that there were no Swedes kidnapped from that music festival. Because what do you do when representatives from another state that you have recognized kidnap your citizens? That's kind of an act of war, keeping them. And how do other countries that have recognized Palestine handle this? I can think Thailand, maybe Nepal. How do they handle it? I can't really read Thai or Nepalese. Maybe someone here has followed the news better than I have. And for that matter, how do the US and France and Britain handle it? Even though they haven't recognized Palestine as a state, it's still kind of awkward. Do they negotiate themselves with Hamas for these people, or do they let Israel do it? Anyone know?
Well, Ruth, from what I understand, just scanning the news today, Qatar has offered itself as a negotiating go-between to liberate hostages through negotiations. I don't know if they would have any success whatsoever in doing that. I don't think that all of the countries who have citizens being held hostage, I don't think any of them necessarily have any way of negotiating directly with the Hamas terrorists in charge on the ground. And I don't think they have any channel to the leaders of Hamas who could reach them. I mean, the hostages are simply in fearful danger.
Definitely in danger, but it's such a strange situation. They are, for some countries, they are purely a terrorist organization, recognized by no one. But for some countries, they are running part of a country that is a recognized country. It's really an awkward situation.
It's an extraordinary situation, and it's part of what makes all of the terror committed by Hamas since Saturday so outside the bounds of international order, and so outside the bounds of honestly what any of us have previously seen and encountered. I know that there have been hostages in the past, but this is a mass hostage taking for one reason only, and that is to further the terror that Hamas wants to unleash on Israel. I know that, or it has been reported that the United States has deployed a specially trained team, likely a SEAL team. Frankly, we'll probably talk to Chuck a little bit about it, but a specially trained team, experienced and knowledgeable in how to locate and safely liberate hostages. How in the world that can happen in Gaza tonight or any day, I have no idea. I think that it's a task that is beyond anyone's ability to carry off. But we'll ask Chuck about it. I don't know if that in any way answers your questions, Bruce.
Me neither. It's just something we discussed, and we didn't have any clue on how different countries would react to this. It's just really strange. How has Fatah reacted to it? Have they said anything? They kind of run the rest of Palestine, don't they?
I don't think Qatar has said much aside from offering themselves as a negotiator for the safety and liberation of hostages. I believe that a fair amount of Hamas funding emanates from Qatar. I could be wrong about that. There might be someone else here who knows better than I do. But Qatar does not have clean hands in the world of terror.
No, I didn't say Qatar. I said Fatah, the Fatah movement, Palestine.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misheard you. I don't know who the leaders there are any longer, and I have read no statements whatsoever.
Oh, well, only time will tell then.
Only time will tell, and the world's focus will be on Israel as much as it is on Ukraine. It will be on this axis of terror, and there are events going on every single day, large and small. I mean, I think that the sabotage of the natural gas pipeline from Estonia to Finland is such an event. It's just another example of Russia pushing wherever they can at a moment when maybe the attention of Estonians and Finns directed at one of these infrastructure assets that they share. But I would say the same thing is true of the 73 railway cars that trundled across the North Korean border into Russia the other day, with military supplies and weapons, likely artillery and shells, and no one knows what else. But 73 rail cars from North Korea to Russia, that is a pretty substantial supply train. And this is all happening while the world is focused on other events, and this is understandable. The other thing I just, and Christopher, James, get in here.
All right. One of the things that seems to, obviously, we're having a huge proliferation of false information, fake information, and Twitter is a platform by which it is disseminated. Apparently, not apparently, the European Commission put out a letter to the chairman of X and warned him about his Digital Services Act obligations. And I'm not that up on the EU's specifics. I know more about Section 230 here in the States, but for the longest time, online content platforms have been given a pass, although they function a lot like traditional publishers of paper content. They're not expected, or broadcast content, they're not expected to adhere to the same standards of reporting and sourcing. And when I remember reading about it in one of my classes, and that was because at the time when the internet was a nascent little entity, the thought was that, well, we can't restrict, we can't put all of these. First off, we don't know where it's going. It's small. It needs to be boosted. We need to get it moving. It needs to be, it needs to be given some room to grow. And so I think that that's going to be a debate that the collective will have both in the EU and in the United States. And I'm not sure exactly what that means to the chairman of X, but he does say he urges a prompt, accurate, and complete response to this request. And within the next 24 hours, we will include your answer in our assessment file on your compliance with the DSA. I remind you that following the opening of a potential investigation and a finding of non-compliance, penalties can be imposed. So I'll have to bone up on what the EU is talking about there. If somebody knows that's in the space now, can come up and give me a bit of a lesson on that, I'd be appreciative. Over.
I'm getting a little information in the background about this. The fines are substantial. They could be up to 6% of X's or Twitter's annual revenue. It was Terry Breton, the European Commissioner for the internal market. This is a letter that went to Musk on Tuesday that groups are spreading disinformation and violent and terrorist content on Twitter, and requires Twitter to respond within 24 hours. So it's a significant action coming out of the EU. It's a regulatory action coming from the EU, and I think that there has been plenty of ourselves, frankly, that the EU is acting responsibly here. This is a result of the Digital Services Act, which is newly enacted regulation by the European Commission. So we'll see where this goes. 24 hours to respond, and to respond adequately, I might add, not just to maybe say what Elon might be expected to say, a big so what. I don't think his attorneys will let him do that. There's too much at stake. And we'll have just another word about that in a moment, Chris, but I want to go to Greg, who came right up. Greg, go ahead.
Good morning, Al. How are we?
We're all doing well.
Good, good. Sorry, just a quick question. In regard to, sorry, not the not X and the EU filing just now. The timing of Iran not only training, supplying, but maybe endorsing the attack on the weekend by Hamas. Apparently, I've been hearing rumours that it's also to do with some advanced negotiations between Saudi Arabia and was it Israel that were progressing quite well, and Iran was getting quite nancy about that and wanting to make sure that doesn't proceed and to basically make sure that's dead and buried as well. Do we know what sort of negotiations they were? Were they military, economic, or both? And how advanced they actually were? Because apparently that's got a lot to do with the timing of the attack on the weekend. That's all.
It might have something to do with the timing of the attack, Greg. It's been suggested. Saudi Arabia and Israel were negotiating to normalize relations. And so that covers a lot of ground, but it certainly would have involved Saudi Arabia recognizing the state of Israel's right to exist.
Very very interesting. Sorry to interrupt. Very interesting because, obviously now Saudi Arabia, correct me if I'm wrong, has actually backed the Palestinian cause over the weekend, hasn't it? And now the negotiations are pretty well, they're not proceeding at all. Put it that way. Is that right?
I can't answer that question one way or the other because it is news I have not kept up on. It wouldn't surprise me if the negotiations have ceased in light of what's happened, but I can't tell you that for a certainty.
No worries, that's fine. Thank you, Alan. Have a nice day, and hello to everybody out there, and best wishes to those people who unfortunately were affected over the weekend from the attack. My sympathy to their families.
Thank you, Greg. So the other subject I really wanted to bring up, Chris, just again for the benefit of our listeners, the first was all the disinformation that is flooding Twitter here today. But secondly, there are the shocking videos that are flooding Twitter. These are videos you don't want to see. You don't need to see them. They certainly never need to be reposted. What does need to be talked about and reposted is how you can prevent these videos from playing automatically, either on your phone or on your laptop. You don't want that to happen. You have to go to your security settings and privacy settings on both your phone and your laptop in order to prevent videos from playing automatically. And to protect yourself, I would suggest that is a step you take. Scott Harper, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to answer the question that was given just a second ago. Between Saudi Arabia and Israel are on pause. Those people in the other space I was listening to speculated that Saudi Arabia does really want to go ahead with it, but it's dicey for them politically at the moment.
Thank you for that, Scott. I mean, there are new spaces that have popped up, obviously, to address the situation in Israel, and it's good that some of us devote a little time to listening into those spaces. John Spencer has spent quite a bit of time on some of these spaces talking about the military situation, and here we remain focused on Ukraine. We are going to touch on Israel tonight with Chuck Farrer, but we do remain focused on Ukraine, and there are a lot of maps to go through tonight on bullet points. And thank you for that information, Scott. Oyvind, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening. all this terror, some people are actually doing this evil thing. It's the Hamas people and it's the Russian soldiers doing it. So I sat down and wonder how is it that probably people that some time back lived a normal life can do this thing. So I studied this Stanford prison experiment. I'm not sure if you have heard about it.
I'm not sure what experiment you're referring to. Is it one that was conducted at Yale University?
In Stanford University, they did an experiment where they invited people, young men, to join this experiment, and some of them were acting or got a role as prisoners, while others got a role as prison guards. And then they were observed, and the conclusion was that these people who were guarding these prisoners, they acted very evil without being told to be evil. They just been told to be a little bit harsh, but they acted very evil, and then they analyze what kind of people did so, and then they come up with a conclusion that people that are normally very polite, people that are above obeying rules in normal, who listen to authorities, they are easier to form into committing evil acts. And when I think about it, it is about probably people who live in an authority regime will much easier turn into evil than people who live in a liberal regime where people are allowed to have their own meaning, allowed to speak up, allowed to put questions about what other people say or tell them to do. So it's not unnormal that these Russian soldiers who commit these crimes do it, and it's not unnormal that people in the Hamas guys also do it, because they live in a system where you have to obey other authorities, even if you find it stupid that what they tell you to do. So yeah, it's a system. I think I am a bit scared when I read how easy it was to turn somebody who was normal into monsters. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. And Oyvind is right. Individuals are committing these acts, whether they are individual Russian soldiers or individual Hamas terrorists. And we also know, obviously, of individuals throughout history who, without restraint, have committed atrocities. And I'm not only talking about the concentration camps set up by Nazi Germany. I'm not only talking about the Russian Gulag. You could look into the history of almost any country and look into the atrocities that have been committed, from the genocide in Rwanda to lynchings in the United States in the 1930s, to any number of events. And ultimately, an individual commits this atrocity. How in the world can you give up so much of your humanity that you would be able to do that? It is a question that has been studied, as Oyvind points out, but I fail to understand it. So it is scary to think that such monsters can be systematically created in a society that in a militarized society like Russia, what is going on right now it is such a manufacturer of monsters. That is why in Putin's regime there is a new completely militarized youth corps. Ian Garner, who wrote the book Generation Z and was with us here on MriyaReport several months ago, and I hope will rejoin us for another interview in the near future. Just take a look at his book, and you will see what Russia is doing today in order to create the monsters they need in the future to deliver terror, because that is what they are doing. Oyvind, do you want to continue with this, or?
No, I think what you say was very, very good and very correct. And yeah, I just when I read that article, I said to myself, yeah, it really happens. It really happens. Normal people can be turned into monsters if they have the backing and they have the correct background. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's a question, as I say, to face it is a question for myself that I cannot answer. It is one of those questions you have to carry around throughout life unanswered. And that's not always an easy thing to do. But there are many questions that have been answered for us, frankly, over the last few days. And Joe Biden gave us some of those answers today, that the democracies of the world stand together against terrorism. And that means standing together against Russia and Iran and Hamas and North Korea and China and Hezbollah, any other militant autocratic nation, any other militant terror group. The world must stand against that terror and save the countries that are threatened by it. And that means both Ukraine and Israel now in their hour of need. And this is something that President Biden has essentially asked the US Congress to do, to hold an emergency special session in order to treat this terror that's been unleashed, and in order to address the security situation of the United States itself, as well as the security emergencies of both Ukraine and Israel. Now, Congress has a little work to do to get that done. The House needs to elect a speaker. They should do that just as swiftly as possible. And then they need to find a way, Democrats and Republicans, to work together in a massive majority on the side of decency, on the side of security, and on the sides of Ukraine and Israel. We'll wait and see if they're up to that task.
One can only hope. Although I don't have a lot of confidence. I've seen a lot of dysfunction. That doesn't really come up to the. It's not even normal dysfunction. It's a little bit beyond the pale. But I'm seeing a little bit of news and around. Some of it is positive. There's a train. I'm sure Chuck will go into this. There was an ammo train at a railway junction near Tomask that was hit. I don't know if we've mentioned this in this space. So they, what I think is remarkable about this is that apparently one of the objectives of the Ukrainians is to be able to get within shooting distance of this particular train depot, bringing in Russian supplies, ammo, and everything for the troops, as the Russians really only move things in bulk by train. So it was they say, I guess I would say it's a HIMARS missile maybe, but they hit the moving train. So at least this is the reporting I'm getting. I'm waiting to see what Chuck says about this. Back to you.
Yeah, we'll definitely be talking about that Ukrainian success in Tokmak, and it just as Ukraine pushes south through Zaporizhia Oblast, they come closer and closer to Tokmak, bringing not only HIMARS within range, but in a very short time artillery. So Tokmak will no longer be able to be used by Russians as a logistical hub. Chuck talked about this strike. I think it was. It wasn't last week. Chuck has been here almost every single day, Christopher. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, scheduled for his regular bullet points tonight. But we chatted a bit about that, and he pointed out two things. It likely meant there were eyes on the target in Tokmak, because what struck him was that the train had actually been sent to a siding where it was unloaded. It was not struck until after it was unloaded, and it was completely destroyed. So all of the supplies they were bringing to Tokmak, and from Tokmak they would be transferred to the Russian front. All of those supplies were destroyed. There were eyewitness accounts about the size of the explosion. Maybe even video. I'm not sure. It's amazing, the video that comes out of Ukraine, frankly. And so to talk about tonight is the plan announced today by Turkey, Romania, and Bulgaria to come together in order to demine the Black Sea. Now, that I think they would obviously concentrate on demining the routes that head to Romania's ports, and therefore to Ukrainian ports as well as Bulgarian ports. But this again is the western part of the Black Sea, where it's Ukraine who has successfully denied the Russian Navy any activity in the western Black Sea. And so you could say that the Ukrainians have set half the Black Sea free for navigation, free for import and export, and that benefits Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey.
Yes, and interestingly that President Zelensky, after meeting in Romania, jetted off somewhere. I think, am I getting that wrong? You let me know. Maybe he's heading to Brussels. Over.
That would be my guess, Christopher. There's an important meeting taking place in Brussels tomorrow. It's the Ramstein conference. This is the Ukraine contact group with 50 plus nations that have supported Ukraine in its self-defense. But already today, we heard a very promising military package put together by Germany. Sending more air defense, IRST systems, another Patriot system to Ukraine, as well as armored vehicles, armored ambulances, and plenty of munitions. So it was a sizable package of military aid announced today by Germany going to Ukraine. I'm going to be watching the Ramstein conference closely. Again, that'll be something we talk to Chuck a little bit about tonight as well, because I'm sure the conversation around that conference table, and with all of the partners from around the world joining remotely on a secure connection to Brussels, will be discussing all of the events occurring now. Although obviously the agenda is about what Ukraine needs and how Ukraine is doing militarily today, how it's preparing for the coming winter, which they do need to do. We'll have a brief weather report from parts of Ukraine tonight as well.
Yeah, it's always curious to me how coordinated these releases of information are, and I'm always interested, or I always think about why am I receiving this information now? What do they want to tell me about the information? It's a little bit ahead of the conference that Germany goes ahead and drops, spills its information. I is that calculated for them? Do they get anything out of that? Do they gain back some when they beat back some of their critics? I'm not quite sure, but it regardless, I love 10 Leopard 1A5 battle tanks. Back to you.
That's a good question. Why would Germany announce this package today? I think that sometimes you would expect such a package to be announced either on the first or concluding day of the Ramstein conference. But Germany went ahead and announced this package today. Maybe it, why? Why would they do that? I think in one way it is reassuring Ukraine that at least one of their major allies and one of their major suppliers, Germany, and Germany has done a lot, it is not suffering from distraction. Their attention is not being diverted from Ukraine and what Ukraine needs. Now, cynically, I could say there were no Taurus missiles in this package. Maybe nation will be asked about those Taurus missiles tomorrow. They're still urgently needed by Ukraine, and it would give Ukraine the ability to strike logistics far behind, even strike the new rail connection that Russia seems to be building right along the coast, the very southern part of Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts. So maybe that's why they did it. So what's in this package from Germany that stands out to us? It's 3 more Gepards. These are air defense systems that are especially effective against Iranian Shahed drones. The 10 Leopard IA-5s, impressive. 20 armored medical vehicles, urgently needed. 155 millimeter ammunition, also urgently needed. And the Patriot system, one more Patriot system going from Germany to Ukraine, includes everything that a Patriot system needs: a command unit, a radar unit, 8 launchers, and 60 missiles. And similarly, the IRST anti or air defense system is a system in its totality. That's pretty important. Christopher, I see we have both Bruce and Ukraine War Update who have joined us on the speakers panel, but neither have raised their hands.
Hey, Alan, I did. It's not working. Can I say something real quick?
Sure, go ahead, Bruce.
Hey, I've noticed this before. I think sometimes these countries will make an announcement the day before Ramstein, almost like to set the tone or kind of like to up the ante or maybe to put other countries on the spot. Like hey, we're giving this, let's be serious. I've seen this happen a couple times where the day before the meeting, some country will come out and say, hey, this is what we're bringing to the table. And that's it. That's my comment. Hello.
I think that's a good point. And the other thing I would add to that is quite possibly this is equipment that is already on its way to Ukraine or has already arrived in Ukraine. Ukraine War Update, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Alan. Hi, Christopher. Thank you for hosting this space. Thank you for providing an opportunity to talk about this issue. Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the, what kind of narrative this Ramstein meeting is going to have in light of the terrorist attacks in Israel. I'm wondering if we're going to finally get serious about curbing Russia's, ability to project their terrorist activities around the world. I hope we do. But I do have a question for you, Alan. A while back, there was a speaker on the panel, and we were talking about different strategies post war in Ukraine, or actually ongoing strategies as well, right? Because I think we were discussing some kind of propaganda from Russian side and all that stuff. And the speaker shared shared a document about that was published by the State Department that basically has outlines the the strategies. Did you have a chance to look at it by any chance?
I have glanced at it. This is the integrated country strategy for Ukraine that is published by the State Department here in the United States. The State Department publishes such a paper about dozens of countries around the world, and it clearly outlines the plan of action that the State Department is promoting in the administration. I have it saved. I can bring it up and talk about it. Did you have a chance to read it start to finish? It's about 20 pages long.
Yeah, I did. I was actually curious to read about it, so I did reach out to the individual, via DM. He sent me the link. I looked it up. I think I think it still has room to improve. Right? There's some some of the sentences in the document were questionable, but generally I like the idea of it. The reason I was asking if you had a chance to read it, I don't know if you remember reading this particular part. I was personally surprised about this, but saying that, in that document, they were talking about, creating multiple, offices that would be, that would fall under the embassy in Ukraine. And I think they were talking like 4 or 5 in 4 or 5 different locations. I think they were talking about, obviously in Kiev, but also Lviv, Kherson, Kharkiv, I want to say, and maybe 1 or 2 other places, in order to kind of provide some oversight on the development strategies on a kind of rebuilding, I guess, right? Rebuilding initiatives, because they do expect a lot of financial activities and investments flowing back into the country, and they wanted to make sure that Ukraine has all the necessary tools to deal with it. Personally, I was just surprised of how much they are leaning forward in outlining that they are planning on setting up regional offices, essentially, to provide that level of support. I thought was kind of neat.
I think it's better than neat, Ukraine, and the United States is not the only country that is considering this redevelopment plan for Ukraine. Lots of EU countries have a similar plan set up, and already EU companies like Rheinmetall, or significantly, are already planning to build manufacturing plants inside Ukraine. This is as a result of the Defense Alliance Conference that Zelensky convened along with ministers of his government in Kyiv a couple weeks ago. This is where they signed 20 different agreements with French companies. And this is also the fruits of Alexander Commission's work. He is the minister in charge of integrating Ukraine with the EU economy. So it's impressive that even in the midst of war, Ukraine is able to look confidently ahead to the future and has such plans in the top desk drawer, so to speak, not only with the United States, but with companies from all over Europe, including UK companies, Canadian companies, American companies, etc. And so I'm not surprised that this plan is in the integrated country strategy for Ukraine that was published by the State Department, and I think that it's probably being implemented, talked about at least further every single day, every single month. The other thing I'll point out is that many European companies, as well as Japanese companies, and South Korean companies have been called in for their expertise in hardening the power grid of Ukraine in advance of the winter. And again, this is how Ukraine looks ahead, prepares for what they know is coming from Russia this winter, renewed attacks on the power grid infrastructure, a renewed attempt by Russia to plunge Ukraine into the darkness and cold of winter. Ukraine has taken a lot of steps to prevent that, not only around Lviv and Kyiv, but around Kherson and other major cities. Along with that goes additional air defense, so that the work that has been done to harden the power grid will also be adequately protected.
Thank you, Alan. Can I echo a couple of things? So, I mean, one of the things that I find it extraordinary about all of that, right? And you mentioned it, is that despite the ongoing large-scale offensive, right, battling this evil empire, whatever's left of it, right, Ukrainians continue to stay on message and really, forge these types of alliances, right, economic alliances that a lot of positive results. Because even in the middle of this war, they continue to modernize as a society. They continue to modernize the infrastructure, leaning forward, creating these,
I'm just losing your audio.
For the conflict, but they're really cashing out their future as well, right? So there's no way they're going to be able to even catch up with Ukraine in the post-conflict area, time, I guess. And I think it just speaks volume to the commitment from the allies about the outcome of this war. And I just don't understand how the Russians are not seeing this, because for them this is pure suicide, right? Not just like frontline kind of stuff. Not only the people that they're losing, but they're really losing their future, whatever little left they had. And that's something I just can't wrap my mind around.
Well, Russia is losing its future, but we don't care about the future that Russia is losing and has already, frankly, killed off. We care about Ukraine's future. And, why are Western companies and Western nations, or any innovative country, any innovative company around the world, why are they looking to Ukraine? Because Ukraine has already demonstrated it is far ahead in some technologies that the world, including the military, is going to need. This is specifically drone development and drone technology, but it's not only in the area of drones. I think that so. Just recently, Mikhailo Fedorov, who's the Minister of Innovation in Ukraine, announced that 57 projects have received $1 million funding from an alliance of companies. I'm going to see if that's a totals $57 million. That's my hope, or if it's $1 million divided between or among 57 projects. I'm not sure, but these are projects that are concentrating on AI drones, combat robots, naval UAVs, etc. And if I were Russia, I'd be damned concerned about that as well. No question about it. It's Mikhailo Fedorov, again, Minister of Innovation, who is also the energy behind Ukraine's army of drones. And these are drones that are getting the job done on the battlefield for the Ukrainian military, now being manufactured in greater and greater numbers inside Ukraine and quickly deployed to the front line. And of course, we have seen a number of new drones developed and being tested by Ukraine, including the underwater, the submersible unmanned naval vessel. So it doesn't surprise me, and I'm happy to see Ukraine benefiting from the world's confidence in its future, and that means the world's confidence in Ukraine winning this war just as soon as possible by kicking out every single Russian soldier and reclaiming the totality of its sovereign territory. It's the only way this war can come to an end. So, Ukraine war update. I'm impressed that you spent that much time with the integrated country strategy for Ukraine, and I'm going to do my homework better. I'm going to do more than glance at it.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Ukraine. So, Carrie, I see you cycling and your hand is up. That usually means when you begin to speak, I won't be able to hear you. Can you hear me? If you can, go ahead. I think Carrie had to drop back down, Christopher, so hopefully she'll come back up with her comments and questions. We're about 45 minutes away from Chuck Farrer joining us for Tuesday night's bullet points. Christopher, do you have questions in the back of your mind that you're going to ask Chuck tonight? Not to give away your playbook.
I admittedly I did a little preparation for this. I will let you drive the ship, but I am interested to hear what he has to my sphere of expertise, which is cybersecurity and cyber disinformation. That's kind of if the conversation finds its way there. I know we have so much, we have a ton of maps, and I know that it's always extremely difficult to get through the maps that we have. So I don't want to derail the conversation with something that isn't part of what he's worked so hard on producing, because in some ways it's a shame if we can't get that at least, some of them, some touching on all of them. So that's always been my thing that I worry about. Back to you.
We'll do our best to go through all of the maps tonight, and there will be some new ones. Carrie, you made it up. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
Oh
clear.
my god, that was the weirdest Twitter pox I've ever had. It was very, very strange. I kept hearing you like echoing, and it was going in and out, and it kept going round and round in circles, and the speaker kept going on, off, on, off, on, off. It was weird. So you guys might have talked about this earlier, and I've picked it up from M's Twitter account, but it's certainly, and I would trust them. I don't believe he would put something out there that has been incorrectly translated. So Erdogan has finally taken his nuts off being on either side of the fence, based on what I was looking at. So basically, today he said, right now, I need to reveal something here. There are over 20 US military bases in Syria. What is the purpose of these bases being there? What is being done with these bases? The US is training, nurturing, and arming all terrorist organizations. And unfortunately, they are turning Syria, its surroundings, and the Middle East into a bloodbath. Let's also be aware of these facts. So there you go. He's picked his side. Thoughts?
This is a speech that Erdogan gave
Today, yes. And on M's account, it was from about 5 hours ago, and it's dated as the 10th. So today. So, and Emmanuel's just saying 100%. I don't know if that's because you've sort of seen that, Emmanuel. You might know something about it, but yeah, he's been flip flopping, non-stop, trying to sort of straddle. It's like a couple of boats, and you've got one leg on each boat, and they are spreading away from you with the water, with the tide, and you have finally got to jump. So yeah, he has jumped, I reckon, with this.
Well, he might have been upset that an American fighter jet shot down a Turkish drone that the jet determined was a threat. This was shot down over Syria. Maybe Erdogan's upset about that. I don't know. So when you say you feel he has jumped, tell me a little bit about that.
I don't feel you cannot say that America has trained terrorists and hold them responsible for a bloodbath in the Middle East and then come back from that. You can't make that sort of statement in this political heated climate and then play nicey on both sides. I don't feel.
A high wire act for sure, but one that Erdogan frequently finds himself playing.
But has he gone this close before, Alan? I think that's a pretty difficult. If those statements have been made today, that's quite a difficult thing to come back from. He does tread a fine line, but that's not a fine line.
You're right. It's not a fine line. Sorry, I had a hot mic there. I'm just looking at this speech at the moment. Um, Honestly, I don't know what to make of it. I think it's alarming. I would rather turn to M's expertise here than attempt anything about it myself. He's also he is predicting a future that that may or may not happen. So the U.S. Forces in the Eastern Mediterranean and saying what they will do. We don't know what they will be called on to do. We only know that the United States has deployed forces into harm's way and is ready to assist Israel. Can he walk this back? I'm sure he'll get a stern call from more than one person tonight. If anyone can walk it back, Erdogan can walk it back. Aggie, go ahead, please.
Hey, guys. Well, I'm going to be on topic for Ukraine, but off topic for whatever you guys were talking about because I just tuned in. But I'm standing in front of the White House in D.C. I heard a day or two ago, either from Randy or from Jason J. Smart, that there is a group that comes to the park across from the White House every day, some days at 5, some days at 5:30, and they have Ukrainian flags and they have signage and everything. And so I'm here for business, but I finished early today, came down. Today there are two young men, two Americans, with their flags, with their great signage. CC would love it. They have a sign with a QR code. You click on it, it'll find who your rep is. Everyone that was coming up to them, they were encouraging them to write or call their reps. And while I was there, several Ukrainians came by and took their picture with them. So some days they have, many more people. Today just happens to be the two, but they've been here since the first day of the invasion. And I just thought that was fantastic.
And I think it's fantastic that you joined them today, Aggie.
I did. And I asked them the first thing I said, first I went up, told them I was friendly because there were several jerks who rode by and called them Nazis. And I showed them this medallion I wear around my neck. And on one side, it has the trident and says Slava Ukraini. And on the other side, it has the NAFO symbol. So I showed it to them. They said, "Oh, we've heard of NAFO. You're fellas, right?" But yeah, we're fellas. And I said, "Have you heard of MriyaReport? It's a space on Twitter." They said, "We have heard of it." So I talked to them about it. I explained, 24 hours a day since the day before the invasion. I said, "I'm about to see if I can get up to speak, and I'm going to talk about you. Are you cool with that?" And they said, "Oh, absolutely." So I just wanted to share that. And Alan, I'll DM you a picture that I took if you don't mind.
Absolutely. I'd love to see it.
Okay, well, that was all. I just wanted to share that. It warmed my heart.
Well, Aggie, first, thank you for standing with Ukrainians in front of the White House today. That means standing shoulder to shoulder in support of Ukraine. It's the kind of personal action we all need to consider, and we should all try to take from time to time, whether it's in Washington or whether it's at the local office of our representatives or senators.
Whenever and wherever we can. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. Back to Ukraine war update, and then on to Marcus.
Hey, thanks, Alan. I'm going to try to be brief. I just, I was listening to Aggie talking about that. Those people, they come in front of the White House and they do demonstrations. I remember when that started. I remember the first week, people going in there. It was definitely, humbling experience because emotions were very high when that was happening. I remember walking towards that place. I found out about it by accident, right? Unfortunately, I haven't been to it as often as I wanted to because it's just not sustainable. It's too far away from me. But I remember walking towards that place, and I looked around, and I saw across the streets, among the buildings, people just converging onto that location right in front of the White House, carrying Ukrainian flags, American flags. It was just so many people showing solidarity, support. It was, it was one of those moments to where I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. After that, I've visited that place several times with posters, and I'm sure there's probably less people now because again the work continues on. But those people that go there every day, I mean, they are also heroes, just like you guys here for doing this 24/7. But another thing I just wanted to say, because Aggie mentioned that, calling representatives and stuff. A couple of days ago, I had really bad connection, and I wanted to voice a very similar thing, Alan, is that, I was reading a post that CC made. I don't know if I mentioned it already, right? But I guess there was some research done, and unfortunately, every, one pro-Ukrainian call to the representatives, they also get about 10 calls not to support Ukraine. So that's why it's very important to be, really make phone calls to those, to representatives, to senators even, right? I mean, president's office as well, right? And just continue with this message as much as possible. If anybody wants, I do have a Excel document that has listed all the representatives, and it also has data next to the name showing, depicting whether or not they voted or supported Ukraine in the last three legislations that the House voted on. There's a total of 3 of them, right? But if you look across and count the votes, kind of tendencies, the last one that happened in September, there was a 20% of Republicans who did not support Ukraine. So it was a 20% drop in support, which is still pretty significant because you can see that tendency is probably becoming more aggressive as we get closer to presidential election. Which is the last point that I wanted to make about a previous speaker commenting on Erdogan comments. I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I cannot be too extensive about my thought on this. But maybe he just jumped on the train and he's trying to influence domestic politics in the U.S. Right, because we are getting closer to presidential elections, and maybe that's something that he's trying to to influence by making statements like that about the United States. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Ukraine War Update. I'll just say the presidential elections are an eternity away. I mean, you are looking at 2024 November. A week can be an eternity in any political campaign. Marcus and then Alex, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope Angie remembered to mention that we're a 501c3 and any donation is very significant and can help save a life today. And also, there's been a lot of posting about a quote unquote kind of outpouring of celebrations from Palestinian groups. And those are going to die down, and they're relatively small groups of people that are amplified because it's an outrageous incident. I mean, there was the same thing after 9/11. Most people probably remembered that in American hostile countries. So I wouldn't put too much faith in that being a representation of the feelings of those countries. So the second part is to remember that the Ukrainian invasion is almost 600 days old, and we still have larger outpourings of emotion happening on city streets for Ukraine after 600 days. So you got to look at the relative size of these things before you're distressed about it. Although all of those people being photographed are probably now on watch list. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks, Marcus. Alex, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to read what Erdogan said to try to make sense of it, but I think all Muslim countries are in difficult position. If you see this many, Palestine supporters who kind of in London, then you could only imagine how many there are in Turkey. Now, Erdogan has his own problem with Kurds, whom he calls terrorists. So he probably used this to kind of channel the anger towards them. There was recently another terrorist attack, I think, in Turkey, not so long ago. So he, to put it mildly, he's very concerned about ties of United States with Kurds in Syria, and that's probably how he kind of decided to use momentum. Honestly, I do not think big shift, at least for now, in Turkish policy. Again, I need to read what exactly was said. Yeah.
You hit right on that. The Erdogan regards Kurds who are, in part of Turkey, in part of Syria. They have struggled to have their own nation for decades at this point, and Erdogan, Turkey, does regard them as a terror group. They are so labeled in Turkey, and this is also part of the reason why Erdogan has stood in the way of Sweden becoming a member of NATO. So I think that you're probably quite right about that, Alex, and we need to consider that context. But I'll see if I can forward that link of Erdogan's speech to you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely decision point. Like it's yeah, a lot of things are going on in many places, and definitely there is some. Well, yeah. All I can say, let's watch and see, because there is not. I mean, certainly there should be some action against terror, like crackdown on Hamas. There were, I think, there were a couple of declarations of Hamas terrorist organization, which kind of surprised me because it looks like it was not recognized as a terrorist organization before. And from places like European, was it Parliament or European Union? So things are definitely, a lot of things are in motion. And yeah, let's watch. But again, in terms of shift of policy, I do not think that Erdogan will like flip-flop this quick, or at least at this point. I do not see anything strategic that's threatening him personally. That happens. He had at least improving ties with Israel recently, and I do not think this, at least until now, there are conditions to change them in any significant way. But that's, again, I may be wrong. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alex. Let's go back to Kerry and then to Marcus. Kerry, please.
I was just a very quick comment, which is that Erdogan's been able to play it to the Turkish, to a greater extent, financial advantage thus far, because they have got their own challenges. They have got their own problems with their economy, as quite a set aside from the politics. But this just, if someone like Erdogan is making these sorts of decisions, it is like the canary in the coal mine, just really indicating how serious it is, because he will always play for his, to keep everybody sweet normally, and him doing this is quite a significant thing, I think.
He's gone off the rails before, so it might just be Erdogan going unscripted and therefore off the rails. Marcus, go ahead, please.
Hi, guys. I think this might be a case of, as Alan famously said, all the politics are local, right? So some stuff said for domestic consumption, even though it's in English, because, yeah, he doesn't seem to act in ways that are outside of Turkish interests. I mean, I would not want to play poker against Erdogan. He's seems to be a smart operator in terms of the statements he makes. Even if he does seem like a giant dick, from my Western perspective. So, yeah, we'll see what happens if it's followed up by action. But it seems like Palestine kind of gets the American treatment with statements worldwide, where people will say like, "Oh, our heart is with the people of Pennsylvania." Someone in Zimbabwe will say on the news, but then obviously they won't do anything. Israel gets the opposite treatment, where everyone will go. In certain countries, will reflexively say something bad, but then not follow it up with action. So we'll see what happens there.
Thanks, Marcus. Christopher, back to you. We're 20 minutes from Chuck Ferrer and Tuesday night bullet points. And I'm going to get a few maps up in the nest.
Okay, Alan, not a problem. I'm wondering, well, let me walk myself back to, so we are MriyaReport. We are 24/7, 365 Twitter space with the purpose of bringing the news and relevant information about the Ukrainian war, about the genocidal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We've also taken on somewhat the task of keeping the Israeli conflict in focus as it pertains and overlaps with Ukraine. And I would love to hear from Chuck tonight. I think what he believes that the synergy is sort of the wrong word, but that almost suggests something positive. But the way that the Ukrainian conflict, the war, and the Israeli war, and the players that are behind all of it. And right now we see Iran and we see Russia, both behind in various ways, with Iran providing drones and drone technology to Russia, and Russia probably providing Iran additional technologies, and also maybe the go-ahead for this kind of mission that happened very, very tragically in out of Gaza into Israel. So those are the things that I would be looking forward to hear. Some cybersecurity stuff from Chuck, because that's kind of where my interest falls. And also, how does he see the, and what are those, where the strengths lie with being able to handle both of these crises at the same time? I think that I think a lot of people are sort of wringing their hands. How are we going to be able to manage this? And oh my goodness, we've got Taiwan, and But you know, America's doctrine has always been to fight two major conflicts at once on disparate sides of the planet. And although these are on the same side of the planet, we have the USS Gerald Ford streamed into the Eastern Mediterranean. I haven't seen pictures yet of them with background of landmass yet. I have admittedly haven't looked for them as much, but I have seen some overhead shots of that task force steaming along in open water, and it's a uh, very impressive array of naval kit and hardware. So, what are they going to be? What are the synergies that we can? How can we use these two conflicts to the greater advantage for both? I think would be my thing that I would want to ask Chuck. Back to you.
I think those are great questions for Chuck. And I think some of the answer will come from Ramstein. So we'll talk a little bit to Chuck about what that meeting is going to look like over the next couple of days. Bruce, I'm not sure I can see your hand, but the last time you weren't able to put it up, so I'm going to assume your paw is up.
Yes. Hi. Yeah, for some reason, I'm on my laptop, and for some reason, the hand goes up and then it disappears. But talking about how can the U.S. manage all this, I want to shift that into. I think some of the hand wringing you get from people, maybe not with the best motives, trying to say we should stop funding the effort in Ukraine, and they'll say, "How is this sustainable? We can't keep giving this money," or what you'll read, and I think it's correct, is that Putin's strategy is to outweight us and hope that we lose interest, lose our stomach for it. I would think about it this way, and maybe this will help people with this argument sometimes. There's a story in the New York Times about Russia's economy being more and more directed entirely to the mind. Nearly a third of Russia's spending next year, roughly 109 billion, will be devoted to national defense. I mean, our defense budget's about 800 billion. We've done in supplementals almost 100 billion for Ukraine. And I think sometimes we forget this. If you add up just back of the envelope, the quote unquote Western democracies, the EU, US, Britain, Canada, Australia, Japan, etc., you get to about a $60 trillion economy, GDP. And Russia economically is a fraction of that. I don't have the number right handy, but I mean, I think their economy is less than 3 trillion a year valued in GDP. So I think one thing that I have to remind myself, and we have to remind ourselves, is it's madness for Russia to think that they can go toe to toe with quote unquote the West. And we do have the money. It's a question of political will. And if 1/3 of Russia's budget is 100 billion, I mean, what is our budget every year? What we're sending to Ukraine is a fraction of our budget and an even smaller fraction of our overall economy. And I think for those of us talking to congressmen or running into people suggesting that we can't afford it or that we can't outlast Putin, Boulder Dash, we absolutely can. I mean, it is like the New York Yankees going up against the Toledo Mud Hens. I mean, not to be callous about it. So I heard that gentleman speak about what's on our plate, and it is a lot, but we can afford it. And I'll just leave you guys with that thought.
I think it's a perfect thought there, Bruce. I can't recite the size of the Russian economy, but you make a very good point if you just consider the economies of the EU and the United States, and just those economies alone. I mean, they are huge. Bruce, you have a hot mic.
Okay, working on it.
And
sorry.
Oh, I know you're on a laptop. Just a second. Thank you very much. Russia found out once before it couldn't go toe to toe with the United States or the West when it came to the end of the Cold War. It was trying to match the U.S. defense budget that drove the Soviet economy down the last time. The Russian economy of Putin is practically on its knees. The ruble every day is falling farther and farther, setting new records of incredibly low values against both the euro and the dollar. It was over. It's called the Rubicon, crossing the Rubicon. One ruble to more than $100, and I think it's about 95 euros. It could be more than 100 euros now at this point in time. But Russia is not going to have a sustainable economy. It's not going to have a sustainable future. It's not going to have the youth it needs to build a prosperous country, because Putin is sending them all to Ukraine to be killed. That is sad, but true.
I just did a quick Google search. So 2021, their economy was 1.7 trillion GDP. I mean, ours is over, I think ours is 22 or 23. So, you know, we can outlast him. And I'll jump down, and I'm waiting for Chuck.
Chuck will be here in a few minutes' time. So to Peter and then to Alex. Peter, please.
Hello again, Alan. Sorry, I got interrupted by some phone calls. Yeah, the size of the Russian economy, and no doubt it's diminishing because of the devaluation of the ruble and everything else, but the Russian economy is roughly the same size as that of the city of New York, as the country of Italy, or the state of California, apparently. I think those are all roughly similar. The one thing that's quite interesting, when I was living over there in the mid to late 2000s, the percentage of the economy which was accounted for by the state and state enterprises was about 30%. After 2014 invasion of Crimea, sort of the devaluation at that stage, I certainly remember at one point in time the ruble was about $48 to the 48 rubles to the dollar. Sorry, for quite a long time. It's more than double that at 100.3 at the moment. Anyway, shortly after 2014 invasion of Crimea, there was a sort of big collapse of market confidence, and things had been going pretty much downhill anyway, to be honest, with more sort of centralization and businesses being nightmared and taken over, and basically stolen. And fairly soon after 2014, the percentage of the economy which was accounted for by the state increased to 70% of the economy. I wouldn't mind betting now it's somewhere nearer 80 to 90%. And that just tells you that there is no private industry to speak of. There is no innovation. There is no dynamic energy that the Western democracies have, which is the lifeblood of the economic activity, which in effect is what won the Second World War for the United States. Without that industrial backbone, being able to build all those ships and all the other military hardware, ironically, a lot of which was supplied to Soviet Union, some of which is even in use against Ukraine now. We wouldn't have won the Second World War. And the same applies now. The West has the industrial capacity to scale things up and help Ukraine, but unfortunately it's not being done, and that is rather frustrating, or it's being done far too slowly. Ammunition production, there is absolutely no reason why we cannot provide enough industrial output to get the Ukraine issue sorted out and get Russia out of their country. And the fact it's not happening, and it's happening ever so slowly, with all this dithering and being afraid of escalation, is very annoying. Anyway, the outcome is absolutely clear. It's absolutely clear what the outcome's going to be. It's just a matter of time. It's frustrating it's taking a lot longer than it is. A lot longer than it should be. Anyway, there's a few thoughts on the Russian economy. In a word, it's a mess.
It's a mess, and it's getting messier every day. I can almost guarantee you, Peter, that the GDP of California is 10 times the GDP of Russia. Well, maybe not quite that much, but California actually has one of the world's largest economies. It's one of the reasons the U.S. economy is so large. But the other thing I would say about munitions manufacturing, both in the EU and the UK and in the United States, steps have been taken to ramp that munitions manufacturing up. Those steps, like so many steps, were taken too late. But I happen to think that no one plays catch up, and I'm not talking about the vegetable, better than the United States. If the United States finds itself lagging behind when it needs to get ahead, they get the job done just exactly as they did in the 1940s during the Second World War. If anything, the terrorist attacks by Hamas on Israel has refocused American attention on what it needs to do to secure security interests for the United States and for its allies. And that means taking care of weapons manufacture here, taking care of weapons innovation here, and quite frankly, probably increasing the defense budget. Already the largest it's ever been. It could stand to be increased. I'd go so far as to say considerably, but all you have to do is add a few $100 billion to it, and you're over $1 trillion a year. Frankly, you're already over $1 trillion a year. There are off-budget items that are all about defense. To Alex, and then to David. Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, to this expression, how much we have on the plate. I know this expression exists. I just think it's not the pretty accurate. It's not the most accurate state of where things are. You see, you control how much you can have on your plate, and you do not try to put more on your plate than you can absorb or chew or what. A comparison to fire would be more relevant because you do not control it, but you need to act very quickly to localize it or face a bigger fire down the line. And this is probably exactly what's happening, because had Ukraine received all it needs last year, there would be no miscalculation on behalf of Iran to think how much Russia can help them, nor from the side of Hamas thinking how much Iran and Russia could help them. Nor, as we are continuing to think now, and hopefully there will be more action and swift decision making, but we do not know what's down the line. All we can do is act quickly to localize fire so that it does not expand. Because by dragging our feet, we allow expansion of this wildfire. And this is also a big, and probably there will be some time before some, some thinkers find it this way. But I do believe that have decisions been made, like not today, but 19 months ago, we won't be in this situation. It's lack of resolve that leads our foes to miscalculate. So while we were demonstrating how much we would not do against Russia, we should actually show resolve. Because again, somebody clearly miscalculated the level of resolve from the United States and the developed world. We were complimenting each other and the administration for organizing, the joint effort, but it looks like this was not enough. To somebody, it was not pretty convincing because this was gross miscalculation. Nobody will help Hamas. It will be eradicated. I think Gaza will be finished by now. Regardless of what we hear, how many people there are and whatnot, I don't think things will go back to what they were. There will be fundamental changes, and again, Hamas did big miscalculation, or whoever did this calculation for Hamas, they did their miscalculation too. What led to that? Our lack of resolve. That's how I see it. Thank you. And yeah, it's so when you hear that, how much we can handle on our plate, again, this is not what we control. What we control is how quickly we act on fire. Because this is fire. We need to act swiftly and decisively. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. You're right about that. I still think we have time to do it. And when we do, it will be noticed. David Bailey, please go ahead.
Is the sound okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Very good. Yeah, so obviously I agree with everything that's been said just now. I just wanted to push back a little bit on this idea that the Russian economy is collapsing. Indeed it is, but I think what Western people generally don't understand is what actually they're doing in the Russian economy. And it's a little bit presumptuous for me to say that they're going towards a command economy, but that's the direction they're going in. And what I mean by that is that the ruble value, basically no one gives a shit about at the moment. So pretty soon, I would bet there's going to be a non-convertible ruble, and the ruble will be rubble, as I like to say. And so the point is not how big their economy is. The point is how much they can generate in revenue. And this is really the only thing that matters for the people that are running the country, because that's what goes basically straight into their pockets. Financing the war, I don't know, and I might get these wrong, 200 billion. I think that the difference in oil price between the beginning of the year and now, not above the cap, but I don't know. I won't go into it. I have to be at a computer when I've got the data in front of me. But the financing for the war is something like 200 billion per annum. And that's something that they, first of all, they can get from revenue that's coming in anyway. And anything else on top, from the point of view of the people running the country, is money in their pockets, first of all. And second of all, you know, they can make up a fiction of an economy internally and pay people in paper rubles or digital rubles or whatever they decide to do. They're introducing a digital ruble right now as we speak. My suspicion is that is kind of a ruse to basically give most people in their salaries digital rubles, which they can only then spend in certain ways, because the digital ruble, as it's conceptualized and as it's implemented at the moment, means that you can only spend, well, it means that there's the facility within it to make it only spendable within a certain period. So, for example, you could be given, I don't know, €1,000 a month for salary, but you'd have to use it within the month or within 2 months or something, and then it would expire. And there's also the facility within it to make sure that you can only spend it in certain places. So, for example, if you've got a salary of 1,000 rubles, then 300 rubles would be reserved for healthcare spending, for example. Now, all of this is a gross projection on the facilities within the currency itself as to what people could do. So I'm speculating kind of wildly about what the motivations of them introducing that digital ruble are, but that would be one kind of clear mechanism that they would have, other than moving to just a completely unconvertible currency internally. But there are many mechanisms. You know, North Korea, when was the Korean War? 1956, something like that?
Just earlier than that. I think it came to a conclusion in 55. God, I 55 or 56, David. It ended.
And what have we now? 2000 and what?
Right.
2023, right?
Right.
North Korea is still there. Okay, it's a smaller place with a smaller economy, but it's still working, right? I mean, it hasn't collapsed.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd say it's working, but you're right. It's still there 80 years later, but thanks to China and Russia.
Exactly. China and Russia. You know, Russia shrinking to the size of North Korea in terms of economy is basically impossible, just because of the amount of resources they have. And you know, people running the country don't care, really. They don't give a tinker's cuss of, you know, what the people have to put up with. And, you know, frankly, the people don't anyway, because they've not really known any different. So it's a really difficult question. You know, I hope to God, you know, the Russian economy collapses tomorrow and everything turns into chaos, and they manage to do something vaguely sensible with themselves. But, you know, frankly, at the moment, I don't see it, and I think that it's a little bit misplaced to say that, you know, our Western perceptions of how economies should be affect anything to do with what Russia does, because it doesn't. You know, basically, we're dealing with Marxists, and you know, the guys that are running the country think like Marxists. They've got Elvira Nabaluddin in the central bank role, and she's serving them very well. But at some point, they're going to cut all of that stuff off, and it's going to be Mickey Mouse economy like it was in the Soviet Union again. And pending collapse in between, I can guarantee that's what they're doing.
Well, it can't collapse too quickly for me. But David, I want to move on from the Russian economy. 2 bullet points with Chuck Farrer tonight. Welcome, Chuck. We are going to have one busy time tonight.
We are. Hi, Alan. Hi, David. Welcome, everybody, to another busy Tuesday night here. Bullet points. I think this might be our busiest one yet. Of course, complicated by the fact that I couldn't get on at 7 o'clock and have been banging on my computer and phone ever since. But I think we're working now.
We are working, and you're loud and clear. Chuck, the very first place I want to go is the Ramstein conference. This is the Ukraine contact group taking place tomorrow. Lloyd Austin is on his way to Brussels. I suspect Volodymyr Zelensky is on his way to Brussels tonight as well. There are a few tweets up in the nest. The first two about some parts of the German military package to Ukraine that was announced today rather than during Ramstein. But I'm interested in your take, Chuck, on what the Hamas terror attacks on Israel will have an effect on the Ukraine contact meeting tomorrow. Any effect? Is it going to? I know it can't get on the agenda, but it's surely going to be discussed.
It is definitely the 800-pound gorilla in the room. I just retweeted a New York Times article, which, you get a New York Times splash traffic article. It is always informed by White House sources. And that intimated that there isn't going to be any interruption in U.S. contributions to Ukraine, that there is not going to be any this or that involved in supplying either Israel's military needs or Ukraine's. I think that was really important to get that message out right away. It's been about 72 hours since Hamas opened its jaws of terror on Israel, and there's been a lot of sort of speculation that it has to be one or the other. And of course, it doesn't. And this is really bad news for Russia. I think another very interesting development today was the fact that Ayatollah Khamenei was backing away and almost disavowing Hamas's actions in Israel. Put a post up about that too. I think the Hamas leaders who put their faith in Iran, who received the training and the encouragement and went ahead and unleashed the jaws of hell on Israel, I think they're now going to discover that they're going to stand alone. And there is not going to be any Iranian support. Hezbollah has been very circumspect thus far as well. And it looks like Hamas is going to take the beating. And that's really too bad.
How important was President Biden's speech today? I don't know if you caught any of it, but it was probably one of the most forceful speeches he's given as president.
And unfortunately, I didn't. I had sort of a bit of a flail state today. I wouldn't mind recapitulating that. Alan. I'm glad to hear that he spoke forcefully, and I hopefully made our position clear.
I think he did. It was an interesting setting. Both Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken stood side by side with him. But I think it was a speech all about Israel. It was a speech all about terror, and it was a speech all about American security and global security, with a very firm promise that the United States stands with Israel and will provide Israel with everything it needs. So that was appropriate for the moment. I know that I've heard that these would be supplemental military appropriations for both Ukraine and Israel are being discussed. Biden called on Congress to convene in an emergency session, a hard thing to do until the House elects a speaker. But if they take the urgency to heart, that emergency session should be convened. Well, no one knows when it will be convened, Chuck, but I would hope this week.
Yeah, if it, everybody knows I stay away from domestic politics, but the business of the nation calls. And I think in matters of security, international security, and matters pertaining to our allies, the business of the nation comes first. And we do have some representatives and occasionally senators listening to us, and I encourage you, men and women, get to work. There's actually something that has happened here. And now that we're not recovering so much from the shock, but maybe shaking off the blow a little bit, there is an opportunity here to show Iran and to show Russia that this move that they've made is going to backfire tremendously on them. That we've seen through the masquerade. We understand why this was done. I, for one, was extremely encouraged to see the Ayatollah doing everything he could to clean his skirts of complicity in this attack. To me, that doesn't go anywhere. Eventually, Iran will be dealt with. But the message to me was direct and loud and clear to Hamas. And that is, you have launched an effective asymmetric attack on Israel. And we've talked about limiting factor in terms of terrorism actions. This is going to be the classic textbook case for the rest of history about a terrorist organization that gets out of its lane, right? That unleashes attacks that are so horrifying and horrific and unforgivable that they have triggered a massive conventional military response. And that is something a guerrilla, a freedom fighter, a terrorist, a lone operator, these are the one things you never wanted to do. And they're happening now. And there is no way for Hamas to stand up to conventional military might of Israel. It cannot do it. It hasn't 0.1% of the military capability that Israel has. So it is almost, we talked about this just the other day, Alan, what is almost more important than the acts themselves are taking back control of the information space and seeing clearly through what this Hamas attack was, who it was intended to benefit, and how we move forward and connect the responsible parties and deal with them as well.
I happen to think, Chuck, especially after intelligence briefings in Congress, beginning on Sunday night, continuing through Monday and through today, that there's enough information about the horrific events in Israel that Congress has in hand, that both parties, every member of Congress, or almost every member of Congress, will be united in not only helping Israel, but also standing up with Ukraine, because Ukraine and Israel are fighting the very same enemy, global terror conducted by Russia and Iran and these groups like Hamas, or I would go so far as to say like the Wagner Group, another terrorist group.
Yeah, I've been getting little snippets of information all day that at least some of the components of Hamas's ground forces receive training from the Wagner Group. In particular, the use of drones, dropping munitions. This is something that was barely an evolving capability of Hamas. As so, you know, the fingerprints are there. This attack is also complicated by Israel's foreign policy, which is not as rigidly anti-Russian as a lot of people might think. There have been numerous technical, even arms development initiatives between Russia and Israel, that has to walk a very fine line, and that is another complicating factor here. But my assessment is still solidly, you looking at who benefits from this attack. It's Iran. It is Russia, and this in a karmic blowback of biblical proportions. This attack does not benefit Hamas. This might be the end of Hamas. And if it is not the end of Hamas, it will definitely be their diminishment. And, we haven't seen the dice come out of the cup yet. The the cup of wrath is still being poured. So we're going to have to see. But Alan, it's going to be horrendous.
I'm hoping Yehuda joins us in a moment. Chuck, trying to get him up as I tried to get you up just a few moments ago. So while we wait for Yehuda, let's go to David, to Bearded. David, please.
Yeah, so Chuck, this thing about the how can I say this? Russia's just very, very good at doing this kind of inch by inch strike below the retaliation threshold of your enemy stuff, and this has just been going on over and over again. So, I hesitate to say that Russia's 100% guaranteed to be involved or anything like that. I think I think that's the case, but what I'm trying to say is that there's somebody who's watched the Soviet Union and Russia for 30 years or more. There's just a gut feeling that these things are coordinated somehow. So it looks to me like in the media, you get, the attack, the Hamas attack, the result of that is guaranteed to be the response of the Israelis. And the response of the Israelis is obviously going to be broadcast around the scenes. Now, the ferocities that the Hamas attack got up to has obviously backfired somehow, I guess. in the strategy if this is how it works. But yeah, well, what's my point? My point is that, what do you think?
You're
I mean,
you're making it. Don't worry. You're making
yeah.
it, and it sounds like we've been watching Russia for the same amount of time. So I'm willing to give you more than a moment.
I mean, you know, there's, as I said, there's this slowly kind of hitting the West, or the West. There's no other word for it at the moment. But below the threshold of retaliation, and you know, we've seen it over and over again. And this time, you know, I think what got me. So there were a couple of things. So there was the thing about the Quran burning in Sweden. And then there was something that happened straight after that, and I can't recall exactly what that was to do with. But in this case, as I was saying, you know, there's this kind of pattern. They commit an atrocity, there's a reaction, and when they commit the atrocity, there's all the Palestinians around the world waving their flags, and then the next day, there's the pictures of Gaza with craters all over the place. Do you know what I mean? There's just kind of a rhythm to this thing, which is just, well, you know, if you were a propagandist, or if you were a person orchestrating this thing, this is exactly what you would want, right? And that's my point.
Yeah, and it's, you know, for people who've been watching this, that has since after the 1967 war. That is the cycle. Increasingly outrageous acts of terrorism committed by increasingly frustrated people. But you know, there are a string of horrendous actions that have been taken against the people of Israel. One that comes to mind right now is the Lod Airport massacre, which happened late in I think it was early in the 70s, committed on paper by the Japanese Red Army faction. But this was a terrorist organization equipped, nurtured, and trained by the KGB. Factions of the PLO, exactly the same. Allied terrorist organizations who also targeted Israel, like the Baader Meinhof gang, like the German Red Army faction. Russia has always been able and willing to play that card. And as you said, you know, generally actions that fall below the threshold of massive retaliation. And, you know, at about that time and in those periods, late 70s, early 80s, that concept of limiting factor in terrorist actions was still, you know, a viable theoretical pillar of the science of counterterrorism. And you know, that concept, as we've talked about, just kind of went into the ether. It went away as sort of terrorism morphed into asymmetrical conflicts, and especially as the United States, rightly or wrongly, applied conventional military force, for example, in Afghanistan, other places in the war, triggered by terrorist acts. But we're going to see something completely different here, for better or worse. We're going to see a massive conventional military response from Israel. It is going to be to the absolute detriment of Hamas. And it's unfortunately going to be the destruction of Gaza. It remains to be seen how Israel will modulate its response. To me, there's another wild card circling this whole thing, and that is what Iran's other client will do. And that client is Hezbollah, which for all intents and purposes rules Lebanon. I mean, there is a Lebanese parliament. There is a Lebanese armed force. There are lots of institutions in Lebanon, but all of the institutions and organs of power of the nation of Lebanon pale in comparison to the power wielded by Hezbollah. They essentially call the shots. And they have ballistic missiles. So there's a, you know, the other shoe hasn't dropped and the dice haven't hit the table yet, in my estimation. And we're all watching that. But what I was very glad to see, and thank you, Alan, for summarizing what President Biden said today. It was exactly the time for a strong president to put forward a strong case. Secretary of Defense Austin, who is absolutely one of my heroes, will be in Brussels tomorrow. And we have information from the New York Times, and you can stamp that with the temperature of leaks at the highest level of U.S. government saying that military support for Ukraine is not going to be diminished because of military support for Israel. Those are good things for us and the world to know going forward.
And I think that also makes Germany's announcement today of a sizable military aid package to Ukraine so interesting, but really a day in advance of Ramstein. So another Patriot system, another more IRST air defense, more Gepards, 10 more Leopard tanks, lots of 155 millimeter shells. It was probably the most decisive German package of military aid to Ukraine that couldn't have come at a better time, it seems to me, and that will help set the tone in Ramstein as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very generous grant from Germany, including some of their most potent weapon systems. The Gepard self-propelled twin radar-guided autocannons. They are the Shaheed eaters. Short-range air defense, radar-guided point defense weapon. If you are a Shaheed, if it flies, it dies next to a Gepard. Outstanding. Iris-T battery. Mentioned this a couple times because if I had anything to do with making an Iris-T work, I would be delighted to use this in my advertising. As of a couple of months ago, there was an Iris-T battery operating in defense of Kiev, and it had never missed a shot. Every time it launched a missile, it intercepted something. And there aren't many weapon systems that can say that. And then perhaps the most generous gift that Germany has provided is another Patriot battery, which is arguably the best air defense system in the world. And unfortunately, Ukraine could use more of every one of those things. Leopard tanks as well, great, an important gift. And it puts in perspective. I mean, Chancellor Scholz has decided this isn't the time, or maybe he'll change his mind this week. But the Taurus low observable air-launched cruise missile isn't on the table as of this show. But you know what? There are several weapons substitutes that Ukraine does have access to. The Scalp, the Storm Shadow, its own Neptune ground launch variant, surface to surface variant of the Neptune, which has shown itself as able to operate in adverse electronic warfare environments. It's been a important day.
It has been an important day. We'll be standing by for reports from Ramstein tomorrow and Wednesday. And I will point out, Lloyd Austin going to Brussels tonight, Antony Blinken going to Israel tonight. So to David, to Bearded, to Ukraine, to Andrew, and then we're going to begin with the maps because there is a lot of news from the front line. David, please.
I'll be very quick because I've already had my turn. Just to come back on the first thing. So, you know, this series of events is, you know, provoke something that's painful, get a reaction, and then react to it, and that's how it seems to work from my point of view. Of course, the aid that's been coming through, specifically from Germany, I think underlines, you know, we're just not very good at selling the fact that we're 100% behind Ukraine. I think this is more or less not in doubt. Of course, you know, people in the space, and me included, are, you know, advocating for much more aid, much more quickly. But the direction is set, and I don't think it's going to be unset. I think we're in a point of inflection geopolitically when we have basically liberal democracy versus authoritarianism, and yeah, it's going to be fascinating how this all pans out. But I think there's a lot of work to do on our side in order to get our story together and get our positioning together as to how we behave. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, David. Right along to Bearded, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Evening, Chuck.
How are you, friend?
Yeah, I'm good. Just picking up on your points there, and I'd just like to say what we have seen for the Iranians to effectively do an about face is international statecraft. Biden stood up this morning and unequivocally stated the position. I believe there has been significant amount of back channeling, similar to what we've seen when the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant thing flared up. It cooled down. I think Iran have heeded the warning to force what you said, Chuck, that this has stepped over the line where a huge response would be called for. And they've done. And now they have got to figure out a way to allow Israel to vent their fury, and fury they will, and limit the fallout in Iran's direction. And I use that word markedly, perhaps. I just see that with the statement today from POTUS, Blinken going to Israel, Kara groups moving, other things happening. We mustn't forget what happens behind the scenes, where things are said a lot more bluntly than we ever get to see and hear about. And the decision airport, as was previously said, is an inflection point. Do you really want to pursue this course of action? Okay. So far, with what we've seen, and the justifications and the shields and the as difficult as it is, rise above, and for everybody's sake, have faith and trust that the people that we have elected, regardless of
have faith and trust that the people that we have elected, regardless of